Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Mandi dia. Dong dikasih uang buat itu enggak? Di Sasa. Halo, selamat pagi.
I am Squee.
I'm Spleen.
I'm Spoon. What was that?
I didn't see anything.
Prepare for battle.
A barrel. Just me in here. We got it.
Oh, I'm telling you, this one is in the bag.
Yes! Whee!
It's not time yet.
Off we go!
Woohoo!
30 seconds to battle.
Let's go!
Good plan. Measurements made.
First blood!
First blood! The end is set in motion.
Huh?
What? That way.
Whee! Well,
Science. Let's go. Come on! Off we go!
You sure?
Quit arguing!
Is that...
Yes!
There's nothing... We're going!
Jeez.
We're not ready. You sure?
Quit arguing! You're a genius!
Ah, shucks, go on.
We're not ready. Yes!
Whee!
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Halo nih,
Why
Jam.
is this happening?
Not yet.
Whee! Huh?
What?
Off we go! Whee! Woo!
Ayo,
We're going, we're going!
Jeez.
sini ya.
Yes! Not yet.
You really should look at your bottom tower.
Off we go!
Ooh. It's not time yet.
Whee!
Whee! Well,
Not yet.
Teci support, Bang. Rollnya habis jadi carry-nya.
We're not ready. Science!
we're not ready.
Iya, iya. Kenapa? Enggak. Ini pegang nih. Iya, iya.
Let's go. Hope this works.
My mind blots yours out.
Nah, ya.
Don't let your middle tower fall.
Let's find out.
Let's go. Whee! So beautiful.
Woohoo!
Your middle tower is under attack. Killing spree.
That was interesting.
Yang ada kantongnya depan. Yang ini. Ini yang
Good plan.
ah,
To the seven hells.
Ooh, Dyer's courier got killed. Those things aren't cheap, you know.
makan.
The enemy's middle tower won't be making any more appearances.
This works.
Was naughty.
Your top tower is under attack.
Let's go.
Double kill.
So heavy.
Busy money.
What was that?
Bajunya
I didn't see anything. Whee!
Bang Tan request lagu apa nih jam?
You sure?
Quit arguing.
They
Radiant structures are fortified.
Done.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Yes.
Don't let your middle tower fall.
We're going. We're going.
Jeez.
Ahead. Off we go. Whee! It's not time yet.
Sipit ya.
Well. Whee! Huh?
What?
I'll take that.
Whee! You sure?
Quit arguing. What do you get?
Killing spree. Double kill.
Catch!
Whee!
The enemy's top tower just shattered into little pieces.
Mess with doom, you get the horns.
Sabar ya nih jam ya.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
What was that?
I didn't see anything. Here goes.
Tutorial tekis support pos 5 coy.
Huh?
What?
Let's go.
Line in place.
Double damage.
Whee!
Come on! This works. Huh?
Not yet. We're going.
Not yet. Yes. Science.
Culminated Mercury.
What are we missing?
Whee!
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Dire structures are fortified. Radiant have fortified their structures. Your middle tower is gone. Tried to warn you.
Just
Every coin helps.
it's not time.
The enemy's bottom tower is gone. You did the right thing.
Off we go!
Your middle tower is under siege.
Hope this works! Huh?
What?
We're not ready. We're going.
Let's talk about your top tower. Radiant structures have been snow fortified. Your top tower is under attack.
It's not time yet.
It's not time yet.
Nah, ya, PA, kena
Protect me.
That way.
Let's talk about your top tower. This is not cool.
Let's go.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Lul.
You really should look at your bottom tower.
This one.
Mega kill! Double kill!
Arrow lies.
Kurang link kan ya kiri gua. Dum
Let's
terus
talk
dia.
about your top tower.
Agony.
Isn't it always the way?
Your top tower is under attack. tower fall?
Good plan.
Your top tower is under attack.
Now that's what I call a success.
It's not
Top
time.
tower has fallen. Is this going to be a pattern? Your sun's down. I touched an aegis once. Death can't catch me now!
We're going!
Jeez.
Yes!
Paidas, di ka. I doesn't have.
We're not ready.
Whee! Oh boy, you put the right fuse on that one.
Body stokes the furnace.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Fire have fortified your structures. You really should look at your bottom tower.
Mau gua deh ya.
Divert the path.
Parted here.
You sure?
Quit arguing.
Griff.
Yes, Radiant fortified their structures. Dire's courier has been killed. Those little guys are all so cute. The enemy's top tower has fallen. Your bottom tower is under attack. Talon. Double kill is under attack. Could be worse. Your bottom tower is under attack. The enemy's top tower is shattered into little pieces. Your middle tower is under attack. There go the enemy's top barracks.
Hope this works!
Enemy's
Can
top
we
barracks
TMT?
dropped
They
by
TMT,
some
guys.
Stupid hot thing. You'll be at the ancient in no time.
What
you
the
really
fuck?
should look at your bottom tower.
We're going!
Bottom tower is gone forever.
Text utility.
Off we go.
Not yet. It's not time yet.
Boleh Bang Malik. Monggo. Mau ikut bermatch-match juga boleh.
You sure?
Quit arguing. It's not time yet.
Well,
Go.
let your middle tower fall? Dominating! Your middle tower is under attack!
Ini pos 5 atau carry nih sebenarnya.
Killing spree! Dominating!
That way.
Let's talk about your top tower.
Let's go.
Radiant structures have been snow fortified. The enemy's middle tower has fallen. Your top tower is under attack.
Get back. Power.
Let's talk about your top tower.
Yes.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen. Your top tower is under attack. The enemy's middle barracks have fallen. Your top tower is falling. Killing spree. Dominating. The enemy's middle barracks are no more. Let's talk about it. Mega kill. Dominating.
You died for science.
What was that?
I didn't see that.
The enemy's middle tower didn't know what hit it. The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
We're going.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
We're not ready.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Killing spree.
Dota update apa nih jam? Kok nggak update?
Landed.
Set.
Here we go. We're not ready.
Stupid death.
Huh?
What?
Science.
No BKB?
We go.
Gede ini orang.
Dominating. Unstoppable. The enemy's enemy's bottom tower killing spree. Double kill.
I shut out once more.
Mega kill. Unstoppable. Double kill. The enemy's bottom barracks have fallen.
You sure?
Nicely done.
Is that?
Wicked sick.
Awaits. I feel dragons. Less deserved.
Let's go. It's not time yet.
Let's go.
Monster kill. Dire victory. Yes, Radiant fortified their structures.
Lo. Valve mabok. Harusnya gua coba masuk TV. Gua sama mid sama, Cok. Update, coy. Bisanya update. Berapa giga itu update ya? Cepet kok nih. Pagi.
Pagi bang.
Udah ngeteh, Bang?
Kenapa bang?
Udah ngeteh belum?
Belum nih, belum dibikinin.
Waduh. Wah, Bang, kekumpul nih. Share
Apa tuh?
beli ya. Inilah bagusnya Dota Plus tuh, cepet, Cok. Share-nya.
Fight bang.
Boleh. Ntar aku mau
Bang,
beli itu dulu.
Beli Dota Plus bang.
Udah bukan Dota Plus, aku udah 150.000 nih share-nya.
Oh, beli bang.
Beli ya. Biar makin.
Berceker.
Enggak lah. Inilah kill streak yang gold. Equip. Wih, ganteng ini. Yuk kita bantai-bantai biar muncul namanya. Nih jam mabok nih jam lihat.
Ke stick biru yang lebih bagus, Bang.
Yang gold aja bang.
Bentar bang, anak aku bangun.
Belum OTW, Bang, ke kantor. Hilang.
So much meat, so little time.
Wih, TI ya? Grup stage-nya udah mulai ya? 5 jam lagi.
Bentar lagi mulai.
Kita lihat White Moon ya dan kawan-kawan. Gue sih pendukung Talon, gengs.
Waduh.
Karena Mikoto di sana.
Liquid lah, liquid.
Indonesia Pride, cok.
Aku dikasih offline mulu, Cok.
Gampang bang main offline. Pick hero yang super strong di laning.
Tadi jam nggak masuk.
Ya udah demo. Bog. Kerjaannya nyekem dia.
Kenapa emang gitu?
Warnetnya.
Harus demo dulu.
Lah, kok merah?
Police is here.
Nggak masuk.
Bentar ya.
Oke.
Hero. Timber. Hero.
Main berarti jam berapa nanti? Jam 3
Trees?
sore bang.
What do you mean there's trees out there?
Main apa tuh?
Jagger.
Oh iya, belum event TI.
Iya.
Prepare for battle.
Bang
Yes.
Penta enggak ini, enggak ke kantor.
As you
Enggak,
wish.
mager. Nah,
Katanya 3 hari ke kantor.
besok kan ntar.
Coming through.
Oh, nggak kena cowok sekarang tuh. Itu apa sih? Spell kayak ini.
Ini 151 beliin apa ya bang?
Damage type pure, tapi nggak bisa nembus blade fury-nya Jagger. Bodoh. Kenapa? Jam?
Apa?
Beli apa yang
Ini loh 151 buat beli apa? Killing
iya, kill streak.
bagus ya?
Bagus kalau
Bagus
ngebunuh.
lah. Kalau buat support jelek, Cok.
Lah kalau support yang ngebunuh-bunuh juga bagus.
Support kemudah-mudah siapa tuh, Bang?
Last gameku tadi Tecis. Pos 5, ward jalan, utility jalan. Grave, Solar Crash tadinya aku mau pipe tuh. Cuman si Doom-nya udah ke outplay banget. Gak pernah ada yang mati dia ngedum. Terus kalau support yang bisa ngebunuh-bunuh WD juga bang, Bang Malik.
Ya, heeh.
WD
Betul.
itu udah strong support yang killer juga dia, damage killer.
Oh iya ya. Ah beli itu ah.
Oke. Terus siapa lagi ya yang bisa pos 4-nya Hoodwink?
Bagus yang mana bang?
Apa?
1, 2, apa 3 ini?
Aku yang gold. Serah. Sesuai
Yang biru?
Yang biru kayak ice gitu nanti efeknya.
Gak pernah punya ya?
Lengkap banget. ID-nya bang.
Butchers eat business.
Map effect. Twitter effect. Torment ancient. Merah lagi nih.
Gak jam.
Kita
Aman.
Aman aman.
Kirain merah lagi.
Dapat apa bang Malik?
offline.
Offline dia.
Offline lagi cok. Hero offline tuh yang gampang aja bang, underlord gampang.
Kena mau aks.
Axe gampang. Iya Axe juga bagus, kamu main Axe.
EB gampang. Mepo juga gampang bang.
Ah, magic. Underlord aja ya. Apa Primal Beast?
Pokoknya hero yang bikin pipe ini. Jangan lupa bikin pipe.
Underlord
Magic semua kan?
kita butuh auranya.
Doom juga bagus sih.
Doom juga
Oh
bagus.
itu ya juga bagus. Underworld juga bagus.
Tapi kalau Doom dia nggak bisa buat pipe. Doom. Pipe nanti lama gitu pipe.
Cek ya. Oh. Apa Ember tadi juga bagus sih. Ember.
Mars.
Heronya hero jam semua ya.
Ya, semua.
PA
Jam
boleh
3.
sih.
Gak mau. Game AM ini. Itu mereka nggak ada mana udah nggak bisa ngapa-ngapain, Cok.
Itu le. Lah Mirana Mid.
Enggak lah.
Smith ya.
Oh iya, Mirana Mid. Namanya bagus banget, Cok.
Solikin.
Solikin
kocak.
kita L. Anjay.
Anjay.
I won't fail you.
Kok kulitnya hitam?
Prepare for battle.
Surrender or die. Call it. This thing is in the bag. The battle continues.
Gue udah beli minion ini ya buat main.
Let's keep moving.
Oh, mau main agresif.
I'm with you.
Bayi manta masap.
We don't have time to
Apa
waste.
dia nyuruh aku bang? Gitu.
Moving into position. They won't know what hit him.
Lo tau gue bakal bikin apa nanti? Bukan KB, bukan apa, tapi slot.
On it.
Bikin di pusal ya?
Total slot, futsal.
Oh mau bikin
30
ini, yang
seconds
di
to
pusal
battle.
Level 2 itu.
I've got this. Let's get to work.
Spencer, Skadi.
Iya, dispenser.
Back to basics. I'm ready. It's starting.
Ember.
On my way.
First blood.
Looks like all that training paid off. Closing in. Let's make some gold.
Langsung beli.
Moving.
Lumayan 2 kill awal game.
Lumayan
I
lah.
obey. I don't run from a fight.
Ya, gue harusnya buat
I'm
spell.
ready. We're under attack. Wonderful. This is what I trained.
Ayo sini. Ayo. Kawan-kawan sini.
Yes.
Kyopi mati nih.
Oh, ini aja mati ya.
Face me.
Lah, kocak
One
beliau.
of many victories. Yes.
Ngapain?
I won't let you down. It's time. No. Let's move. Let's go.
Wes tamas.
Let's stop these. I don't bow to magic. Ready
Main
to
dia
fight.
apa-apain gue, Cok.
If I ever drop a thy or a thine, just end me right there.
Ada lagi.
Ya. Dia level 2.
Of course.
Aduh, gak ada kan.
Easy.
Lo ditarik kindang.
We have a plan, right? The enemy is crafting. go where I'm needed.
I'm
They can't hide. Move. I won't let you down.
refreshing.
Assalamualaikum.
On it. Of course.
Bentar.
I've waited for this moment. Ah! I go where I'm needed. Closing in. Not gonna happen. We're under attack. They can't hide. We don't have time to waste.
Lompat.
I'm ready.
Awas mati lu.
This shouldn't take long. On my way.
Killing spree.
My weapon is an extension of me. It never ends, does it? Ah!
Drop aja, drop.
Aku
Oh,
drop
good.
ini ke
More
stop,
fighting.
Aku ada satu sih.
stop. Apa?
Here we go.
Udah.
I'm running out of time to make money.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Let's keep moving. I've got this. Victims are fast and clear.
Double kill.
Yes,
Alfa kasih
thank you. I'm with you.
apa nih? Jam.
Wonderful.
Aku di blok.
I won't be defeated. Let's get to work. Let's make some gold. The battle continues. This is what I trained for.
Satu di kurir ya. Bentar.
Moving into position. My form was perfect. We're under attack.
Kita udah habis satu itu.
You won't beat me. It's time. Back to basics. Let's go. Ready to fight.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
No losing.
Dominating. Own
Some
it.
days I really... I obey.
Sakit banget anjir.
Give no quarter.
Login gamenya A.
Any last words? I grow closer to my full potential. I'm ready.
Banyak amat ini kurirnya.
Let's stop these bastards.
Punya ya.
And that's how it's done. Yes. On my way. I strike swift and sure.
Own it.
You think a couple cantrips are gonna stop me? Thought as much. I've got this.
Dia
Ambil ini nih Jam.
The battle
Ini mau
continues.
enggak?
Enggak.
Gak ada loncat ya? XP ya? Oh iya. Lupa.
They can't hide.
Babang Josnya.
Aman.
Ready to fight.
Mau Ngomong nggak ada carry-nya kan.
Let's make some gold. Let's go. I'm with you. Better than practice. On it.
Oh,
Moving into position.
Own it!
I'm ready. I'll make
Dikit lagi dipu gua.
back to basics.
ngepet ya, ngepet.
Let's stop these bastards. I go where I'm needed.
Udah level 7 bang.
You know more than me.
Hah?
Udah level 7.
It's time.
Barengin aja ya.
I'll make short work of it. Let's get to work. Let's move.
Udah bantuin ya.
Let's keep moving.
Jadi
This is what I trained for. I'm ready.
Ini.
Of course.
Ini dia di sini.
Easy.
Ya.
yuk.
We don't have time to waste.
Dapat titik atas.
Mega kill! Own it!
Mid.
Wonderful.
Gede banget.
You challenge me?
I guess Radiant
We have a
fortified
plan,
their
right?
structures. Killing spree! Double kill!
Take that. Not so fast. I obey. Yes. Show no mercy. Let's see
Mau ngapain?
work on me.
Unstoppable!
Terus dia mau apa? Apa itu AMBF? Gak perlu.
Samaan nih.
Dia mau kayak iseng sama adanya.
Impurities.
Killing spree! Double kill!
Gak ada Aron.
I won't let you down.
Pegang dong sama dia.
It's not time.
Aku mau titik ke atas.
Moving.
Oh.
Ya, ke dia ada loncat sih. Boleh tapi.
Let's make some gold.
Ayo. Ikat ya.
Don't let your middle tower
I
fall!
obey. On my way.
Your middle tower is under attack!
Moving into position.
Gak bisa.
I'm ready. I owe you one.
Gangguan bro.
Let's keep moving.
Apa?
I won't let you down. Back to basics. I'm with you. Only one of us will survive.
Pegang dong.
Let's get to work.
Radiant have fortified their structures.
Of course.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
So,
You thought you were ready. Time to turn your insides. Consume me.
Catacombs. Kaget ya.
Let's move.
Ayo Bang.
We don't have time to waste.
Dominating!
I'm ready.
Waduh.
Yes.
Ada stack nih banyak.
They will yield or they will die. We have a plan, right?
Ada stack.
Closing in. Yasha. Let's stop these bastards.
pedangnya bagusan yang itu apa yang immortal, Bang?
You really
Bagusan
should
yang
look
itu
at your
apa yang
bottom
immortal?
tower.
Soalnya ini pesona kan, Bang?
This is what I trained for.
Masuknya.
Immortal.
The battle continues.
Stack terus.
Kalau aku kelihatannya kayaknya lebih bagus
Tak, sekarang
immortal,
ada
yang
rasa.
lebih kelihatan gede apa nyala-nyala.
Lebih gede ya?
Iya, sama
Let's
nyala-nyala.
go.
Back.
I don't fear death.
Stack.
I can't hide. Move. Fight to the end. I've waited for this moment.
Your middle tower is under attack. Why is this happening? Double kill.
Nanti tumpah.
Galak.
Mega kill.
Ready to fight.
Double kill.
Mati semua.
Unstoppable.
Capek
Double
dong
kill.
nih nge-carry-nya gua.
Any last words?
Siko lang, problema.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Pit ko,
Dire structures are fortified.
It's time.
Don't let your middle tower fall.
Offline niya yun ya. Best na.
On it.
Let's talk about your killing spree.
Why would you think that's a good idea?
Main dulu kan.
Yes. It's not cheap getting the gear I need. You know what's funny. The battle continues. Not yet.
Dominating.
Okay, the world has enough of the arcane. You didn't need to invent. Let's get to work. Let's keep moving. Mantis. It's time. I'm gonna defeat him. Easy. I won't let you down.
I'll move into position, and then I'll strike.
We can't hide.
Well, hit ya.
Of course.
Ada wat nih tebing.
Let's stop these bastards. You challenge me?
Bikin mana?
I'm taking you. Ready to fight. This is what I trained for.
Your middle tower is under attack. Middle tower is down. You just let them.
I need more gold than that.
Pwede ba ko?
We have a plan, right? Let's Let's make some gold. I'm coming for you. On my way. I strike swift and sure.
It looks like Dire fortified their structures.
I'm with you.
Mata nggak sih?
Yes.
The
Ah, elah,
enemy's
udah
bottom
mata.
tower is down.
You back to basics. Move. On it. I need more gold.
Bisa ke sini gak?
Closing in.
Harus
Jauh
pipe
ya?
dong.
Killing spree. Double kill.
Kan nih buat berdua kayaknya.
Ayo, ayo bang.
Yes.
Yo. Nah,
Mega kill.
Need to know. I think you've had enough.
Satu lagi udah jadi ini ke atasku.
Lay beg. Time to turn your insides out. Moving into position. Closing in. Let's go.
So, yun.
Only one of us will survive. I'll make short work.
Unstoppable.
I should have known better. I go where I'm needed.
Bawa sini.
Show no mercy. Give no quarter. Let's move. Behold the power of the anti-mage.
Double kill.
Let's stop these bastards.
Aku udah nggak ada apa-apa.
Ya balik aja deh.
I didn't spend all this time training just to hit creeps. But then, if it isn't hypnotic.
Mati ya?
Mati.
The battle continues.
Aduh.
Killing spree. Double kill. Dominating. Triple kill.
Yan ang good timing.
Feeling warmed up?
Ada lemasnya.
Lagi
I've got this.
6 ya.
I'm ready.
bisa triple kill gitu, cok.
I don't fear death. Oh yeah, almost forgot.
Soalnya aku ini nggak terlalu berdamage, cok.
Iya, bikin utility aja terus bang.
On.
Sama AM. Kirana kan ini
Face me.
kalau habis kill nggak bisa ngapain.
I'm with you.
Nggak boleh susu dulu baru.
Tuh.
Sini ke atas.
I don't mind
Oke. Nggak usah.
ready to fight. I won't let none find me. We don't have time to
Balik lagi
waste.
ya?
There's so much more for me to learn. I'll stay in the fight as Yes.
Your top tower is under attack. Monster kill! The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Moving into position.
Tidak nikam.
Kabur.
Behold the power of the
Jadi ya.
anti-mage.
TTP or what?
I'm taking you down. You're no match for me.
Dawat di sini.
Let's go. Show no mercy.
Ini merata nih. Oke.
Mandi dulu.
This is what I.
Fire have fortified their structures.
Time to turn your insults out. Face me.
Bang.
Mega kill! Unstoppable! Double kill! Wicked sick! Triple kill!
Gua ke Tinker.
Mending ini ke Ember aja dulu bang.
Ember yang rusak kalian ya?
Ember. Iya.
Oke.
Kalau diikat lah kaliin Ember dulu.
Ada.
Soalnya aku biar apa Mirana sama Saman Secret ini diacak-acak Ember cok.
Main dulu. Torment bro.
Easy. Give no quarter. Not to basics.
Kamu rasain.
Boleh sih rasanya.
We have a plan, right?
Oke.
Of course.
Sana atas ya.
I'll make short work of them. It's time.
Let's talk about your top tower. Your top tower is under attack!
Yes.
TP.
Monster kill!
We go on.
Pipeku udah lagi jadi.
Yes.
Butuh pipe doang ini kayaknya gamenya.
Emang. Kalian pipe udah survive dari ember, dari lu lihat ini gua punya apa?
Moving.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Malah bikin
You challenge me. I am God.
XP-nya, ambil XP
This
musuh.
shouldn't take long.
lagi trigger.
Sakitnya
We can still turn things around.
apa dia tuh? Oh dia BM, Cok.
Fortune's change.
Ya BM. Harus belakangan spek.
Mau farming dulu.
Aku kudu BKB sih ini.
Salah. Ya.
Double kill.
Ayo. Berat banget, Cok. Bang, lu farmingnya dulu, Bang. Pipe lu kelarin.
I thought this might happen.
Enggak, Bang Mas, enggak ngantor.
Dire still fortify their structures.
The right way. Let's try not to die this time. I swear.
Let's talk about your top tower.
I'll make it quick.
Your top tower is
We don't have
fallen.
time to waste. There's nothing I can't overcome. Back to basics. Time to crack some skulls. It's time.
Double kill. Killing spree. Double kill.
I'm ready. You have no power over me.
Bebek aku bebek.
Ecstatic
Oh, babe.
return.
We have a plan, right? Wonderful. On it. They can't hide. I don't run from a fight. On my way. Any last words? Behold the power of the anti-mage. Only one of us will survive. This is what I trained for.
Mau ini enggak? Let's enggak?
Mirana, BKB Mirana. You get first easy.
I won't be defeated. Any last words? My training continues. Let's stop these bastards. Of course.
Cepat lagi. Apa? Udah jadi.
Yes. I obey.
Why, Miranda? Why?
I rise to meet this challenge. I've waited for this moment. I can't do that.
Gila.
Show no mercy.
Motor udah aman ini bang.
You
Hah?
will beat me.
Motor.
Apa?
Butterfly.
Butterfly. Gak ada
Fun
slotnya.
while it lasted. I won't
Itu bega sih.
Apa?
Bega apa Crimson?
Crimson. Main utility bang, full. Kalau udah main utility full aja.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Let's keep moving. We're under
Radiant structures have been snow fortified. You really should look at your bottom tower.
Beres.
I'm ready.
Your bottom tower is under attack. I don't think you want that to happen.
Behold the power of the anti-mage. I won't let you down. Let's move. Closing in. Time to turn your insides out.
Ya bro. Mantap.
Moving into position.
Rosa.
Invisibility.
Bottom.
On it.
Miranda get Rosan.
I strike swift and sure. Of course.
Not even a shadow.
Get bro, for you.
It would have been shameful had I
Oh, Roshan. Something tells me we haven't seen the last of him.
Wonderful. Closing in. Not ready.
Your middle tower is under attack. Killing spree. Double kill. Unstoppable. Ownage. Don't let your middle tower fall. Dire have fortified their structures.
Aduh. Siapa depan bang?
Let's stop these bastards.
Your middle tower is under attack.
My mentor will be pleased. On my way. Let's make some gold.
Putang ina.
Demi mereka nggak masuk semua, Cok.
Gak ada lah. Lu utility-nya strong, Cok. Ya kan? Cuman butuh pipe. Kalian kalau tadi.
I'll make short work of it.
Ini buat mereka juga kacau tadi. Dari semua.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Let's get to work.
The enemy's middle tower won't be making any more appearances. The enemy's middle barracks fallen.
Atas.
The
Oh,
enemy's
wow.
middle barracks are no more. Because Radiant fortified their structures. The enemy's bottom tower is gone. You did right thing.
Pals.
Monster kill! Double kill!
Tower itu bang Jose.
Triple kill.
Dia makanin efek dari tower banyak.
The enemy's bottom barracks have fallen.
Telat banget. Ya, apa sih?
Banget anjing.
Sate butterfly, Cok. Apanya sakit?
Direktur.
Ini Bang Malik dihitin tower.
Emang
Tower sini, tower 3.
kelakuan.
Dia diem aja.
Maksudnya kalau aku gak ini pergi kena ke Mirana, Cok.
Oh, Indo ya dia ya.
Apa yang nggak tembus, Bang? Bang, subrek lah channel Cobra, Bang. Mampirlah kemari.
Subrek Bang.
Atau Siva gak sih?
Siva, Bang. Itu aku
Itu
skadi
atau
karena
Aganim?
spek lawannya.
Siva atau Aganim?
Siva.
Dede nih Bang.
Ambil aja, ambil. Nih jam, hancurin, ambil. Terserah lu diapain. Nah. Ulerin mati itu.
Gak, rame. Sesat.
Your top tower is under attack.
Money to use.
Go, war.
Let's talk about your top tower.
Aku TP nih, sini.
Let's keep moving.
War, dar. Bang, atas, Bang.
How'd you even get in this fight? We have a plan, right?
Aku jaga mid ya.
Not yet. The battle continues. I can't do that. We don't have time to wait. The enemy is here.
Ulerin
The
di
enemy's
atas.
bottom barracks have fallen.
We're under attack.
The enemy's top tower has fallen. There go the enemy's top
Say
barracks.
hello.
The enemy's top barracks have fallen. You now have victory.
Subrek dong, Bang.
It looks like Dire fortified this enemy's middle tower has fallen. The enemy's middle tower didn't know what to do. Killing spree. Double kill. Dire wins. They did it.
Dibacotin.
This was over the moment the battle started.
Ada dam gini Bang.
Apa? Manja ya, nyoy ya. Apa itu butterfly? BF. AM bikin serot, gua doang, Cok. Nyoy ya.
Nah, offline mereka Kyopi.
Iya. Ada masalah apa dia sama si Solihin ya? Offline.
Astagfirullahaladzim.
Offline lagi, Cok. Tetap support.
Support aku, Bang.
Aku milih support, 2 support offline. Offline dulu.
Emang dirimu pengennya apa, Bang?
Ke support.
Capek ya offline ya? Apa ini? Gagal?
Gagal.
Gagal. Ini dapat support kayaknya. Ko Jose.
Semoga.
Oh, sana tadi magic semua ya?
Siapa Lia nih?
Pencet.
Ah, bisa aja itu fotonya cewek, Bang.
Cowok dia, Bang.
Hah? Bambang ternyata
Cowok.
namanya. Hode ya, Bang. Kalau zaman dulu tuh aku istilahnya hode.
Ode.
Pura-pura
Udah, Bang.
jadi cewek biar dideketin sama gamer-gamer cowok. Gratis top up, gratis apa. Dan gue salah
Oh
satu
iya.
korban hode, Bang. Di nickname-nya namanya Sarah. Aslinya namanya Fajri. Anjing gak sih?
Sudah biasa
Anjir.
itu, Bang.
Main Ayo Dance dulu gue, Bang.
Baca.
Tahu nggak? Game yang
Anjing mid lane.
joget-joget.
What the fuck?
Belajar, Bang.
Dapat
Jose.
mid,
Mau mid gampang.
Angkat nih.
Zeus.
Apa-apa. Oh, serius aja ya.
Zeus gampang. Tinggal mencet apa skill-skill. Tapi Zeus tuh early game strong, Bang. Lawan siapapun. Biasanya gue level 2 udah bisa dapet solo kill kalau musuhnya nggak jago ya. Modal skill 1 sama skill 3 sama hit, ngehit. Hitnya dia gede, attack damage.
Ah, anjay, offline lagi.
Ya, nggak jadi Zeus Bang Jose dong. Ah, baru mau gue liatin.
Aku mau Sand King.
Yoi.
Namanya Dendu. Dendi.
Aduh.
Aku kira udah ngepick. Gak apa-apa dah.
Apa? Ngambil facet yang mana Sen King, Bang?
Yang jalan.
Ya, kalau mau farmingnya cepet yang jalan, Bang.
Ya,
Yang nggak kelihatan, yang bukan nggak kelihatan. Ya, yang jalan.
yang asapnya jalan.
Iya, itu farmingnya cepet.
Iya.
Kayak apa ya?
Bertecis, Cok. Nyebelin itu.
Ini ada Mas Void.
Bentar, pikir gue. Ayam lagi. Main galak ya. Jam.
Aduh. Kayaknya bang.
Eh?
Kayaknya mas.
Ini. Butuh pipe juga. Combo void sama Joker.
Oh yang fight lagi ya.
Iya.
Tapi item ketiga itu ya.
Abang dagger dulu. Dagger, pipe,
No turning back now. Let's move.
aganim,
Bloodstone.
Bloodstone-nya terakhir ya, Bang.
I go where I'm needed.
Prepare for
Kalau
battle.
pipe-nya telat kayak tadi tuh. Warnya kalah
They won't
terus
know what hit
early-nya.
him.
Terasa kan tadi pas
This is
Bang
what I
Jose
trained
pipe
for.
menang terus war. Kalian gak kena boost, Cok.
They
Itu
don't
magic
have
damage
all the
semua itu.
jobs.
Kecuali void.
Ini juga
Yes.
sama ini.
I've got
Aku ambil
this.
skill 1. First blood kak?
Ayo first blood dah.
Let's
Udah
keep
ngambil skill
moving.
1 kan?
Belum ambil skill sih.
I won't let you down.
Nah dulu.
Wah, gua build kayak tadi aja lah. Jadi
I'm
jam.
ready.
30 seconds to battle.
Timber nggak ada mana ngapain dia?
Let's go. Let's stop these bastards. On it.
Bisa
They
nih.
can't hide.
Bisa. Ayo mana bang?
This ain't no snowball fight.
Cakep. Mati dia.
First blood.
Hui.
First blood. Always did catch on quick. We have a plan, right?
Abang.
If I ever drop a thigh or a thine, just end
Bang
me right
Kenzong kan
there.
minta AM nih, bang. AM lu gua mainin bang, 2 kali langsung.
Wonderful.
Lagi mood.
Let's make some gold. Okay.
Nyicil mana dulu nih jam. Apa ini? Awas di cerot.
The battle continues.
Kabarin jam. Healing dulu.
You challenge me. I'm with you. Face me.
Gak ada mana dia nih jam.
Oh, yeah, good.
Dah, gua mati sama racun siapa? Oh, dia pakai racun, Cok. Oh, enggak kok.
Iya kena bom.
Hah? Bom ada efek racun. Baru tahu,
Ada.
On my way.
Malah EFK ini nggak dapet
Closing
skin.
in. Let's move.
banget deh.
Yes.
Ayo sini. Ini mati.
Back to basics.
Alamak.
Kick things off. Quick.
Oh no, we've got a DC.
Balikin bel ya.
This is what I trained for.
Balikin nih.
Paus.
Show no mercy.
Iya.
I'm ecstatic.
Paus
Yes.
pencet apa dah?
Belum bisa, Bang.
Ya.
3 menit.
Ready to fight.
Timbernya balik ya?
Moving into position. The enemy is here. I'm taking you down.
Missing bottom.
You're under attack. Easy. Let's get to work. It's time. You won't be.
Gue nyicil mana nih jam?
Let's move. On it. I'm ready. The form is perfect.
Middle
obey.
is missing.
Jam. Tuhan, punya support
Nambah billing.
AFK.
Dia nambah billing
Oh.
katanya.
Wonderful.
Wah,
That was very kind of you. Let's make some gold.
hai.
Let's stop these bastards. Moving. I'll do whatever it takes. Of course. This shouldn't take long. Ready to fight. I've got this.
Jangan. Gue cuma nyicil mana.
I'm ready.
Lotus belum diambil nih jam.
Let's keep moving. Yes. I go where I'm needed. Yes. Easy. Closing in. Let's get to work. We're under attack.
Ini jam
You have a
Tejas.
plan, right?
Killing spree.
Nice jam.
I won't let you.
What? Oh, what? Tuh, lu bunuh mulu ya.
I could really use a tango right about now.
Butuh ransom nih.
I don't know how much longer I can keep
What?
this up. Oh look, more fighting. Great. I'm on it. The battle continues. We don't have time to waste.
Missing bottom.
This is what I trained for. Moving into position. Thank you.
Missing
I
bottom.
can't hide. Let's go. Back to basics.
Lagi banyak TP nih jam.
I strike swift and sure.
Killing spree. Double kill.
There's nothing I
Your
can't.
bottom tower is under attack.
I won't be defeated. I'll make it quick.
Your top tower is under
Let's
attack.
move. Just like my mentor taught me. Let's go. Let's keep moving. Back to basics. Yes. Would it kill someone that knew me?
Yuk.
Oh, I'd heard such bad things about you. On my way.
Kenapa lu ketawa?
It's time.
Dia mau loncat
By
beneran.
focused mind and sharpened will. Give no quarter. I'm with you.
Kurang ajar, sakit juga mitiknya dia ya.
Oh itu udah ada ulti.
Dire structures are fortified.
Kena meteor
Closing in.
dari langit.
Easy. The battle continues.
Kas bawah nggak?
Moving into
Ke
position.
TP.
Boleh?
Dia level 6.
I've got this. Who's next? Let's stop these bastards. On it. The enemy is here. Waiting for turn to match. Is that good?
Ada leech.
Killing spree. Double kill.
You don't get to win. I get to win.
Tunggu kamu ya.
Let's get to work.
Jam, Tejas nih jam.
I go where I'm needed. We don't have time to waste.
Nggak jadi. Nggak jadi.
I'm ready.
Mati dong lu nih jam.
On your way. Ready to fight.
Don't let your middle tower fall.
Training. Of course.
Balikin mau gak?
Kau mau? Mau nih jam.
Time to turn your inside. It's no time. We're under attack.
Iya. Wah, perasaan tadi dia udah sunstrike ya.
Missing bottom.
Aduh, bapaknya datang nih. Bur.
Middle is missing.
I'll put that money to good use.
Yes. I won't let you down. You've waited for this moment.
A gift from the tempest of battle.
We have a plan, right?
We slip into shadow.
Let's make some gold.
Your top tower is under attack. There's double kill. Stand for this.
Koi TP tuh.
I go where I'm needed.
Mega kill. Let's talk about your top tower. Unstoppable. Double kill.
Ready to fight. Wonderful. Let's move. On my way. No time to rest. Viable magics.
pakai?
Your bottom tower is under attack. Double kill.
Apa sih pakai itu?
I've got a few tricks up my sleeve.
Dia nggak pakai ulti.
Enggak pakai.
Your middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures have been snow fortified.
Fight till the end. You're under attack.
Your top tower is under attack.
I don't run from a fight.
Let's talk about your top tower.
Surrender or die. We don't have time to waste.
Wah, ada nih Sam.
Easy.
Ini aja.
Itu pemimpin deh.
Ready.
I fear
Untuk
nothing.
kalau ada ulti nanti kau dia.
I'm
You
ready.
really should look at your bottom tower.
Bawah ya.
We have a plan, right?
Enggak poin boleh.
Ini aja, ini aja.
Let's make some gold. Make it hard.
Balikin ya.
Your top tower is under attack.
You should have known better.
Let's talk about your top Wicked sick. Monster kill.
Combo haram.
Itu mesti jalan.
Archon boleh join? Nggak boleh. Archonnya bohongan. Cabut bang. Wala.
Killing spree. Double
Kita
kill.
masih bisa selamat.
We still have time to get revenge. Yes. I'll take that. Of course.
Dire snow
Udah ini ya
fortified
dia,
their
udah orchid
structures.
deh.
Let's get to work. You know that's for me. Let's stop these bastards.
Mau nggak buat mid? Ada ulti.
Arcane power.
It's time. Moving into position. I rise to meet this challenge.
Cukup nggak ini?
And look what we do.
Nggak cukup lah. Kalau kena arrownya.
Yes. Play your day. Back to basics.
I'm ecstatic.
Roy kerja. Tahu nih.
Your middle tower is under
On it.
attack.
Only one of us will survive. Yes. Don't all blades do that?
Woi, gua ayam perang ini, ayo.
I go where I'm needed.
Ayo ini.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Stay silent and not quickly.
On my way. Let's keep moving.
Aduh, masih kena bom kocak.
We have a plan, right?
Kok bomnya bisa ngikut dah? Bom apa? Bom
Dire
tempel.
structures are
Buset,
fortified.
sakitnya tuh orang.
Closing in.
Ternyata itu bomku udah bling. Malah ngikut bom tempelnya ini.
I don't fear death.
Again, bro.
Lihat. Good.
ready to fight. Let's go. Let's move.
Killing spree.
Sampai jam berapa bang? Sampai sore. Sampai malam bang.
Boleh tadi, lu balikin.
Gak apa-apa, gue balik. Dia mau
You
balik.
really should look at your bottom
Bang,
tower.
bawa bang, bawa bang.
Stop them. Radiant structures are fortified.
Ayam nangis tuh.
Parah banget. Udah kill gua diambilin nih jam 4 biji, cok.
Let's keep the momentum going. Let's make some gold.
Ajar bang. Nyala bangku. Lo. Ih,
Time to rest.
Poinnya lo banget itu, Cok.
mana dong? Kalau gua majuin nih, boy.
Iya.
Never ends, does it?
Cakep. Nyala bangku.
Here we go.
Ini dia nggak tahu pakai part deh kayaknya ini. Oh,
Iya, kayaknya masih belajaran itu. Dasle.
Your top tower is under attack. Let's talk about your top tower.
kata aku farming pipe dulu.
Time to turn your instinct out.
Dong, 5.
Thanks. The battle continues. Surrender or die.
Dia mau bikin pipe.
I'm ready. Only one of us will survive.
Visibility.
It's time.
Ini gak ada PS.
Dadah.
Ada vessel ini.
Oh, si Mirana vessel ya?
I'll make it quick. Wonderful.
20 seconds.
I speak swordsmanship. I'm taking you. I didn't spend all this time training just to hit creeps. But then I was hypnotic. On it.
All lined up for another shot.
Gas gak sih?
Ganteng. Ratakan abangku. Nice.
Triple kill.
Tung pakai juga bisa main loh.
Item.
Ini bang. Oh, nggak ada mana lagi.
Mana aku, Cok?
Yo, Miranya bingung dia.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Dia nyangkut.
Double kill. Your middle tower is under attack.
Poinnya enak banget ya, datang ngekill.
Let's stop this bastards. Give no quarter. Fight to the end.
pipe, and then can you buy this?
Yes.
Killing spree.
Anjing.
This is what I trained for.
A prize.
I won't be defeated.
Don't let your middle tower fall.
Yes. That's the basics.
Your middle tower is under attack.
You won't keep me. Moving. Of course.
Your top tower was just denied.
I've waited for this moment.
Ayan.
I won't let you down.
Can moon, bro.
Mata gue di jalan nih. Pipe lu pencet bang, udah ya? Oh lu belum pipe.
Udah. Tapi kayak no damage aja.
Satan has a nose for this.
Wah lo. Balikin.
Killing spree.
Gak bisa sih.
Frost in your eyes.
Bisa.
Your middle
Butuh
tower is
langsung.
under attack. Don't let your middle tower fall. Radiant have fortified their structures. Your middle tower is under attack.
Easy.
Kurang damage tadi.
Your middle tower is gone.
Yes.
I tried to warn
Atas ya
you.
dia.
Behold the power of the anti-mage. Let's go. Let's keep moving.
Oke.
Of course. No losing. On my way.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Show no mercy. They can't hide.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
This shouldn't take long.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower just fell. Maybe you shouldn't look.
The battle continues.
Wah buru-buru banget, cok. Koi, aduh.
Dire have fortified their structures. You really should look at
Ada
your
Corona
bottom
ya?
tower.
Gak ada.
The enemy's top tower had to go.
Farming.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Let's make some gold. I've got this. It's time.
Dapat yang kena poin.
Dominating.
Apa perang, cok? Balik.
Vanguard. We don't have time to waste.
Ini aku ping support siapa?
Mega kill tower is under attack.
Mau ngerti apa perang ya?
Ini apa miranya di lock apa?
Okay,
Void.
what's next? I go where I'm needed.
Satu aja malah dia mau ini cok. Boleh.
This is what I trained for. We have a plan, right?
Link.
Mana orang?
Back to basics. Closing in.
Gua nggak bawa itu kan lagi. Dash.
Let's stop these bastards. On it. I obey. I'm ready. Ready to fight. I'll make short work of them.
You really should look at your bottom tower.
I won't
Apa
let you
item
down.
yang bisa ngebuat menangnya? Gua harus lompat ke siapa? Ke invoker.
I strike swift and sure. Easy. I'm ready. Moving into position.
Killing spree.
Perang shock.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
It's time. Oh yeah, almost forgot.
Your bottom tower is
Yes.
under attack.
Ada ulti, hijab.
Your bottom tower
Tunggu Bang Jose.
No loose ends. On my way.
Go we try.
Time to crack some.
Chrono use or no?
Let's move. Yes,
I need see invoker guys.
I'm ready.
Dia siap-siap nih. Dia siap-siap.
Make it hard.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
I'm with you. Of course.
Mega kill. Unstoppable. Wicked sick. Double kill.
Gak ada yang bisa tahan ya.
You really should look at your bottom tower. This radiant structure has been snow fortified.
Pokernya nggak kelihatan dah. Di mana sih dia?
Tower is
Sini ya.
under attack. Bottom tower is gone forever. Your bottom barracks are under attack.
BK gua.
Your bottom barracks have fallen.
BKB butterfly.
Gago.
Don't let your middle tower fall.
Enggak ada BKB sih.
Patay ako. Gago.
Raise no hand.
Don't let
Anjay.
your middle tower fall. I don't think you want that radiant fortified their structures.
Bisa game satu.
It's time. Cut our enemies down.
Mega kill. Unstoppable. Double kill. Let's talk about your top tower.
Face me.
Anjing.
I'm not ready.
Your top tower is under attack.
Aduh.
The enemy is here. It will take me a little. Ready to fight.
Let's talk about your top tower.
Gabi, cok. Ah,
It's not time. The battle continues. This shouldn't take long.
One hit loh.
We don't have time to waste.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Yes. I go where I'm needed. Easy. Fun while it lasted. I'm ready. Moving into position. I won't let you down. This is what I trained for.
Only the wary.
It's making war. You think a couple of handshots are gonna stop me? I don't run from a fight.
Double kill. Monster kill.
Yang belakang bang, susah.
Gua kejarin poker.
Si Pak, maksudnya si Pak.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Pokernya BKB sih, telat harus ke itu. Jago juga
Your
invokernya,
middle
iya,
tower has
pokernya.
fallen.
Invokernya lumayan.
You really need to do something about your middle barracks. Don't let your middle tower fall. Your middle barracks have fallen. Your middle tower is under attack.
Sige lang, aku posting lang. Ngomong apa gue, Cok? TP bang, keras bang.
Their top
Satu
tower
stun
is
mati
under
dia.
attack.
All I can give us is a chance.
Back to basics.
Nih.
I'll make sure.
Patai. BKB, Cok, BKB dulu.
Your middle tower is under attack. Dyer's courier has been killed. Your top tower is under attack. Top
Dia
tower
BB.
has fallen.
Oh, BB
Is
dia.
this going to be a pattern?
Surprise!
Tapi ini apa udah kono kan?
Udah. Ada krono dia.
Talk about your
Belum krono dia.
Radiant have fortified their structures. Their top tower is under attack. It looks like Dire fortified their structures.
Siap stun ya, Bang. Stun point. Nah tuh, stun point, Bang. Cakep. Krono. Nah, gitu cara membukanya.
Dan aku mati.
Oh, cocok.
You'll have to try harder than that.
Wih,
Bye-bye itu dikit
Monster
lagi, Pak.
kill!
Stay where you
udah pada PKB.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your top barracks like. Your middle tower is under attack. Why is this happening? Battle freeze. Your middle tower is gone. I tried to warn you.
Patai.
Middle tower is down. You just let them.
Komboin Joker anjay.
Your ancient is under attack. Dire victory.
Hitam udahan kan, hitam?
Apa?
This is
Nete
gonna be
nete.
tough to explain.
Nete nete nih. Nete nih, nete. Ada yang mau ikutan lagi nggak? Nggak ada ya. Lanjut ya. Ini ada si Prengkoy. Kamu udahan?
Dan
Bang Jose udahan nggak?
Gas sekali.
artinya masih belajaran ini.
Apa?
Orang gesit. Cepat.
Iya.
Tiga jam lagi berarti jam 1 ya mulai.
Kamu mau kemana? Ini jam.
Apa? Enggak, ini on berarti.
Grup stage 1 tuh siapa lawan siapa? Oh, grup stage 1 tuh langsung 16 tim itu ya?
Iya kayaknya.
Cek ya.
Wikipedia.
TI 2024. Extreme Gaming ada Am. Wah, grupnya Talon. Grupnya Talon, grup neraka sih. Tundra, Cloud9.
Yuk,
Cloud9 itu siapa itu?
Bang Dodi, main Bang Dodi.
Hey, it's your turn to pick now.
jam 12 paling istirahat, pas istirahat.
Oke. WFA Bang Dodi.
Istirahat main.
Apa bang?
Sama nih.
10 seconds remaining.
Ngeliatin lu nonton aja dulu lah di YouTube.
5 seconds remaining.
Oke.
Nonton daripada main.
Gimana ini?
Are you gonna pick one or what? Remember, cooler heads prevail.
Ini offline start gimana dah?
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Wah, Mirana mid kah?
Kalau nggak bisa paling ini. Rubik.
Feel the earth shake.
Hati-hati Mas Jo, pesen sampean
Prepare for battle.
But no, it's not good enough at all. Or wait, is it? Maybe.
Misalnya mah tuh muring-muring kan.
Dede sih ini bang. Dede.
Moving.
Moving.
Base and tremble. Move it.
30 seconds to battle.
Yeah. Yes.
Let's get moving.
It's shake time. Forward. Ground pound. Oh, yes. The earth moves under my feet.
S. S lawan S nih.
Let's roll. Down we go. It's not ready. Onward.
First blood.
I'm not ready. Covering ground. Very good.
Mana dia?
Shakedown. First. Shake it and take it. Yes, indeed. Pay dirt. Let's shake things up. Here I come. Let's roll. I'm not ready. Yes, indeed. Very good. things up. Denied. Moving. Yes. Yes. Let the earth quake. Yeah.
Ooh, Dire's courier got killed. Those things aren't cheap, you know. Radiant's courier just got killed.
Yes. Forward. Base and tremble. Moving. I'll save this for later. Covering ground. The earth chant. Onward. Here I come. Oh, yes. Let's shake things up.
Own it!
Brace and tremble. Move it. That's right under attack. Yes. Yes.
Aman mid ka bang?
Aman dong.
Ground pound. Yes. Moving.
Diambil kah? Ya elah. Hari.
Set. Stone. The earth moves. I'm not ready. Oh, yes. Shake it off.
Mati. Atas gue. Roll.
Here I come.
Aku mau ambil XP musuh.
For later.
Udah aku bilang.
Yes.
Awas hati-hati. Ada Rubik tuh.
Yes, indeed.
Tidak diangkat.
Yeah. Covering ground. Onward. Not this time. I'm gonna pound you.
Iron apa ya? Menit 8 kan? Pasti lah.
Very good. Oh, yes.
Let's talk about your top tower.
Feel the earth move. It's not ready. A better time will present itself.
Killing spree.
Moving. My heart is pounding.
My heart is pounding.
Earth shaker first. Here I come. Covering ground. I'm under attack.
Don't let your middle tower fall.
Dust return. Feel the earth.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Let's roll.
I'll take that.
It's not ready. Strong pound. Oh, yes. Strong pound.
Yeah. What
Your
the
middle
ini?
tower is under attack.
Base and tremble. Oh, yes.
Don't let your middle tower fall.
The earth moves.
Dire snow fortified their structures.
Aku nunggu run. Nunggu run. Tewe.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Let's shake things up.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Tapi aku nggak ada damage.
Iya nggak usah.
Tak ada
Aku
CC.
cuman farming doang.
Shake it off. Yes, indeed.
Dominating. Your middle tower is under attack.
Dapat solar crash anjing.
Don't let your middle tower fall.
Yes.
Last lupa aja.
Forward.
Main dia.
Apain dia? Cok.
Take that magnitude with me.
Kenapa bang?
Apa yang join?
Very good.
Sekali.
Siap.
Moving. I'll save this for later. Enchant. Yes. Move it.
The enemy's bottom tower is down. Radiant's courier just got killed. Don't let your middle tower fall. Mega kill!
Here I come. Yes. Ground pound. Attack. I'm not ready.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Very good.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Base and tremble. Covering ground. Enchant. This is not yet the time. Let's roll. Ground pound. Yes. The earth moves under my feet.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Back to earth. Earth gate
The enemy's top tower just shattered into little pieces.
forward.
Hilang kan ya.
Covering ground.
The enemy's middle tower won't be making any more appearances.
Chant.
Killing spree.
Moving. It's not ready.
Dominating!
Your meat shakes. Chant. Shakedown. Tremble. It's not ready. Onward.
Fuck.
Mau jam.
A better time.
Oh my god, it's too good. But no, it's not good enough at all. Or wait, is it?
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Base and tremble. Oh yes.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Yes. It's not ready.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I said come in stone. I'm saving up. Down you go. On justice.
Kalau ada mana mau ya?
The time we've all been waiting for. Here I come.
Double kill. Seeing stars.
Ways of dying. Go.
Jauhan tadi Tong, sorry. Kira nyampe itu.
Endesnya hebat.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen.
Eh,
Shake it off.
Your top tower is under attack.
Not ready. Yes, indeed.
bar, bar.
Yeah. Let's shake things up.
Agak nimku nyampe ya guys ya.
No one sees an earthquake. The earth moves under my feet.
Killing spree.
Lo. Kejauhan lah, gimana nggak GG?
Mega kill. Triple kill. Your bottom tower is under attack. You really should look at your bottom tower. Don't let your middle tower fall.
Let's shake things up.
Rubik ya?
Benar, asli itu.
Fisher.
Lah, apa ya dia ya? Nge-lag kah dia?
Ya, kolektifnya.
Let's roll. Here I come.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Pound. Yes.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I'm not ready. Onward. They said tremble. It's not.
The enemy's bottom tower is gone. You did the right thing. Player disconnected. Let's talk about it. Your top tower is under attack. Someone's connection dropped.
Dikit, NDC.
The battle resumes.
Moving.
Ya.
Let the fighting recommence!
It's not ready to challenge. Forward. Shakedown. I am pound you. Attack.
I'm fine with waiting and all, but let's go!
Yes. Shake it and take it. Oh, yes. Down.
Bak.
Strength increases. The earth moves under my feet. Move it. I'm under attack.
Unstoppable!
Lah.
Wicked sick! Your middle tower is under attack! Double kill! Monster kill! Double kill!
That I could kill you without pain.
Don't let your middle tower fall! Dire have fortified their structures.
Apa sih dia? Kepala lift, AFK. temannya dia itu, Bang Jos ya? Mereka bertiga ya?
Si Slark doang.
Hah?
Imposter enggak deh. Slark doang.
Mereka bertiga itu.
Let's get on
Itu
with it.
susunan itunya aja begitu.
It's not ready.
The battle resumes. Let's talk about your top tower.
Ground power.
Your top tower is
Ini mah dua Abaddon ini. Si itunya juga Abaddon itu, Ringmaster ya. Diem doang kan dia.
Quake.
Let's talk about your top tower.
Move it.
Your top tower is under attack.
Ground power. Covering ground. Enchant.
Your bottom tower
Jangan
has
bang,
fallen.
orang cuma bertiga kita. Mereka udah main bareng tuh.
Yes, indeed.
Double kill. Your bottom tower is under attack.
I'm not ready. Enchant.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Ground power.
Hari-hari ketemu
You really should look
Ini,
at your
Cok.
bottom tower.
Nah, connect ya.
King bar. Oh, yes.
Bottom tower is gone forever. Don't let your middle tower fall. Your middle tower has fallen. Let's talk about your tower. There's no more top tower. I thought the killing spree.
kill gue bang.
Dominating. Double kill.
Thank you.
Yes. Enchant. Base and tremble.
Hari-hari ketemu.
Let's roll. Onward.
Ih, parah banget. Keyboard gue cok. Double klik coba.
Here I come. Enchant. The earth move. Forward.
Mati deh selaknya. Percaya nggak lo?
It's under my feet.
You wanted Adam, didn't you?
Yes.
Killing spree.
Percaya nggak lo?
Let's shake things up.
Ini lagi nih.
Magnet.
bisa bang.
Very good. Yes.
Let's talk about your top tower.
Let's shake things up.
Mega kill!
Oh, ada ekosistem dia bang.
Ngaruh dia bang.
Rasa cok.
Fisher. Let the earth quake.
Bam.
Ini bang.
Gak ada mana gua. Mati tuh sama lu bang. Nah. Mantap.
Yes.
I guess Radiant fortified their structures. Ownage!
It's my time. Move it.
Unstoppable! Ownage!
Enchant. More power to me.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Okay.
Here I come. Oh, yes. Let's roll.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. That was not too bad.
Wah.
Double kill! Double kill!
Belum jadi.
Mereka nggak ada yang PKB, carry kita. What?
Oh my god, it's too good! But no, it's not good enough at all. Or wait, is it? Maybe?
Dire Snow fortified their structures. The middle tower is under attack.
PKB makanya.
Killing spree.
Enchant. Yes, indeed. Pound.
about your top tower. The enemy's middle tower didn't get it.
Fisher.
Your top tower is under attack. Killing spree. Dominating. Double kill. Let's talk about your top tower.
Under attack.
Killing spree. Dominating. Mega kill. Triple kill.
Shotnya jago bang, small swing dia.
Slark offlane nih, padahal ya.
Dominating.
He's rolling.
Halo? Oh.
Radiant took down Roshan. I trust there was a good reason.
Hafok. Dapat hafok. Rolla harus BKB, dia mati mulu, cok.
Yeah.
Nah kan, dia nggak BKB. Ulti omninya. Oh, belum ke silent lagi.
Silent.
Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower is
Silentnya bisa
falling.
banyak dah.
Itu batu.
That's
Kalau
the
batunya narik
opposite
dia
of what you
nyilent.
want.
Onward.
Let's talk about your top tower.
Yes.
Dire structures are fortified. Let's get on with it.
I'm gonna pound you.
I'm fine with waiting and all, but let's go.
Fisher. Nothing, not a word.
Your top tower is under attack.
Ya, wardet nih.
Is this going to be a battle? You're attacking top barracks.
The
Under attack.
Flesh is soft, the spirit
Your top barracks have fallen. Mega kill.
You never felt more shit, did you?
Warded sini bang. Gue udah beliin ward. Kok jadi gini bang? Trollnya belum BKB bang. Dia ke burst langsung mati.
Unstoppable. Radiant structures have been snow fortified.
Turutu. Udah pasti warded nih. Lihat.
round power.
Tat. Enggak,
Here I
Cok.
come.
Pede banget SC rolling ya.
Let's shake things up.
Unstoppable. Wicked sick. Double kill.
It's under my fire.
Monster kill. Triple kill.
Trollnya belum BKB kan?
Like Dire
Udah ya.
fortified their structures.
Masih kalah Cok sama
Your middle tower
Tuan.
is under attack. Don't let your middle tower fall. Stop them. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle barracks have fallen. The enemy is attacking your middle barracks. Your middle barracks have fallen. Your middle tower is under attack. Don't let your middle tower fall. Your bottom barracks have fallen. Your middle tower is under attack. Your bottom barracks have fallen. The enemy now has a mega boost. I don't like the looks of that.
Terus sekali di dive meninggal ya bang. Sama si Sinker anjay.
Glad to warn you, your middle tower is under attack. Middle tower is down. You just let me. Yeah! You gonna fight in your ancient? Double kill! Double kill! Your ancient is under attack.
Kenarat Mirana atau NS bang. Enggak. Carry Mirana. NS-nya offline.
Bang, tahan dulu bang, lanjut nanti.
Yoi. Kenapa bisa kalah? Telat BKB-nya si Troll. Ngapain coba dia?
Halo Bang Tatra.
Iya Bang Dodi, ayo main Bang Dodi.
Yuk, game.
Let's go. Hampir aja gua start Bang.
Apa Bang? Santai.
Yo, paket lagi gua.
Ada invite yang Tatra. 247.
247.
Oh ya. 06
06
9039.
9039.
Ya.
Kita belum temenan sih Bang.
Iya.
Udah Bang. Lu offline mode ya?
Lu malah yang online mode doang nih Bang. Di
Masa?
gua mah nggak offline mode.
Lu carry atau offline kah Bang?
Gua offline support.
Carry nah. Carry Bang, capek gua main.
Oke. Oh berdua doang kita. Yang
Berdua
lain
doang. Main rehat. Kartu keluarga. Waduh. Suaranya udah begindang. Suruh apa itu midnya?
apa ya?
Mid. Lu main skill pakai itu dah Bang. Yang face it kiri.
Yang kiri iya.
Yang kanan.
Oh yang kanan. Cepet Bang.
While attack aim is active, sniper. Oh.
Biar ngumpet aja ngumpet.
WR.
Air carry.
Merdeka dia.
You could call it a circus, combined menageries, perhaps a carnival. Who asked you?
It's almost too late.
Prepare for battle.
You're asking me if it's in a bag?
You were doing very well. I'm very proud of you.
Missing top.
Take the shade. Scouting location? Pulling up stakes. Places, people.
Hand up.
First blood.
Nothing would please me more.
30 seconds
Sen.
to battle.
Coming soon to a village near you.
Cakep.
Step right up. Dialing up the butter knives are sharp and the tears are real. One gear in front of the other. Just because
The
I said
battle's starting.
it's time. Play the music. Light the lights. I'm the leader of this show. My master should have built me with wheels. Wind me up. Oh, I got a spring in my step. Itchy feet? That was real, and the trick is that it's not a trick. Step two. Let me go.
Apain sih dia?
Proper blocking is paramount. Now,
Ya Allah, nggak ada yang kena.
put that apple.
Farming aja bang.
Tahu gua disuruh rusuh lo ngaput gue. Farming lo.
Who wants to be my next audition?
Beli inian ya bang.
I'm under attack.
Beli
Hey, look over here. There.
semat.
I hate road gigs.
Beli magic stick. Ya.
This circus travels. Hey,
Oh la 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 la.
And that is how this ends. That's why we works. On second thought, let's relocate. My pleasure. Get over here, you fools. Ah. What? No advance?
Tarik ya bang.
Ya tarik dulu bang.
Yes. Feeling lucky? Someone is always sneaking around trying to steal my tricks. Why aren't you watching me?
Semat.
Perfect. Oh, just a setback.
Darat bang.
Nggak ada mana bekas.
This will come in handy.
All the world's a stage of pain, and I'm the director. What's the ballyhoo? come all. I think I can handle it.
SS sepatu ya? Kok kencang banget larinya?
That's a bit of all right.
Nothing would please me more. Wind me up. I don't have to take this. Take the show on the
Gila kali.
road.
Di cancel sama dia.
Perfect. I know a clown when I see one. Pulling up stakes. Getting in gear. Itchy feet? Step to it. Proper blocking is paramount.
Ini apaan sih orang
What's
TP-TP
the
cancel
ballyhoo?
Gak ngerti gue juga. Maksud dari tujuannya Putke.
My pleasure.
OD juga bang.
Step right up. Death to hecklers. Places, people. I'm under attack. I'm under attack. I think I can handle it.
Ya. Cing XP doang kayak gini mah dia. Kowe.
Scouting location. One gear in front of the other. Don't mind me. What? No advance? Who asked you?
But you leaking the
This
active.
circus travels.
Fuck.
There.
Ini Putke pasif nih. Yakin gua.
Don't you know who I am? Just because I say. Yes, yes. Let me go. Your coins purloined.
Wah, sumpah.
I'm the leader of this show.
Let's talk about your top tower. Radiant have fortified their structures.
Sure. Enough. Come on.
Killing spree.
Cing XP banget nih orang. Gas bang, berantakan. Yang ada aja bang. Tajir.
Double kill.
Hai.
Middle tower fall.
Ada barang nggak bang?
Dua hilang.
Eh?
My pleasure.
Gak ada barang?
Ada bang.
That's a bit of all right.
Well,
Eh bang.
what's the belly then? What? I'm under attack.
Cabut bang.
Yeah. Now what?
Scouting location.
Killing spree.
In front of the other. What? Now advance.
Your middle tower is under attack. Dominating.
Let me down. Nothing would please me more.
Denied.
Bum, ba-dum, 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 ba-dum.
Ya.
Step right up. The magic of this.
Your top tower is under attack.
I think I can handle it.
Let's talk about your top tower.
Places, people. Step to it.
Pakai ram.
This circus travels. Perfect. Get over here, you fools.
Kayaknya keluar bang. Ih, ke ngelicing XP, cok. Gua baru level 4, cok. Fuck. Hook.
Is paramount. Take the show on the road.
The
Apa
enemy's
sih?
middle tower
Ini ada
has fallen.
sentry, cok. Apa dia? Sentry.
You can still perform when you're
Mega kill.
like a real boy.
Your top tower is under attack.
Trot. Trot.
Leader of this I'm under attack. Who asked you? Just because I said. Yes.
Grrrp.
I assure you,
Trot. Ayan. Walah, lu pukulin aja emang udah.
The enemy's top tower just shattered into little pieces.
Nice.
Radiant structures have been snow fortified.
This is a good opportunity to learn.
Gue nyangkut.
come on. You're worse than weak. You're boring. Getting in gear.
Kenapa pada di bawah semua?
Iya anjir udah pada hancur. Ada dua
Take the show on the road.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Now advance.
Your middle tower is under attack. Dire structures are fortified.
Yes, yes. feet.
Ding 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 ding.
Killing spree. Double kill. Mega kill.
Ini dilompatin gitu ya. Coming.
Now, where did I put that apple? Getting in gear. Hey, look over
Your middle tower is under attack.
We do this trick differently. Nothing would please me more.
Don't let your middle tower fall.
What did you say? The knives are sharp and the tears are real. I think I can handle it.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
What's the value?
Gue bikin item buat nge-save lu doang, Bang.
Ya.
One gear in front of the other.
Solar terus dia magic ya.
Gara-gara putih ke
Emang suwe.
Let me go. I'm the leader of this show.
Gak jelas anjay dia. Bang, sabar Bang.
Waduh.
Bang.
Double kill.
Mantap gak Bang? Gue deny, Cok.
You really should look at your bottom tower.
Iya. Mending lo farming hutan bentar, Bang.
Your bottom tower
Iya.
just fell. Maybe you shouldn't look.
Menurut gue sih gitu, Bang. Gue udah keluar semua skill buat lo, Cok. Gak bisa.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Pulling up stakes. Where's the fire? Step to it. Come on.
Gue wartin hutan city ya. Hutan sini ya.
Who asked you?
Gue main di tempat lain biar nggak poros.
Scouting location.
Main di bawah ya. Bolak balik.
My pleasure.
Killing spree.
Knives are real. Is that its magic?
Guess Radiant fortified their structures.
Give me further. Step to it. Ooh. Itchy feet.
Wart.
Nothing would please me more. Pulling up stakes. Proper blocking is paramount. Bloody crooks! Step right up. What's the value? Scouting location? Don't worry, I never miss. What? No advantage. advance? Solar crest. Getting in gear. One, come all. Wind me up. Line up. I'll get to you in turn. Let me go. I'm the leader of this show. One gear has found the old disappearing, reappearing on the other side of the world. I just because I said stay very, very still. Who asked you? Take the show on the road. Perfect. Enough. Places, people. Yes, yes.
Wind blows.
I was meant to have this.
Killing spree.
My pleasure.
Dire have fortified their structures.
Scouting location? Sometime.
Bentar ya, Bang Tandra ya.
Aman bang, itu kita udah snowball cowok, aman. Lu datang di saat yang tepat sih tadi.
Iya, dari tadi gua cuma jadi tumbal proyek doang anjir.
Tapi emang dilicingin XP kita bang, gimana ya?
Iya. Masuk.
Anjir, menit berapa gue level 3 bang?
Iya, dia ke bawah mulu jadi mancing perang di bawah.
What's the ballyhoo? I'm the leader of this show. Getting in gear. Just because I say. What? No advance? This. Wind me up. Step right up.
BTW bang, BTW bang.
Take it home.
I think.
Let's talk about your top tower. Radiant have fortified their structures.
Show on the road.
Untung pas banget datang anjir
Who
ini.
asked you?
There's no more top tower. I thought this might happen.
Apaan lo yang baru datang?
Nothing would please me more.
Cepet deh.
Like a real boy.
The enemy denied their bottom tower.
Blocking is paramount. Let me go. This circus travels. Hey, look over here.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Double damage.
Pasti.
Killing spree.
One gear in front of the other. Just because I said it. Proper block.
Lihat.
This is circus travels.
Lihat gak mau dia doang.
Take the show on the road. I think I can handle it.
Ribet banget.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Naganim dia. Belum.
Saha.
Perfect.
Pengen.
Like a real boy. Wind me up. Places, people. 5, 7, 10.
Killing spree.
Come on, come on. Face. I'm the leader. What's the value? Let me go.
Empty.
It looks like Dire fortified their structures. Killing spree. Ownage. Dominating. Ownage. Mega kill. Double kill.
Itchy feet.
Empty. Push, empty,
Nothing
push.
please
To you,
me.
Maecho.
top tower is under attack. There's really no reason to stand for this. Oh, the middle tower is under attack. The enemy's bottom tower is down. The enemy's bottom barracks have fallen. The enemy's bottom barracks have fallen. Nice, nice.
Getting in gear. Like a real gear. Who asked you?
Regeneration.
Now, where did I put that apple? Yes, yes.
Mega kill!
All part of the show. What? No advance? Let me go.
Unstoppable!
What's the belly?
Double kill!
Take the show on the road.
Don't we get freebies now?
You have one gear in front of the other. Get out of here, all of you. My pleasure.
Dire's no fortified their structures. The enemy's middle tower won't be making any more appearances.
Mampus lu rame. Ini di eco selama meninggoy gitu aja.
Middle barracks have fallen. The enemy's middle barracks will no more own it. I realize where this is headed.
Hampir gua nggak mati.
It's all
Let the fighting recommence! The enemy's middle tower didn't know what hit it. Let's talk about it. It's time to get back out there.
What? No advance? I'm in it for the power, but I'll take the acclaim. I'm the leader of the show. Getting in gear. Double time. Places, people. Creature teacher.
Tereng 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 tereng.
Just because I say.
Nyebelin bang ini bang jadi support.
Right up,
Parah, bete.
More RS bang.
pulling up stakes.
RS guys, maybe
Di atas, di bawah berarti mas.
bawah.
Spotting location. Where was I going with this? This circus
Tunggu air
travels.
kita saya kali 3 ini.
Boleh.
Kalian nge-push.
Come one, come all. Very nice.
Nah, MKB ya. Kena lu ya WR.
I've been saving this one. Who asked you?
It's meant to have
Dia mau sekarang bang.
Nothing would please me more. No, you can't leave now.
Gelar ini masih dong.
Lucian's down. I wonder where he goes.
Like a real boy. Itchy feet. Let me go.
The enemy's top tower has fallen. Monster kill! Monster kill! Double kill! Own it! Enemy's top barracks dropped by some student hotbed. There go the enemy's top barracks. The enemy's middle tower won't be making any more appearances. Radiant victory!
Aduh, udah menang dong, Bang Dot lanjut.
Kedan dulu bang.
Lanjut kerja maksud gua.
Ya iya lanjut kerja.
Tapi lu masuk TV tuh, Bang.
Masuk TV lah, asis gua 25 bang.
Ya, gua lanjut, Bang. Level 30 putke. Ngehooknya begitu.
Suku ya.
Malu.
10 seconds remaining.
Apa ya?
5 seconds remaining. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Udah. Kok support weaver menyebalkan, Bang? Support weaver tuh menyebalkan untuk nih, untuk disruptor, untuk dia.
Paranoid. Sakit tuh.
Gue cuman modal vessel udah bisa.
The threads of fate are mine to weave.
Prepare for battle.
Shuttle off. Yes. I must.
Ambil makan dulu gua.
I loom.
Itu di rumah, Bang.
Di rumah, Bang. Muka.
Bitter pattern.
Makan dulu, lanjut kerja lagi. Ntar sorean paling gue main lagi.
Gue sore ada acara paling
30 seconds to battle.
Creep and crawl.
It's in the bag.
You have my respect.
Let's get moving. Now that you've collected your thoughts, let's do this.
Scuttling in. Yes. Yes. I am compelled. I'm not ready. I'm under attack.
There's a win.
Cut and weave. Yes. Yes. I fall upon you. Shuttle off. Caught in your own life's thread. Cut and weave.
It's encouragement.
Creep and crawl. I loom. I see more of the pattern scuttling in. Yes.
Axe like you. Axe will kill you last.
Out of time's weave. I must. Snip, snip. Yes. 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 I am compelled.
Yeah.
Skitter
Get
on.
the-
Feed the swarm. Bitter pattern.
To the scrappy.
Yes. I must. Shuttle off. Yes.
Your middle tower is under attack.
It's not time yet. On them! Creep and crawl. I'm not ready. Bitter pattern. Not yet. Skitter on. Yes. Yes.
Time for tame.
Cut and weave. Click, click. Yes. Yes. After them. Scuttling in. I loom. I am compelled. Scatter. Not yet. Your life unspools. It's not time yet. Yes. Your life unspools. Skitter on. Creep and crawl. I'm under attack.
middle tower is under attack.
Yes.
Your top tower is under attack.
Not yet. I am compelled. Time yet. Swarm them!
Killing spree.
Your vital thread is broken. I must.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Yes. Bitter pattern. Cut and weave. Scuttling in. Swarm them!
Look at that. Radiant's courier just got killed. Don't let your middle tower fall.
Shuttle off. Bitter. Not yet.
One way to tame unruly beasts.
The swarm. Skitter.
Unappreciated.
Scuttling in. Yes. I must. Mine. Creep and crawl.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Cut and weave.
Death fist.
I fall upon you.
Killing spree.
I am compelled. Swarm them! I must. Cut and weave. Bitter pattern.
You were
Scuttling
handsome
in.
like Axe. Axe doesn't like that.
Don't let your middle tower fall. Dire have fortified their structures. Your middle tower is under attack.
Skitter scatter.
Your middle tower is gone. I tried to warn
Caught. All life's thread. The great loom we. Shuttle and loom. I weep. Yes.
Wah. Shh.
The loom weaves my life anew. I loom.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Agree.
A snag in your hand. I'm under attack. And spools. After them. Shuttle off.
Watson, put that to this.
A feast for my beetles. Skitter on. I am compelled. Yes. Yes. Curtain. Scuttling in. Swarm them.
Killing spree. Your bottom tower is under attack. Why is this happening?
Skitter scatter. I'm under attack.
Don't let your middle tower
Belakang
fall.
tuh, bos.
Stop them. Killing spree. Double kill.
Belakang, bos.
Your middle tower is under attack. Radiant have fortified their structures. Your bottom tower is under attack.
I spring from scuttling in.
I'll take that as tribute.
Click. I loom.
Let's talk about your tower.
Oops.
This is not cool. Double kill. Your top tower is under attack.
Yes.
The enemy's bottom tower is gone. You did the right thing. Snow fortified those structures.
You'll make something useful with your bones.
Skitter on. Yes.
Dominating.
Not yet. Cut you down. Lead the swarm. A taut threat. So vulnerable. Cut and weave. It's not time yet. Into the fray. Already, my timeline snaps. Looking daggers at you.
The jungle has everything Axe desires.
Must repair what came undone. I am compelled. Yes.
Your top tower is falling.
Our fates were woven from the first.
Gak kena lagi tuh gua.
You really should look at your bottom tower.
Bitter pattern. Scuttling in. Shuttle off. Bitter pattern.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Threadbare.
Your top tower is under attack.
Yes. Cut in, skitter scatter.
Axe could make another axe, but punching is fun.
I am compelled. Skitter on.
I guess Radiant fortified their structures.
It's not time yet. Caught in your own life's thread. Yes.
Boy dia.
The enemy denied their middle tower.
Yes. Not yet. A golden thread. Yes. I loom. Creep and crawl. Yes.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Yes. Yes.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Bottom tower is gone forever. You really should look at your bottom tower. Your middle tower is under attack.
Wait me. Smoke, smoke.
Catalini? I loom. Yes. Creep and crawl. Yes. I fall upon you. I am compelled.
Killing spree. Double kill.
Yes. It's not time yet. Not yet. A tighter weave. Cut and weave. Bitter pattern. Shuttle off. Skitter on. Swarm them. Strike. Yes.
Casualty!
Yes.
I have one smoke again if you want.
I am compelled. Shuttle off.
Why you use smoke also?
Double kill. Killing spree. Triple kill. Double kill.
Creature teacher. Double damage.
I must. A bit threadbare. Cut and weave. I'm not ready. Yes. Creep and crawl. Yes.
Hero-san.
Bitter pattern. Cut and weave. A golden thread. Yes, a golden thread.
Killing spree. Double kill. Double kill.
Alone with you to be rewoven.
Killing spree. Triple kill.
Yes.
Go, go, go.
Yes. It's not
Get fire.
I touched him with his work.
I see more of the pattern. And you. Scuttling in. It's not time yet. Skitter on. The threads. Slash.
White BKB, Axe BKB guys, maybe.
I am compelled. Click. Shuttle off. Strike. Waste nothing. Yes. Yes. Shuttle off. Yes.
Not push, smoke.
Yes. Not ready. Bitter pattern.
I have smoke.
Mega kill! Double kill! Killing spree! Double
Good
kill!
opportunity for
Pipe, alright?
All according to
I must.
Radiant structures have been snow fortified. It looks like Dire fortified their structures. The enemy's middle tower has fallen. Radiant structures are fortified. The enemy's middle tower has fallen. The enemy's middle barracks are no more! The enemy's middle barracks have fallen.
Get back.
Nicely done.
Creep and crawl. Oh, snap! Skitter on. Yes. I'll take that. Attack! Thank God, you are mine. Your life unspools. I loom. Bounty. Bitter pattern.
Bottom guys, come.
Scuttling in. Caught. Yes. Mine. Yes.
BKB use, BKB use.
I must. Shuttle off. Yes.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
I am compelled. Yes. Yes.
Double kill. Just radiant fortified this killing spree. Double kill.
Get back, get back.
A sight for sore eyes.
Unstoppable. The enemy's bottom tower is down. The enemy's bottom barracks have fallen. The enemy's bottom barracks have fallen.
It doesn't have mana.
Skitter on. Yes.
Take.
Shuttle off.
It doesn't have
Yes. Mine. I must. A golden thread. Yes. Cut and weave.
Disability.
Creep and crawl. I am compelled. Yes. Not ready. Feed the swarm.
Double kill. The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Skitter on. Scuttling in. Bitter.
The enemy's top tower gets shattered into little pieces. Enemy's top barracks drop like some stupid hot thing. The enemy's top barracks have fallen. Now have mega creeps. Oh, look at
Shuttle
them.
off.
Aw. city. Now let's hit it.
Yes.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
I must.
Strange arcana.
I'm not ready.
Dire win! They did it!
Nyebelin kan support Weaver? Support Weaver utility lagi. Aduh. Masuk TV gua. Pasti, Cok. Ngapain PA-nya? Seger coy, habis mandi coy. Kita ansienkan ya. Turututurutu. Boy, ngobrol kali boy. Diem-diem aja ini, 8 orang.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Aduh.
It's your turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining.
Lagi main game lain, terjun jam 3. Wih, mantap Bang Bang Brian. Ternyata stay Bang Brian ya. Mantap. Ntar join jam 3. Oke, jam 4 gua ada meeting tapi ya.
Prepare for battle!
Leaving. Not yet. It's in the bag. So I go. With a wild spirit. In sylvan shade.
30 seconds to battle.
My hidden paths are not ready. Yes, it's not time yet.
This ain't no snowball fight.
The season arrives. In green, I go. Warriors of the wood. Yes. On my way. Nature calls. Naturally. Wild is my way. I'm under attack. Pull roots and run. By my shaggy bark. En route.
First blood!
First blood! Start with a bang!
Branch out. Through shady lanes. So I go.
Let's talk about your top tower.
En route.
Oh, Dyer's courier got killed. Those things aren't cheap, you know.
Green wrath. By my shaggy bark. On my way. Limber. In green, I go. Naturally. Uproot and apple. Yes. Through shady lanes. With a wild spirit. Leaving. Yeah.
Dyer's courier has been killed.
Nature's wrath upon you. My hidden paths. In sylvan shade. Come, come.
You didn't need that.
Nature's ferocity. Nature. I'm under attack. In green, I go. Through shady lanes. Leaving. Yes. My hidden paths. Naturally.
Don't let your middle tower fall. There's really no reason to stand for this.
In sylvan shade, uproot you. Uproot the foe. En route. Not for you. On my way. Nature calls. Branching out. By my shaggy bark. With a wild spirit.
Killing spree. Don't let your middle tower fall.
Yeah.
Killing spree. Ownage.
So I go.
Ya Allah,
En route. Through shady lanes. Uproot you. I'm under attack.
Double kill.
House. Verdant fury.
Dominating.
Snip. Go green.
I steal from the
Double damage. Uproot and after them. With a wild spirit. Leaving. Naturally. the wilds.
This will come in handy.
Let's talk about your time.
So I go. Come, come. On my way. Power wells up from within.
Mega kill! Own it! Killing spree!
He's out.
Dominating! Double kill! Unstoppable! Own it!
By my shaggy bark. Pull roots and run. On my way. By hidden paths.
The enemy's top tower just shattered into little pieces.
Naturally. Through shady lanes. No money for you.
Wicked sick! Own it!
And efficient.
By my shaggy bark. With a wild spirit. Nature calls.
Mega kill! Own it! Your middle tower is under attack.
With me.
The enemy's bottom tower is gone. You did the right thing.
I'm not ready. With a wild bill. Oh. My leaf and limb. In green, I go.
Unstoppable! Ownage!
Uproot and after that.
Dire structures are fortified. Monster kill!
In sylvan shade, come.
The enemy's middle tower didn't know what hit it.
Yes.
Oh my god, my keyboard bro, broken.
my
Double
shaggy
click
bar.
always.
my way. For the trees! Branch out! Nipped in the bud. So
Killing spree.
Could be worse.
down to dust. Asunder.
You're not going anywhere.
Your middle tower is under attack. Don't let your middle tower fall.
I answer the wild.
Killing spree.
I'm under attack. Attack!
Your middle tower has been denied.
Naturally. Warriors of the wood. En route.
Dominating. Own it.
By hidden paths. The seeds of fortune. With me. Nature calls. With a wild spirit. Uproot and aftermath. Yes.
Own it.
True shady lane.
Mega kill.
Warriors of the wood.
Unstoppable.
With a wild spirit. On my way. Uproot you. Yes. By my shaggy bark. Come. Burn in fury. Gold and nature's ferocity.
Yang main intro Mounty-nya kayaknya.
In green, I go. Come, come.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
The wilds. Warriors of the wood. En route. Nature calls. Turns to gray. Again, the sun warms my limbs. So I go.
Killing spree. Dominating. Double kill.
My hidden paths. Uproot you. In sylvan shade. For the trees. Leaving. With me.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Naturally.
Feels good, right?
Bounty which my matriarch will prize.
Mega kill!
The blends are calling. Come, come. I'm under attack. Go green. Through shady lanes.
The enemy's top tower
With a
had to go.
wild spirit. Natural. Sylvan shade.
Halo.
Boleh-boleh ya bang gue liat di YouTube kurungan lu.
Ini double klik mulu bang, parah banget.
Ya?
Iya. Bingung gue juga.
Cuman tadi itu jadi trigger WR tuh. Jadi ketipu.
Asem lah. Kayak harus
Snip.
Kenapa?
Dyer's courier got killed.
Apa
Those things
kalau
aren't cheap, you
penyakit
know.
mekanik ini
Double kliknya kan?
By my shaggy bar.
banget kena double klik terus kadang nggak kencet mah.
Wild is my way. Uproot and after them.
Bang Chandra
Oi.
kerjaan
The
dulu ya.
wild
Oke,
is calling.
ngedot. Parah banget ini keyboard anjay.
On my way. By hidden paths. Pull roots and run.
The enemy's top tower is shattered into little pieces. Dyer's courier has been killed.
The storm trudges my toil again.
Unstoppable!
Not yet.
Wicked sick! Double kill! Enemy's top barracks drop like some stupid hot thing. Monster kill! Triple kill!
Warriors of the wood. Nature's
Ultra kill!
It's not time yet. My youth and me. Through shady lanes. I'm under attack. Too soon. Okay.
Keyboard gua.
Warriors of the wood.
Monster kill! Double kill! The enemy's bottom tower is down.
Pull roots and run.
The enemy's bottom barracks have fallen.
Yes.
Ice cold. The enemy's bottom barracks have fallen. The enemy's middle tower won't be making any more appearances. The enemy's middle barracks have fallen. The enemy's middle barracks are no more. We now have mega creeps. Things are looking up. The enemy's middle tower is The enemy's middle tower is fallen. I knew you could do it. Put this one on ice. Radiant takes it.
The forest preserve.
Kita coba-coba main support terus. Is. Jadi band terus, Cok.
10 seconds remaining.
Apa yang seru ya pos
5
4?
seconds remaining. Pretty sure it's your turn to pick.
Nah,
Since I vowed to reclaim our homeland, I have never
Prepare
made a
for
stauncher
battle.
oath. But I swear, this one is in the bag.
"30 seconds to battle."
Oh my god! What? Oh!
The battle's starting!
The coils of life and death now bind us all.
Pero bakit parang kasalanan ko pa?
So I have sworn.
Coming.
So be it. Yes. As counsel. Power. Chosen for the purpose. Things are rarely as they seem. More than likely. Very cunning. I might add that. I just might. I ride. I see. Such power. I travel to this. Indeed, axe. The mist moves.
Dyer's courier has been killed. Those little guys are all so cute.
Well studied. Get some. I see the way. I ride.
My blade is swifter.
Well studied. I see. So I have sworn. Chosen. You have called death.
First blood!
Axe will whittle them down, one by one. I see the way. Finish. So it goes. Like shapes in this.
No mana. I no mana. Just farm, okay? I go back.
Axe defies you.
Support broken nih, Abaddon. And
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Bow to your lord. Very cunning. I travel with the mist. I might say that. The mist moves. The eyes of mist have seen you. Indeed. Things are rarely as they seem. I just might. I should say so. I see. Indeed. Like shapes in mist. Things are rarely as they seem. Perhaps of Ernest.
Your middle tower is under attack.
That.
Good night.
Indeed.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I get wisdom first.
So be it. Such power. Very cunning. Yes. So it goes. Victory, rise. I travel with the mist.
Chop.
So I have sworn. The mist moves. As counsel. More than likely. I see the way. Chosen of Avernus. I ride.
middle tower fall?
As counsel.
Get up if you can.
Trying.
Your top tower is under attack. Killing spree.
Things are rarely as they seem.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. I don't think you want like Dire fortified their structures. The enemy's bottom tower is gone. You did the right thing.
I see. I ride. Chosen of us. Just might. The mist moves. To the ball.
Come, Weaver. Fight.
Double kill. Middle tower is falling. Is this going to be
So
killing spree?
Presumably.
Killing spree. Double kill. Dominating. Triple kill.
Selole.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Mega kill.
Fight.
You really should look at your bottom tower.
Such power. So it goes. So be it. As counsel. The message of awareness.
Lah. Kok magic one good
Your
baca?
bottom tower is under attack.
Lah.
I'll hurry my foe to a spiky end.
You might wish to retract your last move.
You really should look at your bottom tower. Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower is under attack.
And I am nothing than you. So I have sworn.
Your bottom tower has been denied.
Indeed,
We all love that tower, but it's better this way.
things are very as they seem. I might say that. Yes. I ride. Those I see the way. I travel with the mist. I just might. So I have sworn. I just might. Mist and moon. I see the way. I travel.
Killing spree.
Things are matriarch with pride. Rarely as they seem.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
So be it. Very cunning. So it goes. I see. I might say that. Indeed. Yes.
The enemy's top tower has been denied.
Such power. I ride. Twisted.
Don't let your middle tower fall. This is not
I don't know
cool.
why.
Your middle tower has fallen.
Ay, 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 this guy.
More than likely.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Chosen.
Dire structures are fortified. Radiant structures are fortified. Your middle tower is under attack. The enemy's middle tower won't be making any more appearances.
Pero bakit parang kasalanan?
Tribute to my house. Indeed. Shielded. As counsel.
Killing spree. Double kill. Unstoppable. Get sick. Double kill.
You're doing very well. I'm very proud of you.
Your top tower is under attack. The enemy's bottom tower has fallen. Let's talk about your top tower. Dominating. Ownage.
So be it. I see the way.
It doesn't have mana. I pick.
Mist
Eh.
shapes in mist. So I have sworn. I should say so. Fulfill. I ride. Spectral mist fills such a bounty which my matriarch will prize. I see from the axe of axe. I might say that. Invisibility. Things are rarely as they seem. It's not time yet. Well,
Killing spree. Ownage.
Scouts.
Monster kill. Mega kill. Unstoppable. Double kill.
I travel. Was it worth your life to try for my own?
Radiant structures have been snow fortified. The enemy's top tower has fallen. One step closer.
Mist.
Taste.
Well studied. Shield of power. I see the way. As counsel. Chosen of Avernus.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
So be it. I travel with the mist. This prize for the house.
Wicked sick! Own it! Monster kill! Double kill!
Yes. I ride. I see. Listen, furnace.
Wilson has fallen to the dire.
So I have sworn. The mist moves. The blessing of a furnace. I travel with the mist.
Dire snow fortified their structures.
Power. I see. Craftiness. Just light. Chosen.
Own it! Don't let your middle tower fall!
Pero bakit parang kasalanan?
The enemy's top tower just shattered into little pieces. The enemy's top barracks have fallen. There goes the enemy's top every time. The enemy's middle tower won't be making any more appearances. The enemy's middle barracks are no more. Your middle tower is under attack. The enemy's middle barracks have fallen. The middle tower is under attack. Mega kill! Own it! Holy shit! Holy shit! Double kill! The enemy's bottom tower has fallen. Deny that, Jace. The enemy's bottom barracks have fallen. You now have mega creeps.
I ride. I see. Enemies in the front.
Unstoppable! Own it!
You were doing
Triple kill.
I just might.
Support GG, Pak.
Holy shit! Triple kill. Holy shit! Ultra kill. The enemy's middle tower has fallen. The enemy's middle tower has fallen. Dire victory!
Tangin mo, gago. Balik kemenangan tim, ada support yang hebat, cok.
It's your turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Ryan. Ryan.
Woi.
Keras-keras amat.
Lah, main lagi.
Emang lu mau main?
Yaudah
Kata lu jam 3.
Ntar ya deh.
Iya, tuh. Ya lo kok main support mulu, Bang? Iya nih. Capek main carry. Main carry, carry-nya susah. Gak bener-bener. Kita main support. Jadi support yang baik dan benar.
Hell hath no fury like me.
Itu lagu bahas.
Kenapa?
Lagunya bahas.
Verily.
Lagu.
Prepare for battle.
Lagu apa ya?
What do you want it to be?
Lagu Dota.
Oh iya.
Forward. Yes. After them. Oh yes. Oh hell yes.
Can we first gold?
Prowling. Onward. I'm not ready.
Mati.
30 seconds to battle.
To hell and back. Yes. Why not? Yes.
This ain't no snowball fight. First blood!
First blood.
Where's the fight?
Tidak.
Prowling. Why not? Yes. Forward. Oh, hell yes. I don't like the devil. Yes. To hell and back. Such strength is mine. Oh, yes. I'm under attack! Oh, hell yes. To hell and back. Why not? I grow like the devil. Yes. Oh, yes. It's not time yet. Forward. Where's the fight? Verily. Yes. Yes. Target unknown. The sword arm lights disgrace. Verily. To hell and back. Onward. Proud. I like the devil. Why not? Forward. Where's the fight? Oh, hell yes. Yes. But an ace? This thing is going gold. Yes.
kill.
Yes. Why not? Oh, hell yes. Yes. I'm under attack! Verily. Hand it over. I don't like the devil. Sigh it.
Your middle tower is under attack. Killing spree.
Why not?
Your middle tower is under attack. Why is this happening?
Brilliance is its own reward.
Element.
To hell and back. Yes. Put that ground.
Block.
Oh, hell yes. Oh, yes. I find the devil. Prowl.
Don't let your middle tower fall.
Forward. I glow like the devil. Oh, hell yes. Wow.
Element.
I'm under attack.
Dominating.
Poison to me. Yes.
Don't let your middle tower fall.
Your fault. Verily.
Your middle tower is under attack. There's really no reason to stand for this.
Hell and back.
Middle tower's down. You just
Take
let
that
them...
as tribute. Yes. Onward.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh yes.
Sedih apaan?
Only one way to tame unruly
Where's the fight?
Tatil apa gue, Cok?
Verily.
How many blades am I holding up?
Onward. To hell and back.
I hear growling. Why not? Yes. Where's the fight?
Belongs to your elder.
Yes. Yes. Forward. Oh, hell yes. Why not? Verily. Yes. Feel the rage of a mage. To hell and back.
Good soil haze. Preemptive flesh catch.
Forward. I
Kok kan?
Double kill. You really should look at your bottom tower. Killing spree. Triple kill.
that devil to pay. Yes. Oh, hell.
Your top tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Surgical. Onward.
Don't let your middle tower fall.
Prowling. More power.
Talk about the animal handicap from hell.
Attack! To hell and back.
The enemy's bottom tower is gone. You did the right thing.
Verily. Oh, hell yes.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Yes. Yes. I grow like the devil. Lionize me.
Radiant have fortified their structures.
Oh, yes.
kill.
Why not? Yes. Onward. Where's the fight? Die at my
Your top tower is under attack.
yes. Yes. Where's the fight?
Killing spree. Let's talk about your top tower.
Hell and back.
Your top tower is under attack. The enemy's middle tower has been denied. Your middle tower is under attack. Dominating.
Ya Allah, nggak mati, Cok.
Mega kill. Double kill. Double kill.
That wasn't too bad.
Let's talk about your top tower. Your top tower is fallen.
Dia tuh ngeras agak nih, Cok, pagi-pagi.
Where's the fight?
Your top tower is under attack.
I'll take that as tribute. Wow.
Let's talk about your top tower.
Yes.
You really should look at your bottom tower.
It's just not working out.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
I've been to hell and
The
back.
enemy's top tower
Back to
had to
hell
go.
and back. To hell and back. Verily. Yes. Oh, yes.
No more top tower. I thought this might happen.
Bukan. Sekali combo itu Nix.
Iya bete bet gua.
Time to take matters into my own hand. Oh, hell yes. Why not? Forward.
Aku mati sama semua ini.
Forward. Oh, hell yes. Yes. Verily. Yes.
Radiant took down Roshan. I trust there was a good reason. Your bottom tower is under attack.
Onward.
You really should look at your bottom tower.
Why not?
Your bottom tower just fell. Maybe you shouldn't look.
Oh, yes. To hell and back.
Unstoppable! Killing spree. Double kill. Wicked sick! Double kill.
Mana ini supportnya? Support. Offline-nya.
It looks like Dire fortified their triple kill.
Yes. I've got a power rip.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Onward.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Verily.
I don't think you want that to happen.
I grow like the devil. Oh, yes. To hell and back. Prowling. Yes. Onward. Oh, hell yes.
Hai.
Why not?
Wait me, I have them.
Oh, yes. Verily. I grow like the devil.
To hell and back.
All your blood sours.
Yes.
Your bottom tower is under a double kill.
Juggernaut! I go like the devil.
Gue sih berubah gameplay, Cok.
Yes. Forward. Verily. More power. Prowling. Yes. To hell and back.
We on the spot. Yeah, yours. Ready?
Oh, hell yes. Why not? Idea. Onward. Onward. Here's all you need, hell. Yes. I grow like the devil. Yes.
Bad call nih.
Oh, yes. Why not? Yes. To hell and back. Verily.
Top is missing.
Lagi jadi suka support. Enggak, Pak. Lihat deh.
Double kill.
Prowling.
Killing spree. Triple kill.
In the wing.
Let's talk about your dominating. Ultra kill. Your top tower is under attack. Double kill.
To hell and back.
Wala.
Double kill. Your middle tower is under attack. Don't let your middle tower fall.
Back what?
Roshan's down. I wonder where he goes.
Battle rages.
You really should look at your bottom tower.
Lihat ya, map kita nih pas defense selalu terang.
Onward.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
They have ward
Your
here.
bottom
Back.
tower has fallen.
Why not? Oh, hell yes. Gotta keep limber. To hell and back.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Where's the fight?
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is gone. I tried to warn you.
Ini apaan sih offlane gua belakang.
Double kill. Killing spree.
I'm under attack!
Unstoppable.
Lion!
Don't let your nose double kill.
Fuck lah. Jagger jadi kayak gitu. Item seperti biasa. B.
My rage returns me to the limit. Onward. Coward! To hell and back. Feel my claw. Verily.
What the fuck?
Oh yeah, not yet. I glow like the devil. Oh hell yes.
Why not? Yes.
Can we burst? Burst? Bad call dari seorang lion.
Dire structures are fortified. Your bottom tower is under attack. Stop them. Your bottom tower just fell. Maybe you shouldn't look. Your bottom barracks have fallen. Hey, they're attacking your bottom barracks. Your bottom barracks have fallen.
The fuck?
I'm not one to say I told you so. Don't let your middle tower fall. This Dire has fortified their structures. Radiant structures have been snow fortified. Your middle tower is under attack.
Kocak anjir jaggernya.
Your middle barracks have fallen.
Let me open, let me open. Ah, bodoh eh.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Verily. Where's the fight?
None forget the fight.
Oh, hell yes.
I go like the devil. I'll put the squeeze on you.
Why not? Haste is my undoing. Now it shall be there.
I'll take that as tribute. Yes.
Verily. Oh, hell yes. Yes. Onward. Oh, yes.
Aduh.
Forward.
Ya apa sih nih Elder anjay?
I go like the devil.
Iya. Bang Bri. Kayak gua abis ini istirahat dulu dah. Gue jam 4 kan meeting.
Why not?
Yes.
Leon gue udah lincah banget, Cok.
To hell and back. Yes. Why not?
Lagi nih.
Yes. Oh, hell yes.
Top tower has fallen. Is this going to be a pattern? Own it! Killing spree!
I'm under attack. Yes.
Own it!
Yes. Oh, yes. Onward. Prowling. Verily. Onward. To the ridge.
Emon atau Mikoto bang? Mikoto.
Yes.
Easy answer. Tuh, gue mencet spasi kemana ini? Double, cok.
Why not? I glow like the devil. Oh, hell yes. Forward. Yes. Volume is missing. Yes.
Lama ini.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Why not? Verily. To hell and back. Onward. I've got a power grip. Yes. Yes. Yes.
Kalau menang masuk TV gua.
I glow like the devil.
Ini lele hijau ya.
Verily. Where's the fight?
Top barracks have fallen. Watch them blame me for that.
Prowling.
Woi, kan.
To hell and back. Yes. Oh, hell yes. Your ticket. Why not? Verily. Oh, hell yes. Forward. Onward. Where's the fight? Yes. To hell and back. Yes.
Ooh, Dyer's courier got killed. Those things aren't cheap, you know.
Prowling. Changes hands. Oh yes.
Game ngantuk, Cok.
Yes. Why not? I go like the forward.
Middle is missing.
Why not? Oh, hell yes.
Ini gua tinggal bikin nasi goreng bisa ini. Nah, tuh. Suara ini nih, genderang perang.
Radiant took down Roshan. I trust there was a good reason.
To hell and back. I go like the devil. Yes.
Dyer's no fortified their structures.
It's not time yet. I glow like the devil. Hell yes. Oh, hell yes.
Game capek, game capek.
Here's all you need of hell.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Hell and back.
The enemy's middle tower didn't know what to do.
Keep going, keep going, keep going.
Opens again.
Oke, kemana hero gue?
Mega kill! Own it!
Get back, get back, get back, get back, get back, get back, get back. Beli lagi gem, jangan kayak orang susah. Elder kagak berfungsi buat di game ini.
Okay, last time this time. Double kill!
Fuck you. May gem, may gem.
The enemy's middle tower didn't know what to do. Killing spree.
Can end, guys, you strong, guys.
The enemy's middle barracks are no more. The enemy's middle barracks have fallen.
Just watch,
Radiant have
watch
fortified their structures. The enemy's middle
What
tower
the
has
fuck,
fallen.
bro?
Don't let your middle tower fall. Your middle tower has fallen. At middle
least
tower's
it's
not
down.
a barracks. You just let them defend. You're ancient. It's
Belum
kind of the
kelar
name
nih.
of the game.
Kocak banget apa jaggernya anjay.
The world.
dihadapi.
Are you even watching your ancient?
Why not?
Your ancient is under attack. It's kind of the name of the game. Dire structures are fortified. Radiant victory!
Gak jelas anjir Jagger.
Gila warlocknya itu. Lah jadi kalah.
Hah? Bang, gue udahan dulu bang. Lelah banget gua.
Iya.
Sumpah.
Nanti gue main solo nih.
Lu live nggak?
Belum, ntar sore.
Ah, gua mau red cok. Lu kan sih caranya?
Gak tahu.
Mana sih cara nge-red? Gua mau siap-siap meeting juga jam 4. Jam 4
Di setting kayaknya dah.
gimana sih
Diedit.
bang? Coba ajarin. Lu live dah. Penasaran gua. Cara
Gue belum live.
nge-write. Cara ngobrol.
Dota TI. TI udah ada.
Udah.
Udah mulai.
Iya.
Wah, nonton TI dulu
Iya,
berarti
kita
nih.
nonton TI aja ya. Lanjutin
Nonton
ya.
TI dulu lah. Udah mulai ini.
I say easy.
Dari
Why
kapan?
one?
Baru hari ini.
Gonna be alright, just casually walks away, and Mikoto doesn't really see the opening he was looking for.
Sih nontonnya.
No real great lockdown to try and follow up with. And in the meantime, of course, Topson just continuously just leaving the lane, just going into the jungle, just keeping that farm going, and it's kind of the scary.
Grup step. Oh, nih. Siapa nih main? Tundra, Talon, aja. Indo nih.
I think more than happy with the way this game one's going so far.
Certainly so. You're still getting that farm up for Pure Thompson. And both of their lanes went relatively well. It was really only the support suffering up top here on the side of Tundra. You've got this great starting point, especially as you approach the Maelstrom into probably the
Gua AFK nonton TI ya.
Jump in, you're getting your EXP lined up as well. Even Whitemond's about to hit level 6 at this point, soaking quite nicely on mid. We haven't really seen that much movement out from Mikoto. And that's one thing to be a little bit concerned about as well for Ricky. He is working onto the defusal. At that point, the rotation should be simpler. Up top, though.
Nobar eh.
In here, Ponyo and Akashi trying to go onto Whitemon. Whitemon with the snowball, going to be able to just go towards the right and does survive a little bit longer as now Pure's going to jump in, but a nice arena from Ramzi showing up at the last second. Still, they will lose Pure. Akashi, though, may go down as a follow-up, though. Here comes Mikoto now, trying to help out. Topson's the target. Akashi's still running. He's actually all right. He's out of there. No cap, setting up a disruption. They're to follow up, and they've got another. Oh, Talon. 4-for-1 trade. That is a very nice deal if you are a Talon fan.
Yeah, great movement across the gate there from Akashi. And they finally get their own punishment going. They find Topson and Pure. The arena looks super clean from Ramses. Just not enough damage coming in there to really take care of things with that aggressive jump forward, breaking the position up of Tundra first. Great read out from Ponyo and Akashi in that flank. And you're seeing the effect of that solar flare even without items. The right-click damage starts to hurt. You're pumping out a lot of DPS. Just with a solar flare alone, you don't need that much items to play around as long as that spell is up here for Talon. and already putting themselves in a good position. 72, less than 1k lead. You are still keeping up with Topson and Pure. Again, they have had spectacular lanes outside of those stats, but you are finding that tempo for Talon early on. They still have these massive stacks built up by Jokem as well because of all the action keeping them tied in up top. Whitemon's not being able to really scout around, although he is going for a flank play here down bottom.
They are trying. It seems like the movement's been read here by Talon, though. They
You're
do
right,
retreat
man.
immediately, realizing there's just too many heroes missing off the map. I believe Q was actually left the tier 1 token on the floor there, so just towards the south of that tier 1 bottom tower. They'll jump in. They have found Saksa first, so they will burst down him. Ponyo to secure the kill. Now the fight continues with the arena being dropped down. They'll follow up onto Ponyo. A 1-for-1. Make that a 2-for-1 and back the way of Tundra. They do also pick up Jokem, now onto WS, but he's a tanky boy. They're going to give it a crack. WS just manning up. Here comes Mikoto with the smoke screen, trying to set up on Topson. Topson in trouble. They take him down. The Prophet is no longer. Ramzi's, though, chasing down Mikoto, gets the follow-up kill into the Ricky. Is now Pure, still going up to Ponyo, trying to find more. He might just have him. The spear from a mile away from Ramzi's locks down Ponyo. Oh no, Akashi they'll go, but he's gone too far. Pure wants to get the hell out of there. And in fact, they'll stick around for the bottom tier 1 tower. But that team fight, it looks like it goes in favor of the side of Tundra, especially considering we have the buyback from Ponyo. In fact, WS, not out of the woods yet either. The chase is on. Pure, he'll find him. Dragon Form will wear off. The Sprout will block his way in. WS just not looking very tanky when you are getting taken down by 4 heroes. So Tundra able to secure even more as now Mikoto shows back up down to this bottom lane. There is a sentry, but he's out of range for now. He'll jump in. He'll try for Ramzi. So this is a very, very scary attempt. He will blink away. Akashi helping out Mikoto. He'll run out of range, so they will stun him up, but he's all right. There's still Tundra. It's very clear they smell blood in the water and they want more. Though Pure looking to back off. Here comes Mikoto. Jumps in with the silence. The arrow, though, not landing. The tag team from Whitemon. Oh my, the drinking buddies. He dragged him out of the range of the arrow.
He does, and a lot of things going wrong there for Talon. The buyback on Ponyo earlier on, just not amounting to much. Pure morphing into the Ricky, getting the smoke screen on top of him. Mikado jumps in, but Ponyo's TP back in after the buyback. Just a lot of forced movement out from Talon. They want to try to play, they feel like they're strong, and they were. But that Gambit just falls flat on its face with how they positioned themselves on Tundra. Again, they split up that fight really nicely. The arena managed to block off that re-engage from Talon early on. And then just this Morphling, if you don't manage to hold Pure down, he shifts into the Ricky. You have to deal with Smokescreen as well. And you've got like 2 big melee cores that want to jump in, at the very least with the DK without Dragon Form, and the Marcy even with her Unleash, not going to enjoy that either. And the BKB's a pipe dream right now for Ponyo.
Mid lane, Whitemon has been caught. That'll be Mikoto securing a kill here on the Ricky. 3rd one of the game for himself. We'll find a nice invis rune here as Ponyo will pick that one up. And they could potentially look at Saksa, but it doesn't seem like they want to really dive tier 1 towers yet. I think that might be the thing that's really kind of intimidating Talon as well right now, is the fact that that mid tier 1 and the bottom tier 1 tower just went down so quickly to the draft of Tundra. But that is one thing you really have to worry about when you are up against an Ench Nature's Prophet, is your towers are just going to melt, even if they're not there to do it themselves.
No, doesn't take that much time at all. I do like the itemization coming out here as well from Pure. He had, again, a fantastic laning phase. He's just doubling down with a Midas. Already has a Dragonlance. Going for the Hurricane Pike, just needing some distance, some way to jump out of smoke screen. Once you take care of that, you don't have too much to be scared of here on Pure, unless you get a good jump here from WS. He did have the Blink queued up earlier, did opt for the Armlet first to try to scale up. So again, trying to play more of a carry role from the off lane here, and just get some damage, get some quick farm going, clear out those camps. Tundra for their part, starting to clump around this focal point on Pure. Has the stats, just front line, has a lot of spare agi to shift into, strength. It's not the easiest to burst, especially since you didn't go for Frost Dragon whatsoever. Get a catch on Ponyo.
A nice easy pick off here for the boys of Tundra. Ramses will go ahead and secure his 5th kill of the game now. That's one of the things, again, if you are just a lowly support, you are going to get caught very, very easily. Cheeky little scan out from Tundra as well. Does scan out Akashi on the Mirana. He's just continuously running south to the safer parts of that jungle. You do have Pure and Saxa around, though chances are they probably won't be able to lock down the Mirana. Still, Talon, they have slowed down the game quite a bit, haven't they, John? They're not really grouping up and fighting at all. Seems like they're more than happy to just secure a bit more farm on their end of things. Where it really is Tundra, the ones being quite aggressive on the map.
Yeah,
in fact, here we go again. Mikoto, a beautiful spear, but no, it doesn't land. Still the arena, and the Gleipnir will do the job. Mikoto with the silence helping out in terms of surviving, but not as long as the disruption. It does save his life, but they do take him down. Waimon takes care of it. They'll lose Topson, but they'll lose Waimon on top. In fact, now Tundra, they may have gone too far. Ramses, he'll be the one to go down. Pure will move in, trying for Akashi's life, and Akashi, he does die, but now can Pure get out? Well, the answer is yes. In fact, he's jumping in. He wants more, but he'll have to leave the area. I believe that was a 3-for-3 trade. And it was in favor of who? It looks like Talon. In fact, Saxa goes down. WS will find another.
Yeah, gets the blink out, manages to burst down that inch. Was on very low HP anyhow. The side of Talon, I mean, outside of that movement, that fight that just happened, that was a response fight to Tundra, of course, playing aggressively, getting that jump forward. I think that...
Mikoto? Oh, he's found Pure. Oh. He has found Pure. That's what you love to see if you're a Ricky carry, or a Ricky core rather. And Pure just a second too late to react, sadly, and he does go down.
Now you have to be worried about getting focused down, of course, by the Ricky. You still have to worry about smoke screen if you're not able to scout out the Ricky. They have planted a lot of wards. They're playing away from that bot area. Again, that fight worked out disastrously for Talon, so they're playing in an area they haven't touched in a while. They've got the sentry coverage for themselves. There's still a tier 1 to work through, but they've got space to get that done. And this time around, it was Tundra again in that last fight that got a little bit keen on just shoving in very deep onto that tier 2. Trying to play, not quite getting the connections out from Ramses. I think if you manage to nail that initiation onto Mikoto first before he pops the smoke screen in the arena, like just that first spear connecting to a tree, you'd have a very different outcome there for Tundra. But because the smoke screen comes in, it stalls for time. It allows Jokam and everyone else to kind of TP in, get some disruption saves, and give WS this prolonged fight that the DK will enjoy, especially if he's not being focused down. And it does even out the game, 16-11. Still a 2k lead for Tundra. We're still getting that split farm out from Topson, getting some good split push action going, of course.
Lane. Gleipnir doesn't actually clip onto Akashi. He'll be able to leap out of range. Now Akashi picking up his own Gleipnir, but it is all too late. The bottom tier 2 tower is now officially down. Pure able to secure that very easily. Again, Tundra, you know, as much as you like to look at the kill score and think maybe the side of Talon are doing pretty good, it seems like Tundra are in complete control of this game 1. At least with their map movements. Here we go though. Ramses getting jumped mid lane. They'll try to burst down the Mars, but the snowball, Waimon unable to save. So now Waimon needs to run. They've got some help incoming, but it's not coming fast enough. So Waimon should go down as now Saxa also being caught out by WS. It could be a third target here for the side of Talon, and they've got it. Never mind what I said, John. Map movements are one thing, but kills are another.
I mean, the map movement's to be expected from Tundra, right? You've got an NP, you should be able to work this map. You don't have the highest mobility heroes on Talon to respond. With the split push, so you will find space for Topson to take more aggressive farm, leaving conservative jungle out for Pure to find. You still have to be careful about the rest of your heroes. I do like that Tundra are clumping up this tree, like running the 2 supports with Ramses, trying to get these opportunities to get Topson into play. But it doesn't feel like they're respecting this fully, although
Gleipnir spread out, but of course Ponyo is just going to be able to commit rebound and get away. Topson sadly really didn't have the backup to lock him down. Now a 1k net worth lead, still the way of Tundra, but it is a much closer game, it feels like. Though Pure still very, very confidently farming that bottom area of the map, and again, it does feel like Tundra much more in control of this map for game 1 thus far. But at the very least, Talon keeping parity when it comes to the net worth department. As bottom lane, Tundra hoping someone gets baited into farming this bottom lane, but nobody's hanging around here from Talon. Akashi, maybe, or rather Mikoto, maybe realizing they were around, does back his way into the mid lane. It seems like the rest of Talon, they'll just take the torment. Why the hell not?
Get very big shard in the process as well, allowing Ponyo to find some better angles in without having to rely too much on his allies. I do like the Talons just avoiding the spot lane. Again, this area's been in Tundra's control since the tier 1 tower fell. They're just dodging it. They've got their own vision set up towards their triangle up to top. And that is where they're putting all of their attention. Mid is the battleground where Tundra has been trying to force things out because they're not finding anything down bot. Again, Talon, they have taken a little bit more of a conservative approach. If the fight's by a tower, that's when they'll show up. If not, I think you just cut the losses there and go back. Still, Tundra having all of this room on the map, does have Roche access. They do have the damage coming in with Pure and with the drinking buddies on top and the Topson coming in. Doesn't take too long for Roche to go, but Talon are smoking up. Doesn't feel like they'll make it in time though, perhaps.
They might just barely. Already half HP of Roshan gone. Talon, they are getting there, but it almost looks like it's in slow motion. Roshan still going down. We'll see if Talon want to force a fight with Roshan going the way of Tundra. They're thinking about it. They've set up at the bottom lane. They'll take the high ground of the Twin Gates. They are waiting for a moment to pounce in. Though Saksa brings his creep through the Twin Gates now. Still, they do remain smoked up.
Yes.
In goes WS. He's going to start the fight, but he's just getting melted down. Already most of his HP gone. They'll save him disruption for now, but for how long? WS is gone. So is Ponyo. Joe Cam being left behind, probably set to fall. And Tundra, I mean, if Roshan wasn't enough, now they've got 3 kills to add on to that.
And that's a massive kill in WS. I get that his smoke breaks under the creep vision, so he does want to jump forward, but he doesn't preemptively BKB. He doesn't respect that tree line as much as he should have with how Tundra were grouped up and what the scans were revealing for them. Now mikoto all alone here.
Oh, being caught out. Topson with a very nice teleport in, just cutting him right off. Oh, that's a big one. Mikoto going down as well, just slowing down the pacing of the Riki and the whole draft of Talon, really. Just feels like it's being slowed down to a complete stop here by Tundra. As Tundra now looking for that mid-tier 2 tower, obviously going to have absolutely zero issues taking it out. And they're going to try for high ground on top. Knowing Mikoto is down for 30, why the hell not? They'll give it a crack.
Look at how much damage Topson has, right, from that Spirit of the Forest. Had about plus 78, maybe almost plus 100 there, just from being around so many trees. It's kind of crazy how much Topson can bring out when he just TPs in a very treed up area. Rack's not going to last long, still have that security of the Aegis, maybe catch more.
Well, there's your BKB from WS, this time around being popped right before the spear does land from Ramses, but it's all too late anyway. Like, Tundra got exactly what they came for. They've got the mid-racks. They can go back to the farm game, go back to controlling the map. And if you're Talon, like, I think your only play really is to start smoking up and trying to find some pickoffs and regain map control here, but with a 7k deficit, it does start to feel very challenging.
And it does. You've got 2 Hurricane Pikes now as well on the side of Tundra, so Mikoto can't get that control for the team with a smoke screen, as they have been finding success with that movement from the Riki. You're going to have to rely more on probably just Dragon Tail and Rebound, if you can find that angle for Ponyo. Easier said than done. Onto the tier 2 up top. Tundra starting to set up. Talon hugging bot lane, trying to farm together. Their options are growing slim. Side of Tundra. Again, just finding that great punishment in the Roche fight. That's where it all fell apart. I think before that it was relatively even. You know, Tundra still had momentum going their way, but it was still somewhat playable for Talon before that point. Just that mistake from WS to blink forward.
They can't get caught here, John. There's not really any buybacks apart from Joe Camp. WS, he's going to jump in. They'll try to burst down the Mars, and they've got him. Ramses is gone to start. They've even found the Aegis of Pure. Is this the team fight they needed? They're going to give it a crack. The snowball is out onto Ponyo, buying a bit more time, but Pure is gone. So is Topson. So is Whitemon. And now Sucks on top. It's a full team wipe. Well, what the hell happened?
The damage output's just ridiculous. They had Solar Flare this time around. WS didn't have the BKB. It looked awkward as heck for him to jump in. But they connect all their spells. They get the isolation. We don't see the arena come out from Ramses, and that was pretty much a sequence of pickoffs like you were talking about, right? You were saying in a big team fight, it's not working out for Talon. They split up these heroes very close to each other, but managed to get the chain stun and burst one by one. Like, look at that isolation. Pure's all the way to the left. Everyone else is on the right side. They burst down Ramses before that. And it's just insane how coordinated Talon was to get that working. And they find a lot. It brings them back in the game.
That really was quite coordinated. You can see Mikoto and Akashi especially, just always the same target they aim for. There's just ridiculous amounts of damage here between the Mirana and Ricky if you are able to isolate a target in the middle of a fight. And well, they certainly did that very well that time around. Now bringing the game back to a less than 1k advantage, the way of Tundra Esports, and dragging the win probability right back their way. Still not in favor of Talon, but I mean, it's certainly a much closer game. And now Pure, this could be a huge pick-off if they can get him, and they do.
God.
Oh boy, I mean, they just waited. They waited a long time for that one. The trap was laying, but the patience was what made it. Because now it seems like the side of Talon, they want more. They'll smell blood in the water. They'll see Saxa and Whitemon. WS doesn't have the vision. So Saxa will be able to get onto the high ground and get the hell away from that Dragon Knight. But Talon, it's showing, Jonathan, they are not going to be steamrolled here today.
They're not. They've got to answer back for this push. And you still got Topson shoving in. You've got even Ramzi's illusions keeping that mid wave fully inside their base. Talon doesn't have that much room to play around. I will say one thing. Pure with this build, you know, I like the Midas. I like this rush for the Hurricane Pike for his stat gain and just having that option to jump out of smoke screen. Not having a Lincoln's or a BKB is hurting him here, though. Like, it does feel like the Manta alone is not going to be enough. There is a lot of first jump potential here for Talon to connect outside of just a smoke screen. If they land a rebound, if they land disruption into arrow, things can go very quickly for this Morphling at full agi. You have to watch yourself.
Topson's TP'd in. He's trying to force the fight, but he does get the force stuff onto the low ground as now Ramzi's trying to force a fight onto the Shadow Demon. Whitemon will jump in. Jokam getting low, and he's finally gone as they will also find Ponyo. And now Akashi, that's the big target. If they can secure the Mikoto from the backside, he picks off Pure. Mikoto, he'll keep going here with WS. They'll try with a 3v2 situation. Jokam, he's brought back, but they've already lost Mikoto. This is not the fight to buy back in now. WS, though, still finding Topson. Still managing to find another kill as Jokam. He will die back once again on the Shadow Demon. And that is definitely a team fight win for the side of Tundra, but not as one-sided as I would have anticipated.
No, I mean, they get the proper initiation from Thunder this time around, isolating those really pesky supports, taking away the save option of Jokam with that disruption, taking away the re-engage potential with Marcier. And that just kind of makes it very difficult for Talon. They were not quite in position to take that fight either. Good forward wards here from the side of Tundra to set up in that area and keep that engage going. That will keep Talon back. Again, despite all these good fights for Talon beforehand, before that fight on mid, it is still Tundra's game in control. Like, net lead was nullified to less than 1k for Tundra, now it's back to 5k. You've still got this mid wave constantly shoving in. Talon doesn't have, again, that map mobility that Topson has to kind of try to gank globally to punish some split up or to just split push, keep that laning pressure on. So your map's just shrunk down still really hard here for Talon. Tundra going out for another smoke play. They do have the full sight of Vice on Ramzi's. They've got some quick hold here if they manage to get the big jump in.
A smoke on smoke situation here, Jonathan. Tundra looking to try and get into that Radiant jungle. Side of Talon, they will actually rotate into the dire triangle right now. There's Mikoto and Jokam gonna spot out the side of Tundra, but Jokam will be the one left behind, of course, so he'll happily die for Mikoto to be able to get away. But here comes the rest of Talon finding Topson. Oh, Topson's gone. It's a big trade here for Talon thus far. WS wanting maybe a little bit more, though. He does get forced staffed away for now. Is now the arena. Ramzi's, he'll find Ponyo. That'll be the secondary support down. WS in the meantime, he'll BKB TP up, but Akashi got left behind. And he leaps the wrong way on top. Oh, no. The tips immediately from Tundra. And that was all for that last leap, I believe, Jonathan.
Oh, yeah.
Leaps the wrong way.
Leaps the wrong way. Maybe was trying to, I don't know, set an arrow backwards before leaping forward. Gets the inputs cramped in a little bit too fast. Great punishment out from Tundra. Again, great scan to kind of cover that smoke. Getting the jump once more onto the saving support. It feels like if Jokam's gone, these team fights are very hard to pull off for Talon. Without that disruption save, without that stall time to maybe look for openings with your BKBs, it gets really wonky for Talon fast. It feels like this is a composition from Talon that needs that coordination, that needs all 5 heroes in play, and all Tundra needs to do is find like one big pick-off on either of the supports. It just gets really hard to play for Talon. 7k lead for Tundra holding up. They've got almost a full butterfly up on Pure, so it's going to be a little bit harder to burst him down with right clicks at that point. Got the full MKB coming out here for Topson as well, just to hasten the push, and a little bit more DPS never hurts here. You have all the damage already, of course, from the Spirit Force. You might as well get just a little bit more attack speed to utilize it, and that's certainly going to help the case here for Topson, for sure. Inside of Talon, they're getting more damage out in WS. He's going for the full Daedalus. They really need to be able to play around Jokam. Like, Jokam has to find that perfect spot to play in. He does have at least the Glimmer Cape to try to save himself, but they're carrying Dust because obviously you're playing against a Ricky. No Blink yet on our Shadow Demon as well. No Aether Lens for further reach, so it's a hard game. But again, for Talon, a lot of this hinges on Jokam, and for Tundra, they're keeping every lane in check. They have a few more seconds till Roshan. They're already setting up down bot to get that done, although the forward vision does spot everyone walking down there. So Talon should understand that Roche is going to be the next target as well, if they want to play into that once more.
It is now available. There's a smoke out from Talon. 5-man smoke directly towards the Roshan pit. Tundra, they're not going to bother smoking. They'll just run right into the pit and get started. But this time, Talon, they'll be around in time. There's no two ways about that. They've got plenty of time to try and contest this time around. They'll move in. Roshan's still going down the Pure. He's almost got it gone. Roar is there. Ramses, he'll get spotted. They found a great target in the Mars, and they will burst him down as the Roshan's still going. They'll be able to pick up the Aegis here on Pure, but they'll leave the banner behind. So WS will go ahead and pick that one up for Pure. How do you get out of this situation? He'll mantra off the Gleipnir. Mikoto chasing him down, but no, they'll go after the Ench instead. They'll take down Saksa. Can they find more? WS, he'll get jumped. Akashi focusing on Topson. Topson dropping low, but Ramses with a huge arena out. Mikoto, he got hexed up. Mikoto, he gets the tricks of the trades off just in the nick of time. But what's it going to do for him? He does go down. So does Ponyo. Onto the DK, they'll go. WS not looking too tanky. He will drop. And Ramses, that was a very nice buyback up from the Mars just in the nick of time to save the fight here for Tundra. With the Roshan, with the Aegis still going, they'll try for high ground.
And it's not going to take too much here from Tundra to rip these buildings to shreds, as we've seen before. Side of Talon only have the 2 buybacks. Even with buyback in WS, he doesn't have the Dragon form. You know, don't have their Steroid as well and Solar Flare. Gonna have to try to at least give up 1 set of racks. But Tundra, smell blood in the water, tier 4s, no problems. Forcing the buyback from WS, but what can Talon feasibly do? And they don't have these ultimates up. It just feels... it's a difficult defense to say the least. Tundra right on top to set off their road to the International here on the right note. As Talon looked good early on, but just that wonky Roche fight. And it just starts to fall apart really fast with this kind of draft.
2 wonky Roche fights this time around. Well, here we go. I mean, Tundra looking for that final lane of barracks, slowly starting to head up top. You did get that Roshan banner, but that's not going to do you too much good here if you are the side of Talon. Not right now, it won't anyway. The Tundra, though, still just kind of sitting back and relaxing. They are just buying Pure some more time to get some more farm going before they do get onto that high ground. No real rush here for Tundra. They understand they are in complete control, and it seems like they're going to just wait out the MKBs before they really try for that final lane of barracks. Just no need to risk this game 1. And if you're Talon, I mean, you are the guys that need to find a way back into this game. But right now, they are just stuck on their high ground. They're just not feeling safe to venture out.
You just have so many ways of keeping these waves freely shoved in from Tundra. Again, with an NP, with a wave clearing you have, and a Morphling, even a Mars can clear out these waves and just keep it shoved consistently. You don't have a lot of room. There goes 1 weak MKB up for Pure. He's going to have, again, a little bit more damage to play with. Not going to have to care about smokescreen too much here as well. And about the BKB, you can just hit away for free. You take a free Tort Mentor now for Whitemon to have. A little bit more utility with the Ice Shards going further now as well, further deep. Epileasing blocking off some pattern here. I'm not sure how Talon takes care of 2 lives on Pure. Again, if they get that perfect angle, if they get their own MKB up in Akashi, perhaps. Piercing through that evasion chance in the Butterfly. with the right-click speed you have with Solar Flare-Up, you will need to isolate again. And that's where we need to see Talon kind of play together. It's just hard to see Tundra breaking apart at this point. And they're so far ahead. 2 lives is a huge allowance, but hey, Talon did it before when they were shoving in the mid. Maybe they can do it again?
Regardless, I mean, what a game we've had so far, John. 31-27, 35.5 minutes into this game. We shall see very soon if Talon can indeed do it again, because it seems like Tundra, they're ready to try and approach that high ground. They'll smoke up as 4. Topson will meet him with the teleport. Oh, they see Mikoto. TP away, he's going to be alright. They can't reach. I mean, Mikoto, he did have buyback to be fair, but you'd much rather not have to commit it in that fashion.
Yeah. You can't afford to die outside base right now. At least try to take this high ground fight, buy back for a prolonged fight, and see if it works out. And Tundra, all they have to do is just play together as a team, get a good arena out from Ramses if you can.
They won't rush it. They'll wait for the creep wave to come in. In fact, Topson's just TPing across the map, farming in another location. But he'll have a backup in about 15 seconds, so no problem. But again, it doesn't really seem like Tundra are going to try and force it. They've only got 30 seconds left on the Aegis on top for Pure, so it might be one of those situations where you just kind of accept the fact that you control the whole map anyway, and you may as well just make that net worth lead get a hell of a lot bigger, though it is already sitting at around 20k. But when you control the whole map, you may as well take all the fun.
Yep.
Maybe wait out the next Roshan.
Yeah, just playing secure here. Pure trying to work onto that BKB now. So there's really not going to be that much threat onto this Morphling. As long as he can pop the BKB quick enough before the Dragon Tail stun kicks in, you should have really no problem surviving through. And that's where this will go close to 0 now for Talon at that point, once that's up. If they can maybe isolate Pure while he's farming that, sure. But again, there's no outer reach here for Talon whatsoever. You're still waiting for that MKB on Akachi. He did divert for the Crystallis early on. I don't think he wants to go for the full Daedalus just yet. Does need that Pierce first. You've got the refresh up on Ramses. Double Hex ready to go. Double Arena, double Spear, and double BKB. And Talon, they don't have any of those kinds of options. Again, they still shine in pickoffs, but you can't get pickoffs if you don't manage to get outside your base. Have the BKB up on Mikoto. So at least the Ricky's a little bit more protected up front. They have to be very quick with that. And the sight of Vice on Ramses has been causing a ton of issues here. But I'm not seeing easy answers for Talon still. Now, like, there is a path back. It is more reliant on Tundra. Maybe playing a little bit more recklessly, going in 1-by-1 and... or even just fragmented as we saw in the high ground fight. And, you know, Tundra is just not giving those opportunities back. There's that BKB for Pure. Safety net for the Morphling up and ready. And nothing to really be concerned about. Maybe you just wait out until next Roshan. A minute 40 until we see that next timer here, but it's not like Talon can really contest or do anything. They'll try with a smoke out here.
They're gonna give it a crack. The Tormentor does go the way of the Dire, of course. Pure will be able to pick up his own shards now. BKB now officially up on Pure. So life becomes infinitely harder now with that BKB available. And Tundra, they're grouping up again. Into the Radiant Jungle they'll go. Akashi going to be spotted by White One in just a moment. Shards out, but of course Akashi can just leap away and will do so. Tundra so desperate to try and find a quick pick-off before they do approach that high ground, but seems like they might just have to do it the old-fashioned way. Mikoto hanging around that bottom lane, but they don't really have the detection around this area. But now they do. But they won't make the jump on Mikoto. He's fine. They'll see Joe Cam. Ramsey's jumping in, misses the arena though. Gleipnir will lock him down. Arrow will land as well. The drinking buddy's just not quick enough, but it doesn't matter. Though with the arena down, Talon, they might want to go, and they do certainly look like they want to try and pursue here. WS ready to blink in, does commit. He gets the stun off onto the Tusk. Wyamon trying to be bursted down. In comes Mikoto, but they're lacking quite a bit of damage without Akashi. Ponyo, he'll try as well, but Pure, he's just manning up through it. He couldn't give a crap. Mikoto being chased down. They really can't afford to lose this Ricky. Silenced him up, more stuff away. Mikoto, he might jump back in with the tricks of the trade, and Whitemon will go down. Meanwhile, though, Jocam and Ponyo both dropping. Is now Pure dropping low, but so does Mikoto. He'll go down on a WS. He'll BKB TP out, and he will make it. Meanwhile, Akashi's still getting tipped throughout all of this. As now they've got Mikoto down with that buyback, and it seems like Tundra can officially go for the jugular.
WS?
Onto the DK. WS is gone. Pure in trouble. Does go down. Pure is off the map now as Ponyo. He will die for this. It's a 2v4 scenario as Whitemon's going to buy back. Takashi and Jocam versus the world. Can you deal with Topson? That's the big target. Ramzi's disrupted. Although you have lost Jocam, still Akashi, he will try to take down the Mars, but the Hex is out. He's got no damage incoming, as now they'll focus down the Ancient, and GG is called. Game 1 will go the way of Tundra Esports. And it was quite back and forth, Jonathan, but it did always feel like Tundra just had their number here in Game 1.
That they did. I think the laning phase looked pretty all right for Talon. They had right ideas in going for that aggressive first blood kill early on, but
Well, that's game 1 in the bag. Let's head back over to our panel and see what they had to think about this game number 1.
We're going to give some of our opinions here. I mean, I really enjoyed the early game from Talon because that's the part that we didn't know how exactly it was going to play out. What are these lanes going to look like? What exactly are they going to be able to achieve for themselves? And I think a lot more than we thought. Unfortunately, it didn't lead to success for them, but I still think a promising early game for them and a little bit in that mid game left to be desired. But early rotations coming out from the Jenkins, and I think that was one of the most impressive things Talon were able to do.
Yeah, that was going pretty well for them, actually.
Yeah.
Surprisingly, Akashi made his classic rotation through the portal, and that went really well. There was an early buyback that we saw from Ponyo, which was interesting, but it just spoke to how much fighting there was in that game. I think at like 25 minutes, there was like 45 kills or something like that, so almost 2 kills per minute, back and forth. The net worth lead was until the last 10, 15 minutes of the game, maybe closer to 10 minutes of the game. Like, it was fairly even.
I mean, they kind of had the greedier draft, I felt like, overall for Talon. So they needed like the early game to go well for them. So, I mean, Jenkins talked about the buyback. I felt like they kind of tried to slow the game down. They tried to slow Tundra down with that, but kind of didn't really work out. But I liked the idea. And after that, the game kind of became very scrappy and a lot of like bad pickoffs, bad deaths. They were just trying to scramble their way into the late game, whereas Tundra, I felt like even if they don't get a big lead, they still have a really, really comfortable early game with the Midas on the Morphling. And going into late game, you have Morphling plus MP, you know, 2 of your very, very strong late game scaling cores. And on top of that, you have an Ench, which is also a core in the late game. So I don't felt like Tundra at any moment of this game, they were threatened.
Yeah, it felt like, you know, the 2 evils there. It's like, okay, you either burst Ench and, you know, spend a lot on trying to get rid of her because she likes to sit at the back line and just deal damage, or you just kind of get caught out and Nature's Prophet gets to also sit on the sidelines there for and just dish out some free damage.
Yeah, but you know who wasn't doing any damage in this game?
Who?
The Ricky. This pick in particular, it was supposed to do a lot. We talked about in this game. Unfortunately, it ended up with 12,000 hero damage in this game, which is not good for your last pick mid, Ricky here. We expected it to do a lot in this particular game. It was a very scrappy game. Yet again, I feel like this is where Ricky should shine. But unfortunately, if you go for this early Diffusal Blade Rush, you also had to go for the Shard to counter like the Drinking Buddies from the Tusk. And he just ended up being more of like a support role in this particular game. So I really did not like the fact that it ended up going for this Ricky last pick and throwing the DK into the offlane, and the DK also going for the fire facet too. It kind of just put him in a position where everything had to go right, and it just didn't, and the game was very difficult because
Yeah, I felt like if Ricky, you want to succeed in a game, you kind of need your draft to be more like team fight. Your other heroes need to have some sort of team fight, where I felt like their draft doesn't really have much of a team fight. It's all about you get your items, then late game you have this DK, you have Mirana, you're going to out DPS your opponents. But in the early mid game team fights, like what is Ricky supposed to do when nobody's willingly standing in front? Like for example, Tundra had the arena to team fight. You know, Talon kind of didn't really have anything outside. You know, you hit some arrow with the DK jumping in. That's about it. You know.
Yeah, I think that was like, you know, we saw a good early rotation from Talon. I think at like the 10 minutes, and then you fast forward literally 2 minutes to.
Yeah, when the actual team fights are happening, you can see they are struggling.
Yes, Tundra had that arena up that you're talking about, and yeah, there was a lot more that they could do with it. Ricky, we haven't really seen him in pro games for, I want to say many years. It's not that long, but at least definitely not this year competitively.
I mean, we saw him last year with the dart.
Yes, we did, and then that kind of got like nerfed out. But this year competitively, we haven't seen him. So do you want to talk about the facets? Maybe people at home might not know, and then which one Mikoto went with, and that you're question marking?
Yeah, I mean, I think you're really right about like Ricky not being in the meta for many years.
Yeah.
There was that dart meta, and then before then there's also a year-to-year gap where he hasn't played. But right now he's seeing a little bit of a resurgence right now against some of the popular heroes. He's got two different facets. One of them gets some bonus EXP when he gets a kill, which is what mainly people went for, right? Just go around the map, get kills, get high level. That is kind of inconsistent now. It's very difficult to do. People know when you're off the map. So now he has a different facet now where his E, Tricks of the Trade, does like 450% bonus damage to creeps. And I expected him to rush Ags from the mid lane. That way, with that facet, it makes sense. You're farming, you keep up and farm, you're not reliant on getting hero kills. And that's something that Topson's been doing. He's been spamming this in pubs. But Mikoto, I don't know if he's super comfortable on this Ricky. He knows how it works. He went for more of the, I'm going to just get kills and snowball the game, rushing the Diffusal Blade, going for that early shard as well, getting behind. But if you don't get those kills, this hero does not shine, and unfortunately, he could not find those kills in this game. And that's why the Ricky just didn't really work out. He did half the damage that the enemy Inch did in this game, and that's not where you want to be.
If you include the damage that he did to the Treant, then we're really racking up the numbers. No, I think the point that Winter mentioned was an interesting one, like the fact that they had pretty much 3 carries on Talon. It was in all the lanes, and then the supports were not team fighters. Even Tundra lacked team fight. It was just Mars. Like all the other heroes were, you know, scaling, and you have the Tusk and the Ench. Like these heroes are more like run at you, like ganking heroes, save heroes. So really just a game in general that lacks team fight. But one team fighter is infinitely better than 0. Like if you're Talon in that game, I do agree with the Ags take that you probably just play for pickoffs and avoid fights, because they actually were getting pickoffs. There was that one time we saw them jump Pure on the Morphling and kill him in like a fraction of a second with the Ricky. And maybe if they played the entire game like that, it would look really weird and wonky, but they have a DK playing essentially DK carry off lane. They have a Ricky playing Ricky carry mid. They have Mirana, which is one of the highest damage dealing carries in the game.
He wasn't really playing Ricky carry mid though. That's my problem. He was playing like Ricky space.
But if he went for the Ags, I mean, like if they kind of had that idea where it's like, okay, we're just going to dodge them. I mean, it's very not this meta, but that might have worked out because Pure did go for a Midas. Like he was planning for the game to go late.
Yeah, Pure had like a rougher game than I thought, especially when we just saw the scoreboard there. His KDA, sure, it was still positive, it looked great, but there were a lot of deaths that I feel like as Morphe could have avoided. So that is big props to Talon being able to, you know, get him a couple deaths there for themselves. The other thing is his Nature's Prophet. What's very obvious is the fact that he has a teleport built into his toolkit, right? You get to be off the map farming, and that's that late game that we talked about. I thought Ricky would have lent into that, is that you could potentially run around with your supports and try and find him. You hunt
get him in the trees.
wherever he is when he's not ready. Maybe a new camp that he's teleported to. And that didn't happen. They didn't go for that sort of play.
Had SD plus Marcy, which I feel like didn't really enable that. If you want to do that, you kind of need like a support that can burst heroes like Lion, Skyralph, this type of hero, or at least a Snapfire. You can do damage from far away, and you can allow the Ricky to find pickoffs, you know. And with SD and Marcy, what you're supposed to do, you follow the Ricky and what?
That's what I'm saying. I think they just should all buy Midases like it's 2 weeks ago, and then just play for the late game.
Yeah, it's also not how the game played out. Like you saw, like every fight was like a team fight.
Yeah.
Like he wasn't just alone. Even this Morph, he just had Treads Midas. He was joining every single.
It was 5v5.
Yeah, it was 5v5 the whole game. There was no like split pushing shenanigans in the early mid game. Later on, there was towards the end of the game, but like at that point in time, it was already kind of too late. The game was a bit over.
How consistent do you think that style is going to be of we want early fighting carries? Because Riyadh, the last big LAN, that's what teams found success in is we snowball up at, like, let's say the 12-minute mark, and we don't leave each other's sides unless we're not winning team fights. And you think that that's going to be pretty prevalent?
Yeah, I mean, I
teams?
think right now most all the carries are playing heroes that can be very active. Morph is one of the greedier ones, but most of them are buying Gleipnir first item. That way they can join the fights while still farming on the side. Their second item is usually BKB, so they continue to join these fights. If you miss a timing here or there, or if you're just a bit too AFK, you're going to lose these fights. And these fights are massive. Now you're going to lose Roche, and now the game's going to snowball. And right now, currently in this patch, snowballing a game is something you usually can't come back from. It's going to be very difficult to get back from, so speed is very important.
Yeah, if you don't join the early fights, you're not farming. Basically, you won't have time to farm. So I felt like a lot of the heroes, the carry heroes that were picked before, something like Terrorblade, Antimage, that's why they fell off. They can't really have time to farm. And even if they choose to come to the team fights, their impact compared to the range carries right now, the Lina, the Wind Ranger, the Mirana, it's not the same.
Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, my brain, you were like listing heroes, you know, Terrorblade being one of them. And for some reason, like Spectre popped into my brain. I'm like, we just have not seen her. I know that she needs a lot of items, a lot of time, and a lot of net worth to really come online. But with her ult change, that's what we saw at TI last year, is that people were looking towards picking her up because she could ult in and then just leave again and go back to farming. And I thought maybe that might have come back around with everyone wanting carries that could join fights. But there's two aspects to it. You have to be able to join fights, but you also still have to be able to do something in the fight.
And the third aspect is you have to not lose your lane horde.
Okay, that's, yeah.
So like these heroes like Lina and Ron we talked about, NP, they're strong laners, right? They can win their lane, they can snowball that. Right now, Spectre, still playable. It's not an unplayable hero. It's just really weak in the laning stage. It gives the offlaner kind of a free game, and you want to avoid that.
I do think it's actually decent, but one thing that I've learned about Dota in the last 3 years, and I don't know if it's always been this way, or if I just learned this as a player and I wasn't good enough to recognize this back then or whatever, but it really seems like in Dota, heroes being good is not what determines the meta. It's items being good, and then that determines what heroes are picked. So if Greaves is good, then it doesn't matter what state Underlord is in. Underlord is going to be picked. If Gleipnir is good, then all the Gleipnir carries are going to be picked. The thing is, if Blade Mail or Orchid were like really busted items, which they're fine, right? They're just not as broken as
they're more like
Gleipnir.
tier 2
Yeah,
than...
but like Gleipnir is like triple S plus tier. So I honestly think like that's why these
Morph is the only exception where I feel like he's just that broken and doesn't buy those items because of what I mentioned. Like you just go stats on this hero. You put 1 point in your W, maybe 2 points in your E, and then you just go stats.
Yeah.
And they give double value, and you can just build normal carry items. He's kind of like the anomaly of the meta right now.
Yeah, there's always a few exceptions.
How many carry heroes do you think can't build Glib? I shouldn't say can't, but like don't
Most
do
of the
well
melees
with.
one. Most of the melees like doesn't make a lot of sense on them. That's about it.
Oh, thought there was gonna be more.
I mean,
there was gonna be a longer list
like
than that.
these Ursa, PA, Anti-Mage, like name any melee hero. It's
PA is kind of decent now, is it?
Gleipnir PA?
I mean,
No,
not
I'm not saying
Gleipnir.
Gleipnir PA. But is she then one of the anomalies? Is Ursa or PA, are they in that ballpark of Morph, or you're like, Morph just really does sit here and those two are
So
more
basically the Gleipnir heroes pretty much win their lane, and you can
Okay.
pick them early. The Battle Fury heroes, still pickable, but they have to pick later in the draft. They have to have some type of purpose. They
They're
have
the
to see their
gotcha
matchup. Yeah, pretty much. And they're going to, or it's like we ran out of picks, everything's banned. That's the other option. So
That
No, you never
unironically does
want to be in that position, but it does happen.
I mean, that's why we just ended with a DK off lane going for the Red Dragon.
Yeah,
is
they
because
kind of ran out of options.
WS didn't really feel like he had anything else to play.
He did change to Red Dragon last minute.
I mean, that's the thing about when you have a star player on the team, you kind of want to leave his pick to the last or the second last, but then your enemy's targeting them. So I feel like this game, they probably have to change that sequence and maybe try to pick his hero early so they can set up the whole draft around him instead of just giving him the whole draft and the last pick. What do you want to play when everything is banned?
Dragonite was their first pick. I don't know if I expected it, though, to be a first phase pick. I feel like there are still a couple more heroes out there that you might want to put in higher priority, or you guys don't really...
I feel like they debated themselves.
I was going to say, I can tell you why. It's because they didn't want to give it to Pure. Pure invented the DK.
But you also
don't
wouldn't
you
want to
feel
ban
like
it
it's
out
also an
against...
answer to MP?
Yeah, I
in
feel
a
like
way?
it's more than that. I feel like they picked this when they saw NP.
Is it though? Because the Tusk.
Why would you pick
response,
DK then to?
I think
that's the question I'm asking.
No, I feel like they had
think
an
it's-
oversight.
I think there's of course the element of it's good against NP. I think also you can just go double bracer on like a lot of these strength heroes, and it's going to do fine against the NP. But I think it's because like Pure this is his thing. Like he brought this into the meta. They're not going to give this to Tundra because now everybody is picking the DK carry. Now it's actually considered S tier meta.
Interesting.
To counter that, you're gonna take
How many
his
counter?
hero, give him his other good hero, Morphling, and then pick that hero that isn't good versus Morph and try to counter it.
Yeah, I think they ran out of bans. I think that's the issue, and it's what you said. They debated
The thing
themselves.
about countering as well is sometimes you're just not as good as your opponents at executing the same strat, right? You copy their strat, but there are certain small little detail that you are missing, and the thing is just not the same anymore. So I'm not really a big fan of trying to just take what your opponent's good at.
I think they pivot away from that. I don't think they do that
Look,
a second.
It could have been both things that factored into this. Either way, it's a best of 2 for our group stage here between Talon and Tundra. And we're looking at our draft for game number 2 there in our screens. Are the bans going to change up? Right now, not at all. Nothing is different between these two teams and what they've decided to take out. For Tundra, I mean, you don't need to. You just won a game. You're very happy. You're very comfortable in this matchup and what you think is going to come your way. But for Talon, if that Dragon Knight was as big of an issue that you're talking about, Jenkins, maybe they consider putting it in there and not wanting it.
Lina
in
and
their
Omni are
draft.
the only ones left?
Yes,
Okay.
Lina and Omni from last game's bans.
Yeah.
Could potentially be banned here again.
We'll see.
Do you think Lina is cannibal Winter? Do you think you're comfortable coming up against her in a competitive game of Dota?
I think Lina and MP are heroes that I will never want to fight against in the game. Like personally for me, I think they are really, really difficult to deal with. There's not many answers. I think a decent solution is maybe going like some centaur with Crimson Guard and you try to negate the damage, but I don't even know if that's enough.
They go back for it. I mean, at least if they're going to do this, I think I would prefer to see the DK go mid.
Yeah,
I mean, I don't like that. This to me is a carry hero.
Carry, I
right
think.
now.
Okay, strategically, you don't pick this as a carry counter to NP, in my opinion. You pick this to exploit when NP leaves the lane, but they didn't do that, right? This is not an off-lane response.
But do you also feel like the last game they did it to mirror the MP? Like wherever the MP is going, they want to send the DK there, but they changed their mind in the end.
Yeah. So like that's what I mean. Strategically, they might correct that, and I feel like that would be an okay thing to do because you're going on the same path of what makes sense. And I don't know if it's good or not, right? But it makes sense to me. It's like, oh, you have high armor, you kind of have the built-in bracers you talked about, and when the NP leaves,
the value of it.
I mean, the high armor thing is not exactly a thing anymore now, because in the beginning it's different.
It's still more than most heroes.
Yeah, with double bracer, which anybody playing against NP is going to get, I think it is enough.
But I think you 100% have to go with the poison facet here and play for tempo. You can't go with the fire facet and just farm because at that point you might as well just play as carry.
But if you're playing as carry, I think the fire facet is like the go-to, right?
It's fine. I mean, that's the thing. Like, if DK is as good as we think it is, you can just put it as a carry, and I'm fine with this as well. But if it's an answer to the NP, it's not the fire facet. It's the poison facet. NP leaves, you take his tower. Now all of a sudden he gets punished for going across the map.
Let's turn our eyes towards what those second ban phases were. Second ban phase? What? Second phase bans? Sniper. Yes, Sniper getting through. So they think Marcy was an issue from game number 1, willing to give up the Sniper now, and the Morphling also making his way in there, which leaves the Viper through. So that's the differences in that second phase between game 1 and game 2. But Enchantress still on the table to be picked up and taken away.
On Talon this time. That's the adjustment they made.
The swap.
And they're going to go Bask for their Tusk here. It can be played on White Mon and Soxa, so it's still available here.
And do you guys prefer the drinking buddies or tag team now?
Not a Tusk player, not sure. It made a lot of sense against Ricky because you can just like.
As a viewer, I like it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like because I play this hero quite a fair bit recently, I'm not really sure when should I choose the drinking buddies, and usually tag team. I pick it when I look at my carry. My carry is Lina, Wind Ranger, so I go for tag team. Yeah, that's my logic.
But isn't drinking buddy also good with range heroes because it gives them the buff, regardless if Tusk is next to them?
Yeah, but you don't need the attack speed on Lina, for example, or Wind Ranger.
Either way, that is going to be Sox's hero, the sniper. Do you have any insight on this one as support?
Absolutely.
Lane winner. He's like a lash.
I have a 25% win rate with this hero over the last 6 months.
No way.
My most played hero.
How many games?
Sniper. Well, I go Conda 6 Rapier Rush.
Oh, maybe that's why you're losing as
That's
a
the
support
build that I.
No, that couldn't possibly be it. That couldn't possibly be the reason.
But one thing that I did notice looking at this hero on Dota 2 Pro Tracker is a lot of players are spamming the Sniper Pos 4 and considering this to be S tier. They have a 20% win rate with it. Like, a lot of people are losing with Sniper.
But most of the games you watch, you notice they're winning the lanes. I think you pick him to win the lane, and later in the game, I feel like it goes well with the current team of the meta where you need your support to do damage. And Sniper as a position 4, after you secure the lane, yeah, you don't have any catch for your team, but you farm, you skill, and you help with the damage department.
Yeah, this goes back to our conversation about maybe it's winning.
Bad in pubs, but really good for competitive.
Well,
that's exactly what I was going to say too.
All of this is very fruitful, and I enjoy the conversation. But Sox is one of the only people that actually has a positive win rate with it.
Right, that's what you're going to say.
He is actually good at this Sniper Pos 4.
This man has been cooking for Sniper for many months, by the way.
Really wants people to play Sniper.
Yes, because I remember all the way back at the Dubai LAN, he was talking to one of the teams playing in it and was like, mid Sniper, that's the secret sauce. They picked it out and they won.
I think it was Liquid, wasn't it?
Pretty sure it was Liquid. I wasn't gonna name the team, but I'm pretty sure it was Liquid.
I think it was because there was a lot of like coddle mid, which was just like kind of pushing the lane, so you could get away with the carry mids. There was like less track mid with Sniper counters.
I also feel like it kind of enables your support, because back then maybe it was the meta shifting towards more emphasis on fighting in the runes. And Sniper, I feel like when you put this style here where you have some AoE spell to fight around the ramps, it's very difficult for the enemy team to contest the rune. Like a Razor mid, you just cast the plasma field and you kind of secure the rune.
Yeah.
And Sniper does that for your supports.
Yeah, and honestly, I mean, Topson is one of the Sniper mid players that will actually take it mid. So whenever
you think there's a slight flex?
There's a slight flex. Yeah, like I think when you see this, you're going to assume it's a Sniper 4 because this is the meta. But with Tundra, you always have to look out. Topson's going to look for any excuse to trick you and play a Sniper mid.
I think it's absolutely hilarious. Most people said this, what is the facet called on Sniper, the scatter shot or something? Most people are like, this is the most useless facet in the game.
I mean, you think about the position 4 heroes, right? A lot of the heroes that have a good facet now, like Lash and Sniper, they kind of change their spells from long duration to short duration, but you get more damage. Yeah. And that works really well in the lane. So I felt like a lot of these facets just made certain heroes have a very, very strong laning phase. And
it's
you can just
funny,
pick
it's still facets are still being discovered this late after
I think the item meta changing helps a lot as well. Like Sniper with drums and solar feels really good just in general. Like you do really well in the early game, you get these early items and you start snowballing with the early items. When Scattershot was first added and it was the facets patch, it was not a group up as 5 like Pipe Greaves sort of auras meta. It was a like how well can you do in the mid game type meta. And when you're talking about the facet that falls off the fastest but has incredible early game didn't even matter back then. It was all about mid game.
Yeah, it was like the Jin Q Marcy's rushing BKB.
Yeah, exactly.
A core,
You're just becoming a core.
Yeah.
The thing about Sniper that's always really annoying is he likes to sit on that back line. You know, there's normally exactly. There's normally other heroes that are willing to go in for yourself. Obviously, Tusk being one of the ones they've already picked up for themselves. You go, that man wants to initiate, wants to go in. But then on the side of Talon, you then think, okay, how do we get into that back line? How do we just take out this support that's going to be able to deal a lot of damage? And I guess they thought their answers were the Mars Phoenix. Do you guys vibe with it, or? I mean, it's a good combo. You arena and you egg on top. People have done this.
It's a classic combo, and I think more than anything, they're just taking away a lot of the heroes that they feel like were a problem that Tundra had. They took away the Ench, they took away the Mars, they brought their own team fight to the equation with the Phoenix here. It's a well-rounded lineup here, whereas Tundra, they're kind of going for the same type of style of strategy.
Yeah, I feel like the Phoenix also provides you with the support matchup because you like to play Phoenix into the Tusk. Yeah. So that is also a small little addition for your draft.
Do you like it a little bit more than for game 1? Like you see a clearer vision.
Yeah, it's much easier.
This is way easier to execute. Yeah, I agree. I think for Tundra, what they're lacking right now is it's some sort of AoE disable. Like Centaur would be good if it wasn't for the fact that they're playing against Mars and Mars Arena counters a Centaur. You drop it down, you can't, you're running hasted speed within a tiny confined space, really doesn't help that much. But some hero like that that's able to team fight, some AoE circle.
Yeah, they need a meat shield. They need a meat shield in front. They need
Slaughter is good. Yeah, a meat shield that also has some sort of stun.
And if you want someone to make circles and auras, Underlord could work.
Yeah, that sounds pretty
Underlord with Luna is very strong combo together. Team fight. You stand in front, you protect her, because Luna really needs someone to protect her in the team fights and a distraction. You can't. He's tanky, but you can't ignore him.
5 seconds remaining.
She's not tanky enough to survive by herself.
No.
She needs like someone else to keep
They
her
actually
alive.
banned the Kunkka.
Yeah,
Good
Kunkka's
call.
actually a good choice.
I thought Kunkka was gonna be really busted when they added the built-in rum innate. But once again, this is another one of those ones where you look at all of these top players spamming it. They try it for 8 games, they lose 7 of them, and then they stop spamming it. I saw
Put it
Collapse.
on the bench
Yeah,
and then, like,
Collapse
never
couldn't
again.
make it work. So it's like if Collapse is spamming something, this guy's like climbing an MMR, and this is the one hero he's losing with. I figured it's.
I mean, the water park just isn't the same anymore.
It's not the same, dude. You get cannons now, which are
Cannonballs.
awesome but terrible.
They're not terrible. It's just definitely worse than the old one.
Yeah.
Torrent Storm, rest in.
But I like the idea. Like this would fit the type of hero they need perfectly. Something that has a little bit of team fight, a little bit of disable, and a meat shield to go in front.
Tundra Esports turn to
Oh, they even banned the Centaur despite having the Mars. I mean, I think it's great. Other than Into the Mars.
I feel like the Underlord is a pretty good option here.
I think so.
It'll make the DK.
It's very good with sniper, like your spells with the scatter shot.
You have like double teleportation as well with the gate plus NP, and that's kind of what their lineup's all about. Getting around the map here.
Oh, they're gonna take Underlord for sure. I was gonna say the only issue is you're getting counterpicked, but that's why they banned out the monkey. Never mind. What on earth?
Offlane Elk.
Could be mid Elk too.
I mean, still that hero, if they do run it off, gets countered by monkey. Like this carry demolishes
countered
any
mid too,
melee
yeah.
hero.
I mean,
I feel like that's the lane though. Elk plus sniper.
It doesn't have to be, but it could.
It's a pretty strong lane.
Yeah, I mean,
I like the shot.
I think for sure, the more I think about it, this NP has to go mid because no one in their right mind is going to play NP offlane into Enchantress. You're just going to give him a free tree.
Yeah,
and
you just
he's
don't
gonna...
skill tree or what. Like,
and then it's just not good, right?
No.
So it's offlane Alchemist for sure here. I don't think offlane Luna is a thing. I mean, she did get improved. I'm actually a big Luna fan ever since they made the changes.
You are,
to her.
sorry?
Yeah,
Okay,
this hero, like, I was not a fan where you would just max your W and E and just go AFK for 20 minutes. But they changed it so now you can max beam if you want to, get your ulti at 6, and you can participate in the fight, which makes this hero a lot faster. But yeah, they're going to do the offlane Alchemist here because I don't think you can do NP offlane. I'm not sure how good this lane is, but you can stack with Sniper like crazy if you want to. Alk can get farmed. I don't know if there's a particularly good Ags here to give away, so I'm very curious to see. I don't think he's going to go that route. I think he's just going to build for the team and just get auras even, potentially. Maybe he'll go Radiance and be another carry, but that seems a little greedy.
How do you guys feel about the last pick, Akashi Windrunner?
I mean, it's a good laner into the Elk.
Against Elk.
Elk Sniper. I think it's a pretty strong... You need a pretty strong like position 1 carry when you have Phoenix, pos... Oh no, it's actually Enchantress, pos 5.
I'm also curious what facet he's gonna go. I feel like this is one of the most
He's gonna get the
facets out there in the game right now.
Everyone
that
is
both,
here. No.
both have pros
What's
and
your?
cons.
I want to hear his prediction. What facet? You mean on Windrunner, right?
The Whirlwind. I already looked it up. Everyone's getting Whirlwind.
They are, yeah.
He's getting Whirlwind. I can see.
But what if
You're not supposed to look like that.
But what if there's a? Okay, well you already looked, so that's cheating. But he could change it last second.
He
To be
could?
fair.
Should we look? Should we wait?
Because Focus Fire, I feel like against Luna is pretty good.
Okay. So then what's the benefit to going Whirlwind, which I believe...
I guess to me, like with Mars, it gives you team fight.
Yeah, drop arena.
Yeah,
run in there.
Drop arena, and you just get a
good.
bunch of AoE damage here. Because that's the downside of going for Focus Fire is, if you don't kill that hero, you're kind of useless. Right?
Yeah, if you go on the wrong target.
And a lot of people, sometimes you're forced to just use it on a support because they're there, because you just have to get it out there.
Okay.
But now you don't feel as bad if you use it on a support because it does spread damage.
And Whirlwind farms.
And yeah,
It does. I think
more than anything, Wind Ranger right now is never a bad pick just because Gleipnir really strong. Universal hero.
Universal, yeah.
I mean, you can
it's
shift it to
good.
a couple of roles too.
Yeah.
But look, I'm interested to see how the team fights are going to be executed. You got the Egg, you got the Mars Arena, now you have the Whirlwind. It feels like a lot of AoE coming out from Talon. Is that enough to push them over the edge? We'll see exactly. As it is game number 2 with our casters, MLP and John.
We are getting into game 2 here between Talon and, of course, Tundra Esports. Jonathan, 2 brand new drafts. What are you thinking? Do you feel like Talon has enough here to force game number 2 win, or do you feel like Tundra are walking away with a 2-0 victory?
I mean, I like what Tundra's cooked up. I think I did agree with a lot of the ideas her panel had. I think the Underlord pickup might have worked out a little bit better here, especially if you're playing into the Wind Ranger, or it would have taken away this Wind Ranger option for sure for Talon to even consider. considering the atrophy with the focus fire or the whirlwind damage reduction makes it pretty awful to play into. But I like what they're cooking on Tundra again. You know, they pick up the scatter shot sniper. You and I were having conversations about scattershot before. You told me, John, it's trash. John, please don't stop suggesting that, John. Here it comes. You know?
Are you happy?
I am happy.
You happy you got that out, Jonathan? You're satisfied?
I am very satisfied.
It only took you like a year for this to be good. It only took about
Hey, 6 months or so, okay? Give me some credit. 6 months, 6 months.
You're a fortune teller, Jonathan. You're a good man. I can see it. You got that psychic ability. Here we go. First blood maybe to happen here, as we could have a fight. Smoke around from Whitemon. He might just find Ponyo here with his pants down, and Ponyo gets sharded up, and it looks like he is just as good as dead. He'll try for the run. The Fairy Fire out. The slowdown is there from the Blood Grenade. They are still trying for Ponyo, and they do find him. Pure. He'll be the one to secure first blood on the Luna. Probably the best start you could have asked for here for Tundra.
Is Akashi?
Also caught. Ramses with another unstable concoction. They'll remove half the HP of Akashi to start off this laning stage, and oh boy, Tundra with the aggression already.
And that's what we need to see coming out here for Tundra. All their lanes are set up for nice, easy aggression. Maybe except the mid. You've got Mikoto on the DK up against Topson on the NP once more. This is, again, a very relatively stable lane. You're going to be farming here on Mikoto. You're going to be farming Topson. Neither side's really going to care too much. You at least have that extra piece of play for Topson if he does manage to get the teleportation out early on. So that is something to look out for. A good voice line out from Pure. I was wondering where those voice lines were. It's been very quiet in game one. Good to see they're still popping out.
Don't get confident, Jonathan. No one's playing your voice lines. Nobody. All right? Don't. I know what you want. I know you're trying to sell, Jonathan. It's not happening. We're at TI, goddammit. Get it together.
I talked to Whitemon. He says we're not friends. I talked to Akashi. They say that we're not friends. You know, what can you do, Mike? What can you do? I'm not friends with them. Still, we're friends with this game as we're taking a look at the top lane now. With Pure on that Luna. Guess we are. It's a love-hate relationship sometimes. Whitemon on the... What was I even saying? Whitemon and Tusk. You've got WS on the Mars and Jokam on the Phoenix. This is also relatively stable. You have some decent play potential. Luna's not the furthest range hero, so the Mars can certainly play. This is a WS special, which is rather interesting they allow it through this time around. We've seen WS, even when Mars looked pretty atrocious in some patches, even from his time in Boom, WS makes the hero look damn good, almost like what FBZ used to do in Boom as well, except it has felt...
Cast the curse. Well, Shard was there, but the follow-up was not. No curse, Jonathan. Well done. You've done it. Because bottom lane, Akashi and Ponyo, they'll be up against Sarks and Ramses. It seems like already a very good laning stage for Ramses, as he has secured 10 CS. Because Ponyo will try to force him out of the Ench, but he had to go level 1 Nature's Attendance. Now he has the enchant up, so he can do a little bit more. But this laning stage, down this bottom lane for Tundra, does seem very strong. Like, maybe now the Harpy Stormcrafter could be a little bit annoying for Tundra, but with Saksa and Ramses on an Alk Sniper, it could be a very hard lane here for Talon.
Yeah, it's not going to be nice and simple. I mean, Akashi can always try to wind run away when they do fully commit with a stun, but you're not dodging out the shrapnel damage. This scatter shot facet is just, it's a lot of damage, you know? And I love seeing it come into play here at TI, the road to the International, finally seeing this in play. It just allows you to really zone out these heroes quite hard. It's giving this melee matchup up against dual range a lot of play for Ramses, no care in the world. He knows the sniper can always cover up top, getting a little bit aggressive here.
Jokam almost goes down, but they didn't quite have enough damage. Whitemon dropping quite low himself. Meanwhile, bottom lane looks like there was a bit of a chase onto Ponyo, but they won't quite be able to secure as now Saksa in danger, and Saksa, he'll be the one to go down as Akashi picks up his first kill on the win range. It's a classic Ench bait, right? You chase the Enchantress expecting an easy kill, and you end up giving one away instead.
That's a nice little boon for Akashi. Again, in not really a slower lane, but a lane where he's not really finding as much, say, aggressive play. The Ench can't really zone in and out too hard. You isolate that sniper, it can still be easy pickings. They will take care of Jokam up top. So but the safe lane's having a pretty decent time here in finding these pickoffs on the supports. Not as much as you'd want to get out here from Ramses and WS, but Pure and Akashi off to a decent enough start. at very least to set that tempo here. Really curious to see how much more Topson can get done. This lane on mid has been a lot slower for him in comparison to last game. 13-5 on the NP compared to 23-8. Ponyo?
Does go down. They will get a bit of revenge here onto Ponyo. Kashi unable to help out as he was stunned up by Ramses. You were saying though that the mid lane does certainly seem a hell of a lot slower here for Topson this time around, but in fairness, he is up against DK, which is kind of the king of just slowing down your CS's top lane. WS in danger. Chase is on and Pure does secure. Now they'll go for Joe Cam as well. Joe Cam will have to walk the old-fashioned way, but Pure and Whitemon both just slowly chasing him down. Eventually we'll find him. Pure has to be a little bit careful though, and he does actually die, but he secures the double kill before he does. So I suppose you could probably just call that worth for the loop.
It's not too bad. You don't give the EXP away to Jokam. As a Phoenix, you really want to rush into that 6 or even just your level 5. And you don't get that free EXP. Taking that tick last, unfortunately, there. Getting a bit of a free chase onto Ponyo as well when he's trying to scout out these camps, but not going to be able to get that full committal onto the Ench. Still, 2-5 start Tundra this time coming out of the laning phase in pretty strong fashion.
I was oohing there, John, because Ponyo did accidentally throw a blood grenade instead of dropping an ult, I do believe. Will be just fine, though. It does happen. We all misclick once in a while. Ponyo being chased down for a little bit by Sarks and Ramses. In fact, the unstable concoction is going to be channeled. Can they get within range? Ramses? Oh, he was almost there. He was like a centimeter away, just not quite. Though now Sarks are being chased down here by Ponyo. He'll try for the TP play out, and he will not make it. Ponyo is able to secure, but now Akashi, even chasing down Ramses, but
Topson
doesn't really have the damage. Meanwhile, mid lane, chase for Topson. He's going to be just fine.
Yeah. Did force out Whitemon to make that way onto mid as well to secure the rune, and he is forced to take the amp damage rune himself. Topson not going to be able to get too much out, or at least get the TP reset with the teleportation back in. We haven't seen that much side lane movement this time around. Probably not to be expected until you get a little bit more. Doesn't feel like the side lanes have opened up. I was expecting maybe some movements down bot, play with a shrapnel there. Still focusing onto that mid, but you've got Ponyo to help support this push. And mikoto is getting a steady shove in onto the tier 2 here. And at the very least not contested by Tundra all too hard on that front.
Apologies about that, John. Mid lane. Looks like there is a fight breaking out right now. Ponyo could be in a bit of danger. Snowball will land, and Ponyo still alive for now. The Sprout will be there. They're locking down a little bit longer as Whitemon going for a run, keeping the vision up. The heals are too much, though.
Huh?
Pure gonna move in with the Eclipse now, but he's lost vision. No, he hasn't. He'll find him. It's all right. He'll secure the kill. All worth.
Very worthwhile. I mean, you're probably not looking for a wider team fight here for Pure early on, so you might as well get pick off when that flips, get back to farm. They isolate Akashi out here as well.
They certainly have Akashi. He's a big target, and they've got him. Ramses and Sarks are able to get the job done. The wind run was on cooldown, and that's just going to make life even easier for Ramses now, who has a completely free lane, already top of the net worth board on the Alchemist, and it does certainly start to feel like this is going to be a pretty strong off-lane Alchemist game.
And it is. Getting that ramp up into more than likely just a standard Radiance build up. The miss chance is going to hurt the Wind Ranger even more. I'm a little bit surprised Akashi even tried to move a little bit forward with a Whirlwind. He didn't have his Javelin up at that point. There's no real output here for the Wind Ranger to threaten until at least the Javelin timing. And a little bit optimistic to try to look for the cleanup while all of that attention was dragged onto mid, even in a 1v1. I have to see if they can maybe get some movement across the gate. They will get Akashi and Ponyo for the same movement up top once more. This time around, though, Tundra is not camping around to be jumped. They are playing it safer, understanding what Talon's done in the last game.
Oh, you say safe. They're looking at that mid-tier 1 tower instead here. Pure getting vision on Mikoto. Shards will block the staircase, but Whitemon can't quite lock him down long enough. In fact, WS is here now, looking for the tusk. They've still got help around here from Tundra, but they may just allow Whitemon to die, as they are unwilling to risk the rest of their lives. So Whitemon will be the sacrifice, but in the meantime, they got the mid-tier 1 tower. The double-graded treants, it's just so much damage. Top lane, Pure. He will end up dying though. Akashi able to secure a kill for himself, so a pretty nice one there, along with the tier 1 tower. But again though, Tundra, they did find the tier 1 mid.
Yeah, and they can start to, again, play around that laning pressure we saw in the last game. Topson still needing that full Maelstrom into the Gleipnir to have a little bit more presence, but can already just start to spam these treants around, keep every lane shoved in, maybe even threaten down bot at some point. Mid is still being chipped away by Mikoto though, and the TPs are in to stop it. The Ench army is here, that'll get the job done.
Shards on Ponyo, that'll lock him down. Here come the drinking buddies as well, so Topson can get right to work, and of course Ponyo will just drop very quickly. Nice pick up here from Tundra. Probably not so happy that they lost their mid-tier 1 tower, but there's not really much they could have done about it in fairness. They will at least secure something for their trouble, as they are also going to pop a smoke here with Whitemon and Saksa. Heading down towards the south, they'll see if they can find Akashi down at that bottom lane. And Akashi is still hanging around. Power shot going right through Ramses. The raindrops actually saves the life of Ramses on top. Unstable concoction being channeled. Akashi, wind running at the right moment, will be able to survive though. Here comes Topson looking for some vision. Unable to find it though.
Nice little readout from Akashi. Full commitment out from Tundra. We'll at least find that tier 1 bot in exchange. They're pushing power again. With a Luna on hand, with an NP is pretty damn strong. Just a lot of just right-click damage to each of these early objectives. Get that done with no contest, instantly TPing back into their mid and top to get that farm flowing. Talon, not at the point where they feel the comfiest in team fights. They do have Arena ready, Egg not quite there yet from Jokam, but you don't have easy initiation angles yet. You still need that blink up on WS. You've got an initial item coming out here for Mikoto. That is his blink ready to go. So you could maybe play off of this DK. See if they will want to play more aggressive. I mean, you rush blink on DK, you're not going to be farming around, even with Fire Dragon form, so you will want to get a kill, and there's that smoke. A kill onto Pure would be massive. This Luna has not had the best of time post-laning phase. Even the laning phase was a little bit slower for Pure in terms of net worth here.
Still pumping around, smoke is still up, they're still running towards the north. Dragon form popped. Pure was underneath vision for a moment, and they will jump in with the stun. Arena down to boot. The spear will land very nicely. And Pure, well, he's trying to fight through it, but there's just no helping coming. He's actually a pretty tanky carry, but it is not going to be enough. Talon able to secure a very important kill.
You do again. This Luna has been sacrificed a little bit. Laning phase, yeah, they maybe find that kill on Jokam. Overall, WS still gets control on the Mars. Not the furthest range matchup for the Mars to feel uncomfy in. He is sacrificing a lot of his farm for Ramses and Topson to scale up as well. So this Luna's impact's not going to be felt for a little bit longer, and Talon's just poking at that wound. And this is still giving that space they're looking for in Tundra though. Again, Ramses just lacking the Sacred Relic, already has the gold for that full Radiance. Already up and running. Farming pace is going to kick in. The mischance could save them from these two physical cores they have here as they jump Jokam.
Getting up again. Topson finding Jokam underneath some of the wards. Shards are going to land, of course, from Whitemon. That'll force out the egg, though. Now, do they have enough of the egg? Topson, he gets caught out. The power shot, it's going to get the job done. In fact, Ponyo, he'll also follow. They'll try for a run, but now Whitemon's also been caught. Whitemon will drop. They found a shackle on Saksa. That'll be a 4th target. Can they find the 5th? It is Pure, and they know he's there. They just need the blink up, and they've got it. Mikoto will land the stun. Pure trying to just run underneath that tier 2 tower. Here comes Ramses to help out, but Pure is certainly going to fall as Ramses now, feeling charitable, will hand one more over here to Talon. My goodness, what a team fight to come out. And that should have been a really easy pick-off onto Jokam, but that egg last second. And the decision from Topson to turn around to try and burst it down, it just cost them so much. Now Akashi, bottom lane, focus fire popped. Topson, he's going to go for the fight. Akashi pretty confident here with the power shot out, though the wind run not lasting long enough. And Topson will just man up and secure the kill, but now Mikoto's here. Mikoto will trade, but it's still a very good trade for Topson.
Yeah, not too bad. Get that big kill on the Wind Ranger, slow down that tempo as it's coming through, stall out that timing for the Gleipnir here. I think we're also starting to see some of these shortcomings here for Tundra in this sniper pickup. Saksa, yes, his damage is great with Shrapnel in the laning phase, and the panel touched on this. The damage is insane. It doesn't feel like they managed to get as much as they'd want from that lane with Ramses in terms of slowing down Akashi. And now when the sniper's caught out, it's just dead. He has the Pavis to try to save himself. No shard just yet. That could be another tool, maybe a 4-staff rush. But the damage output's not feeling amazing with the shrapnel. I mean, we saw Mikoto just stand under a full shrapnel, no issues. So we're starting to lose a little bit of that luster here, although Ponyo
trying to get the D wards off, but does end up sacrificing his life. Not really expecting Whitemon and Pure to be right around the corner. And they still have the vision there. It has not been dewarded or denied by Tundra, so I suppose you can always go back for it. Pure's going to run into WS here top lane. WS actually trying to go for the fight. Does have a Yule Scepter up, but drops the arena first. Pure happily just standing his ground for now. WS will eventually throw a spear out, but it doesn't really stun him up. So they have the DK. Now the egg dropped on top. Still the Luna is perfectly fine as Whitemon is just trying to Giga Chat it up. Pure though in danger once again, does finally go down as now Whitemon trying to back off, but here comes the cavalry. Saxa though and Whitemon both burning to Joe Cam. They're both down. Now Topson dropping low. Topson is gone. Ramsey's on top, trying to run away, but it's gonna be another team wipe for Talon. Oh my! I'll tell you what, John, game 2, the boys woke up. They're here now.
That they are. I mean, we saw this kind of pacing from Talon in game 1 as well. They're mid-game, they're finding some openings, they're finding some isolation play. This time around for Tundra, I think their big issue with this kind of draft is their team fight is not there. Right, like they last picked this Ramses offlane alchemist. They don't really have a way of controlling people beyond like a Gleipnir pickup on Topson, which he does have. Beyond that, I mean, it doesn't even boil down to like teamfight control there, but they just lack control in general. You're reliant on Sprout, you're reliant on isolation with shards and Snowball, and that's really it for your control. You have really good damage if you can hold people in shrapnel, but you don't have a stable way of getting that done. You don't have a great egg clearer either, because the Luna is very close range. Again, even with the Dragonlance, doesn't stand the furthest way back to be safe. And it just puts you at massive risk. Talon, 17-12, 4K up, looking good at 16 minutes into the game. Starting to hit that tempo spike early on.
Well, this ward's doing a lot of work here, John. Topson being spotted out by WS. Will go for the fight. He's stuck in the arena anyway, so he's got really no choice in the matter. And Topson, he will drop once again. And that Observer Ward, just towards the north of that tier 2 top tower. It's doing some great work here for Talon.
And it is. Not the most obvious spot either. And they've not been able to send their supports over after that fight up top earlier. We saw how fast the backline melts as well, and how much poke damage the side of Talon has. And they're going to be able to find this tier 2. First tier 2 of the game, going their way. Up against an NP, that's a pretty big loss for Tundra. You'd expect a little bit more from Topson to try to, again, just split push, but he's been looking for these fights. He's been angling in, as we've seen in game 1. This time around, not panning out the same way. I think Talon's done a great job in correcting their draft. This draft, it does feel a lot more playable as well. You hit some spikes now. Akashi does have the Gleipnir.
He's going to land on Ramses, but he'll be able to just kind of dispel that off and run. And Whitemon was there with the drinking buddies just in case anyway. It seems to Talon they still want to try and force a fight once again. They are heading towards the side of Tundra, down to that bottom right corner of the map. Ponyo trying to scout out with this Hellbear Smasher. We'll see Topson very soon. Ponyo happy to just tank for the team. It seems as though Talon have made the decision to just retreat. The Tundra in a very defensive position, not giving it away any openings here to Talon. And they're going to go for a smoke up. Saxa and Whitemon, they'll be the ones to try and rotate into that Radiant jungle once again. Invis picked up by Whitemon will make that a little bit easier, but Joe Camp will just Icarus dive away. Looks like they have found out Ramses. Arena and Spear will land onto the Alchemist, and Ramses, he does not have his ulti available for another 2 seconds. Still waiting it out. He'll land a very nice stun, and now the turnaround. Ramses, he'll survive. It's now WS in trouble. Joe Cam running to boot. Meanwhile, Akashi. Oh, Akashi! Look at the damage. He's finally down. Ramses, it's him against the world, and he just ends up just destroying himself. It was looking so good for Tundra, but Akashi comes in. And just, the arrows were everywhere, John. Everyone copped it.
Whirlwind, man, that damage is just insane, especially with the Gleipnir fully up. The procs everywhere, you've got the isolation, you get a really good front line as well here for Talon to play with WS just taking these aggressive plays that he loves to do on the Mars. A big factor here as well was that Jokam doesn't die, right? Like, they're playing under vision, they managed to get the jump first on that smoke play onto Ramses, nail the arena combination, have again these two tanky frontliners cop a lot of the spells, and Jokam somehow manages to slip away while Ponyo provides the distraction on the side, giving Akashi the room to just whirlwind in. It's just ruinous for the side of Tundra. They need these auras to be up on Ramses.
That is a stupid amount of damage being pumped out from Akashi. It was just looking like such a lost team fight for Talon, but boy oh boy, just one hero shows up and everything changes immediately. Well, now Tundra, not to be outdone, they'll start to try and reclaim their side of the map. WS and Ponyo, they'll happily retreat. Thing is now, the net worth sitting at 9k the way of Talon makes it very hard for Tundra, especially with a draft like this where you want to be playing from in front. They'll TP everyone down towards the bottom side of the map, where they'll try for the Tormentor here on the Dire side, and they will secure here for Saksa. But in the meantime, of course, Talon, they'll just take the bottom tier 1 tower for free. There's just so much catching up to do now for the side of Tundra. Like, they're just going to sit back and relax for quite a while. Especially for Pure's sake, because that man is quite behind when it comes to the net worth to pump.
That he is. But again, you're playing with an NP and an Alchemist. Both of these heroes will just soak up that farm a lot faster than this Luna does. And I don't know if that investment's really paying off. I do appreciate that Ramses is going for the aura coverage that they are lacking on Tundra. He's got the pipe, he's going Crimson Guard, and that's going to really stall out Akashi's damage output here at the very least. But it still doesn't fix their fundamental control issue. Even if you survive the initial onslaught, I'm not sure how you deal with Arena Egg overall. I'm not sure if you have enough to burst Mikoto.
Oh, I think Mikoto's baiting here. His team is right behind with a big smoke out on Topson. He was caught on the front lines. In fact, now a big arena from WS catching 3. Snowball will save for now, but the egg just going, and now the whirlwind out from Akashi, destroying everyone. Topson's been caught. He'll try for the Sprout TP play out, but there's just no chance in hell. Talon finding another 3 targets. And they're feeling confident now as they'll go through the bottom tier 2 tower. Hell, they might even go to the tier 3 tower. Why the hell not?
And they've got that pushing pace with Mikoto around. Not much Ramses and Pure can really do to stop this. And they've got the clips up, but again, how do you take these team fights, Ramses?
They've even found another Akashi. Had the spidey senses tingling. Ramsey's still trying to fight this one out. He was kind of just left alone there for Akashi. He'll hand the tip over now. A bit of sweet, sweet revenge as Ramses just would not back off. And now the bottom racks is certainly set to go down. Back top lane, they found Pure. They have found Pure. Though here comes Topson, but you've got WS to help out. So Pure annihilated. Topson, what can you do? The answer is nothing. Double kill for Akashi. Meanwhile, in the tire base, Saksa in huge trouble. Drinking Buddy's gonna help a little bit, but not too much, as now Whitemon also set to fall. Does go down, a full team wipe. More tips coming up from Akashi. That's the Filipino coming out at him, John. There it is.
And it is the boy from Butuan giving the tips out. And very quiet here from our young player WS. Side of Tundra, again, they don't have a lot of play. Like, with an off-lane out that didn't really pop off, going for the aura build, even with that survivability, how do you expect to fight into this? Like, 2 durable front lines, no real burst damage to speak of. Even the Ench is going to take a while to melt through as well. And you've got this Wind Ranger with so much movement and so much damage that you really don't have stable catch for. The answers are hard to find right now for the side of Tundra.
Bit of a chase. This looks like a very desperate chase here, as they are going to try on the Ench, but there's just no chance of killing Ponyo. Mikoto, he's a tanky boy. I don't think Mikoto's dying that easily. And props to Tundra for trying to find at least a bit of a straggler, but Talon will not allow it. In fact, Talon are looking like they're setting up for a bit of a bait play. Hoping someone farms the mid lane, and Ramses, he'll be the man to show up. They'll make the immediate jump in. Drinking Buddy's out, but the arena gonna lock both of them down. Whitemon with the snowball, he'll buy a little bit of time, and meanwhile Akashi right in the tier 4 towers. He could not give a crap, this man. The Wind Ranger just shredding everyone apart. There goes Topson. There goes Ramzi's by the looks of it. He is gone and GG is called. Talon will tie this series up 1-1.
That they do after a spectacular game one from Tundra, especially past around 20 minutes. Talon come back in game number 2. They correct their draft really well. They see the NP opener. They go with the DK mid this time instead of messing around with something like the Ricky mid. And all their lanes look pretty damn good. You were trading blows a little bit. You did lose first blood, but lane control was all set up. Akashi wasn't pressured at all. He hits his timings. You had Mikoto being really active, that quick blink coming out from him. And this time it was the side of Tundra that was kind of coming in with forced movement, especially in that mid-rune fight when they were trying to chase down Jokam. It just fell apart from that moment on.
Absolutely, a 1-1 series here between Tundra and Talon. And with that, Jonathan, we can head back to our panel and see what they thought about this game too.
It was a great display from Talon, is all I really kind of have to say here. Not just in gameplay, but also in the way that they were able to adjust their draft. I think that's one of the toughest things, because you come into this, you have your ideas. When I say come into this, like into not only your matchup against Tundra for them, but also just this event of, okay, what's going to work for us? What do we think is really in that S tier? And to be able to adjust it just slightly. They didn't do a full 180 winter, but just enough of a change that team fights easier to execute. Significantly more impact from their supports as well, it felt.
Yeah, the draft is like way more balanced. It's easier to play. We mentioned this in the previous panel. And I felt like overall, picking WS hero early and just sticking to it probably might be the way to go for them, instead of waiting until the end and being indecisive about what you want to put him on in the draft.
I think my standout for this is, everyone knows Wind Ranger does well. She puts out that damage, especially with the Whirlwind facet there. But the Phoenix, I think, is the hero that hasn't been on a radar competitively for very long. So to see it come out here, and just the amount of damage it's able to do on the back line towards the 4 and the 5s on the side of Tundra, it just made them a non-factor. You no longer had that damage coming out from the sniper. You no longer had those saves in the Drinking Buddies or in the Snowball as well for you.
Yeah, I mean, Yoakum played an amazing game on the Phoenix here. They definitely got a lot of kills, and they didn't have a way to mitigate anything as well on the side of Tundra. You're picking a lot of heroes that want to get kills, but if you are behind, you're in a situation where team fighting is very difficult. And just to go back to Talon and sing their praises about how they adjusted so well in the drafting stage. Yep. They picked the DK, it went to the mid lane like we wanted. They block picked, which I think was the bigger part of this game, the Ench and the Mars, and they picked the Phoenix on top of it to give it to the good team fight damage. And once you get behind a little bit, this Alchemist who's going Radiant, your mid NP who doesn't buy any auras either, your supports aren't buying many auras as well, you have a Luna who wants to farm. Once you get behind with the draft that Tundra has, you have no chance against Talon's draft. They just have too much overwhelming team fight.
I mean, this is why I felt like the Radiance was kind of bad. I know you mentioned that you felt like it could be okay, but I felt like when the Wind Ranger TP'd top, okay, he gated top to take the top tower. If the Elk had like face boots, so okay, he had that kind of net worth, but he was just saving for his Radiance. If he had like the early game items and he went and fight, I feel like the game would have been more comfortable for Luna, because the Luna kind of got kicked out of the lane, and I think she died as well because she stayed too long and she got killed, and her game wasn't as good as it could be, you know. Yeah. And you talk about the Phoenix doing a lot of damage in the team fights. That was also partly because, like, I think the early fights, the Elk went Radiant, so he got a pipe later, but it was late, you know. They already lost like one too many team fights, and I felt like the whole game kind of fell on them, and they couldn't really farm on the Luna anymore.
I would love to see a game 3 of this series, just because I feel like the way that the draft went from game 1 to game 2, like Fear mentioned, there was the block picks. I feel like Mars would be a really high value pick between these two teams, because both WS and Ramses, they honestly carried both games with the Mars. Yeah. Like the fact that this hero not only gives the team fight that is needed for, at the very least within the meta of this series, two teams that want to fight constantly, but also he's a good pickoff hero as well. You can just throw out like a casual spear and hit somebody with a stun and kill somebody.
He's very good against all the range carries now. The Lina, Mirana, Wind Ranger.
It's a good hero. It's a high win rate as well.
Unfortunately, Jenkins, we're going to have to stick to the best of twos. You're not going to get a third game. But we can look at this series. We've just been talking about game number 2, but someone that has a little bit more information, something they want to bring up from game number 1, is Purge.
Thanks, Nat. Yeah, there's a lot of really big moments that happen at TI every year, and I want to look at some of those detailed moments, at least for the first game that we caught. Ramzi was playing Mars. He was very instrumental. He was the initiator guy. He's the one that's catching some big moments. So let's take a look at this Roche fight. It was around 32 minutes here. What Ramses did first was he fed his life mercilessly to the enemy team. He got very little value out of this other than saying, hey, the team is here, they're going to kill me, and now you can finish Roche. But what he did afterwards was really cool. The team basically prepares to fight if they need to, and when it looks like the commitment has happened, he does buy back. He TPs to the top outpost. He's going to go take the gate to go show up to the fight and see how much impact he has in this fight. Now, if you look at the start, Topson's half HP, has already used BKB. He is going to die. But Mars up here is going to jump in and change this fight outcome in a huge way. And what the arena does basically is it makes all ranged attacks just not go through this. So that means Topson can just skirt his little butt to the left. That protects him from the Mirana and other heroes inside the ring. And then he also gets a great double nuke on all of the heroes that are in the ring as well. And then Topson being very, very low. Check this out. 6 seconds ago, actually, was when he pulled out the little lotuses here, which allows him to keep Topson alive. Topson had 2 HP there before using the lotus. Completely changes the outcome of the fight. So not only do they get Roche, they also turn that into a great team fight, which allows them to pressure the game. So one big moment from the first game. We'll be bringing you guys a lot more of those as the tournament progresses.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Fudge. It's great to see that breakdown because Roche fights are always important in every game. We know that. But how you're able to still make it work for yourselves even when you're one hero down, when someone's already dead, how quickly and impactful a buyback and a twin gate can be for you right there. And also leads into what you were saying, that Mars is going to be really highly contested. Does that continue on throughout a lot of different aspects in different games, different teams, even into different stages, all the way up to playoffs and maybe even main stage of Mars being looked at? Or is there going to be more?
I think so. Yeah. I think part of the reason for that is because his big issue was not that he wasn't a strong hero. He was still considered like an A-tier offlaner, even when everybody was building like the pipes and the greaves of the world. But Mars does not want to build pipe and greaves. He wants blink BKB. That's what you've done on Mars in every single meta that he's existed. And now that those items are...
Not true. Sometimes you build Yules.
Sometimes Yules, and then into the blink. And then into the
so
blink.
Good for you.
Now, people are already not going to be building those items anyway because they've fallen off a little bit. People are trying to figure out new things that they can get away with. So I think that really helps Mars that the offlane meta is switching, and he was already A tier.
Yeah, I think this is going to be very interesting because both these teams are going to go into their next series like, oh, and Mars, this is great. And we'll see if it continues to work. If there was a game 3, the meta would be evolved between these two teams in the third game, but not now.
Yeah, well, look, you don't get a game 3. It's best of 2. We're still in groups, but we do get a second series. It's Nouns up against BB Team, and we've talked about what the offlane meta could potentially be. So let's actually talk to one of the offlaners. Gunnar is standing by. We're going to have a quick interview with him.
Hello, we are joined by Gunnar, the offlaner of Nouns. And Gunnar, obviously, welcome to the International. You've defeated Shopify at last to get here. How does it feel, and what's the burden of the NA region like on your shoulders?
It feels really nice, because last year we were the 3rd team from NA to get to TI, and now we're the only team. So it feels good to be like representing the whole region.
Absolutely. So, you know, these qualifiers obviously were, you know, a big moment for you guys. You were able to qualify for both the big events this summer. What was it that enabled you to sort of overcome those difficulties and get these qualifications?
I think individually all of us tried really, really hard and played a lot before those qualifiers to prepare. I remember there was a day at Wallaki, I woke up at 5 a.m. or 6 a.m. and I played till pretty much I went to sleep, and I wanted to practice my Doom. I played like 15 Doom games in a row. Specifically for those qualifiers, we hit like a really good peak for the team at the time, and it was really nice to see that we felt really confident going into them.
You obviously believe that this team can do it. You know, you have a lot of trust in your teammates and yourself as well. But there's also like a lot of underdogs at this DI. You know, there's a lot of first timers. There's a lot of, you know, question marks. What do you believe makes you different from the rest of the teams coming in?
I think recently we've gotten a lot better than we were pretty much the whole year. After Riyadh, it was pretty disappointing for us. I think we could have done better, but then in the last 2 tournaments, we got top 6 in both of them. And I think we're kind of hitting the point in the patch where we all feel really comfortable playing our heroes. I think Copy's really, really good, and I think he's going to show it at this TI. And also Yuma has worked on kind of presenting himself to carry the games in the game, and the way he talks and I think he's improved a lot, and I think he'll carry us.
That's what you want to hear. All right, so obviously you switched from mid to offlane a while ago. You know, it feels like you're very well settled into that role. Now that you've kind of gotten to see all that the offlane has to offer and the meta shifts and everything, you know, how do you feel in this role compared to how you felt at mid?
I think at the start of the year, I didn't really know offlane that well, and I was kind of just writing off the game is pretty much the same from TI, just I'll do everything. And then as the year went on, I think I started to struggle more because the role kind of changed a little. There was patches, learning new heroes. And so probably in the middle of the year was the hardest for me to really have to learn the offlane and play it. And then I think now it's getting back to the point where I feel really confident. I'm playing my heroes. And I would say the last 2 or 3 months I've improved a lot, I would say.
Yeah, I think that comes across as well. Do you ever feel like you're kind of in a good position to constantly be adapting because, you have swapped roles, you've been kind of more flexible than players who have just been doing the same thing since day one? Do you feel like that sometimes you can use that to your advantage when there's meta changes?
There's been some heroes that randomly pop up in offlane, and it's heroes I played before, which are really nice. Like I played Mars mid a lot and Pango mid, and both those heroes, different parts of the year, were really popular.
Yeah.
Right now, I think it's mostly pretty standard offlaners. So right now, it's not per se what I'm like the old heroes I used to play.
Yeah.
But in terms of kind of being aggressive on the map, I think last TI, the mid role was kind of similar to what the offlane is now. There was a bunch of tanky strength heroes that would just go in and fight the enemy constantly.
Heartblade mail.
Yeah, Heartblade mail. And so this time it's kind of replaced with auras to some extent, but the playstyle is still the same. So knowing your limits, going in and living with 100, 200 health is pretty much what I was doing before. So to some extent, yeah,
the meta's
it's similar.
followed you.
Yeah.
Well, as for yourself, I know your parents are, huge supporters of you. Like we've talked about that in the past. They came to Seattle last year. Are they going to be watching or attending this year?
I think as of now, my mom and my sister are coming.
Oh wow!
So they'll both be here for the main event. Last year at TI, when we made top 8 and played in the big arena in front of my family, it was probably one of the best moments of my life, if not the best moment of my life. Not just because of the family, but just knowing how special TI is.
Yeah.
And so I think this year, I don't think it'll be any different. Even though it's a second TI and you could say it's not as special as your first, I think it will feel the same.
How would it feel to win with your family audience and everything you've done to get to this point?
This team does have has what we need to win. I think it'd be amazing for Kapi and Yuma. It's their first TI. I think we can do it. I honestly feel pretty confident going to this TI.
Oh, beautiful piece between Nomad and Gunner there. I love that he talked about last TI. It was a slightly different roster, of course, for Nouns there, but just how far they made it, and now how good this team is looking coming into this TI. I'm sorry, I'm so distracted because Jenkins has had a little bit of an outfit change for the Nouns series. Is that what this is for your NA friends and brothers?
No, I changed shirts. I had a different shirt on, so. But
okay,
yeah, I'm really excited
cool.
to see the series. I think Nouns versus BB Team will be great. I've really enjoyed watching BB Team at previous tournaments. I think they've kind of dispelled the myth that they're this tilting team. They've looked really good. They haven't won a tournament yet, but they've always consistently done extremely well. They're a power roster.
What's extremely well? What's...
They got 4th in Fissure, they got 5th through 6th in Riyadh, and they got 3rd in Dream League. I mean, these are nothing to scoff at.
Would you have a favorite in this series, though, or
My favorite, yeah, I'd probably say BB Team is definitely...
Really?
They're going to come out on top with this one.
Not Nouns.
Why would I... I'm not a...
No, I was just curious, but no. Okay, well, maybe you can give me some more about Nouns and what you want to talk about for their roster change, or how
yeah, I mean, I guess that leads into what Gunnar was talking about and their last year run in 2023 and the roster that they did have there. It's different this year. They still have the same core of the members here, but you'll see last year they had a shadow over them, EG or Shopify, TSM, they were in that 3rd slot, and you can see when they played against Shopify Rebellion, 0-2, 0-2, 0-2, all the way. They got to TI though, however, and then all of a sudden they're the best NA team there. They placed highest of all the 3 NA teams. They go into the 2024 season shortly after. You look at the results here. They're now taking games off Shopify. They're taking games off TSM. And now at the very end of the season here, they're just straight 3-0ing the Shopify Rebellions, and they're solidifying. They're the best team in North America now. And that is very scary to see as well for a lot of teams. Like, this team is really good right now. They're putting in good results.
Yeah. Well, this is the head-to-head, you know, we talked about now and how they're performing in their region, North America, but this is the head-to-head of results between Nouns and BB Team throughout this competitive year. A lot of good results. One that wasn't on the bottom because we mostly just included like those tier 1 events that were happening either online or LAN, but there was an online event just before this one, and Nouns did really well. In fact, they ended up beating Gaming Gladiators in that one. So they've had phenomenal performances against teams you wouldn't necessarily expect them to have it. And I think that just shows even more what you're trying to say here of this growth within the roster.
Yeah, I mean, it's been like 3 years of them like trying to get to that #1 spot in NA. And not only have they done that, they've exceeded it. They're actually making waves in international competition. How much will that translate into this tournament? We'll have to see. But last year, they also surprised a lot of teams at TI, got 7th, 8th. So, you know, maybe they can make another run like that. A long road ahead of them, of course, but they're looking better than they've ever looked so far.
Yeah. Would you agree with that one, Winter? Are you still thinking that there's a slight edge towards BB Team because of the experience a lot of these players have?
I mean, for sure, BB Team, they have the edge because of the result itself, you know. But like what Fia mentioned, they are kind of like, Nouns is they're on rise. They are learning more about their team. They're evolving. And I feel like the current meta kind of fits their playstyle more than BBT. Because BBT tend to be more greedy. They have like more greedy calls, you know.
Yep.
Like Nightfall likes to do his thing a lot more, and he puts his team around the map on their own. You guys gonna defend the towers. I'm gonna come later. And I think Nouns are more keen to fight, you know. And I kind of favor their playstyle in the current meta more.
Could I kindly disagree with you there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Because I think that BB Team they have consistently forced Miro offlane Lycan in every single patch, even when it's complete dog water. And finally, with the Alpha Wolves facet, we are going to see a patch where I think offlane Lycan is extremely dominant. I don't know if you guys have played
extremely dominant, not just viable. You think extremely dominant.
I think the players that have been looking for a reason to play any excuse to play Lycan will now take this to the next level, because a lot of the aura items have been nerfed, right? The pipes and the greaves of the world. Not Crimson, not that that's a Lycan thing, but Vlad's also, drums also, not nerfed. Like the non-pipe greaves aura items are still very good. Solar got nerfed as well. So I think because of that, and then also the facet being added to Lycan, I think you got to look out for BB Team's last pick Lycan here.
Okay. Yeah, I would agree with that. I mean, last pick Lycan could be very good. There's a lot of bad carry matchups for Lycan, but if you can either see the carry or you have a good purpose in the game, maybe the supports are really bad against it, it could definitely be a hero that you can pick for sure.
Yeah, but I feel like if you are thinking about the Lycan and you're the opponents, I could always just pick like a position 5 hero that's really good against it already, like Trian.
Don't tunnel vision it, I think. I think that's the wrong
thing. Yeah, but it kind of those heroes are okay if there's no Lycan in the game, but if there is a Lycan in the game, I'll be more useful against that particular.
I think summons are back. I think we're going to see summons first few days of group stage.
But wouldn't you agree that the first rule of ever picking Lycan is it has to be good versus both supports? It has to be like some shadow demon in the game, right?
Some backliner.
Rule number 1 has to be Lycan has to have some purpose, and the minimum that it is, you're good versus supports. You can kill them, these Oracle, shadow demons, backliners. So if you see that, it's already an argument for Lycan.
Okay.
But seeing more is always better.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You're the opponent. You know they play Lycan. You have to try to avoid putting yourself in that position where Lycan could be a really, really strong pick.
Name a support that's good against Lycan that's not Enchantress.
Winter Wyvern. Earthshaker.
Name a 4th support that's good against Lycan that's not
They literally just gave you so many.
What else did
Earthshaker's good against Lycan?
I think so.
Well, look, let's try not theorycraft a little bit too much. We don't even know what's going to come out. We know it's a pocket pick for them. We know it's a potential. I'm sure Nouns are thinking about that as well. But maybe let's talk about what we think are some pocket picks for Nouns. What could potentially come out that hasn't already seen the light of day throughout the competitive? Like, it just feels like we are seeing more heroes right now, or heroes that haven't seen competitive Dota in the last few months. Are there any for Nouns?
I think so. I mean, you guys just mentioned one. Wyvern offlane. If there's any team...
Is that still...
I think it's less viable. Well,
I feel like everything's viable at some point. Depending where you play.
I mean, it's viable, but I don't think it's easy to win with an offlane.
It's not.
It's difficult.
Because they nerfed
Then
Mage
it's not really a
Slayer and
proper deck.
Orchid, but then also the offlane meta switched to Greaves and Pipe, but now it's switching away from that. So maybe we go back to the Winter Wyvern. And you guys just mentioned it's good against the summons. Gunnar likes playing the offlane Wyvern. Opposing team likes to pick summons for their offlaner, even in patches when it's not good. So maybe
That's how you know Dota's in a really good spot right now. It feels
For
like
sure.
everything is like has a merit.
the facets really help with that.
Yeah, like everything is like somewhat viable, and sometimes you don't think it's viable, and then as you said, Jenkins, a facet can make it viable. Because in the past, Ricky would always counter Tusk because you can't blink and snowball. Now you have this facet where drinking buddies, you can pull them out of like the smoke screen. It changes the matchup, and there's so many things in Dota now that's very difficult. Of course, these guys are pro players; they research as much as they can, but it feels like any strategy can be viable if you just have the execution.
I mean, there's so many iterations. Like when you scrim or when you play pubs in the past, it's like, okay, you pretty much know how a matchup is going to go out. With the facets, it adds just so many more. So I think even pro players, right? We always look to them for kind of this guidance on how to play and what is in the meta, but I still think they're discovering new things over and over again. We've lent word to a lot of pro players climbing the ranks or looking really good because they've been able to innovate a lot. I think Gunnar, as one of the offlaners, is kind of doing that. I think everyone's trying to figure out how do we play not aura meta, how do we try and beat a team that is doing aura meta.
Or finding a balance between it.
Or finding a balance
Yeah.
as well. And I think that leans towards having an innovative offlaner.
I think that comes from Gunnar switching from mid.
Yeah?
Because anytime you have a player switch from one role to another that's very different, there's like one of two things that can happen. It's either they just go in that role and they play mid from offlane, which is bad.
Yeah.
And then they switch back to mid eventually when they get kicked off their team. Or they actually learn the role and then they integrate their mid ability to the offlane. Like, for example, Gunnar is exceptional at laning because I think mid requires a lot more laning prowess than offlane. And then also he's much more capable than a lot of other offlaners at scaling and using the farm and being active early. Like, these are things that you have to really learn to play mid as an offlaner. You know, you can kind of sit in a lane with auras and just be the tanky frontliner guy. And that might help you also if you're transitioning to mid, depending on the patch. But some people can't integrate that. Gunnar has. Like, he's really impressed me with him actually becoming a real offlaner. It took him a while. Like, he was a mid and offlane at first. He was bad at offlane. He was just a mid playing offlane. But that's just because it takes time. Now he's an offlaner that has integrated the mid skills, and it looks really good on him.
Yeah, I'm sure he had options too to go back mid if he wanted to. And I think what's really important in Dota in general is enjoying what you're doing and enjoying the process and having fun with it. And I think Gunnar just enjoys playing offlane. So
I mean, also the constant switching. If you have the mindset of I want to learn something, I want to improve, I want to be really good at it, constantly jumping around, switching, changing your mind.
yeah, I mean, with the
think it's
mindset,
really
it's
bad.
either like I have to play this, but you don't really want to, and to be like I want to do this. It's like completely different. And I think Gunnar just really wants.
Yeah, but
to
don't
be
you
the
think
offlaner.
the situation also could affect it? Sometimes you can't find an offlane player, and even though you might want to go back to mid, but because there's no available players that can play offlane in your region, and then you have to do it even though you don't want to.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, if you do have that mentality, you're probably gonna be bad in the offlane, right? Like, you have to fully want to do something. You have to get in a pub. Like, I really want to try this offlane.
Yeah, but I want to do it because my team needs me to do it.
I don't think that type of mentality is good though, because you just have to.
Winter,
do it, right?
you have to understand that's not an American mentality. We don't give a shit about what our team wants.
That's
It's about
true.
the
That's-
individual. It's
I have
about
seen
what you
Jenkins
want. That's
play Dota.
American.
That's very true.
I have seen these two people play Dota. That's what's the playstyle for Nouns then? Though we've talked about how successful this snowball, this group up run at U5 has been. It's not always the best way because you can sometimes fall a little short. You might not be getting the experience. Are you still able to farm and make space for yourselves? What if you extend a little bit too much? Do Nouns fall into any of those sort of categories?
I don't think Nouns has like a very unique playstyle from any other team. They play pretty much
great.
standard Dota. Like, they pick the normal carries, they'll pick the normal supports. They play pretty much the meta stuff. They'll be where they need to be on the map. They're always just trying to like not really be creative and innovative with their picks, but just really refining and polishing what they're good at. And I think that's always been like a Fly staple that every team he's been on. Like, he just wants to play consistent Dota and he just wants to play better than you. So they just work on the fundamentals as much as they can. Sure, they do have some like cheese picks, you can say, where Yuma, he does play Meepo. It's probably the best Meepo in the world, but that's just like a player specialty. He can still play a lot of different picks, but they're just going to play what they think is best in the meta right now and probably follow that.
Okay. Want to let everyone know, small delay right now. We're just waiting on Nouns. I'm going to out them on stream. So we're waiting for them. And in the meantime, there are a lot of other games going on. We've got 2 other streams, so 3 in total, including this one. And they've also concluded their first series. So we can have a look. Gaming Gladies were able to get the 2-0 over 1W. Extreme Gaming also getting a 2-0. So right now, only one series had tied. That is the one that we got to watch, the Talon Tundra being 1-1 each. If you guys are too impatient to wait for this game to start, then there are that Stream B and that Stream C happening right now. So 4 brand new teams also going to be playing their first series here at the Road to the International Group Stages, while hopefully... Oh, here we go. It does come up. So Falcons and Team Zero playing up right now with each other on Stream C. Then later in the day, you can see what we'll be playing there. And then Stream B, it is G2, IG, and C9. Maybe a team that a lot of people don't know, Cloud9, if at least an org in Dota, I should say, sorry. People might tune in only for TI, and they're like, wow, Cloud9 into the scene. I wonder what players are on that team.
Yeah, I mean, there's been a lot of players. Like, they're back in Dota.
on the team.
Yeah, I mean, the last time Cloud9 was in the scene was 2020, I believe, right? And do you want to know some of the players that...
That feels recent, but also
Like,
so
that's
far
almost
away.
5
Like
years ago.
2 years ago.
Those
5?
4. You're wrong, and you're also wrong. It was 4 years ago.
Well, they got in the scene early 2020.
Okay, all right.
And we're getting towards the end of 2024.
Okay, sure, 5.
Okay, so
I'll
about
concede.
more than 4 years. Let's put it that way. But either way, like, they've had some pretty good players, and I just want to say C9 has been an organization that has a knack for scouting talent. Some players that have been on that organization have been AUI 2000, TI winner, Ace. He
Both
was
as a
also
player and a coach, by the way.
a player and a coach. Ace,
Eternal
was in the
Envy.
2020. Well, I'm not going to mention him. And Snaking. Those are like 3 players that have been incredibly successful, that have been under the C9 organization. So they're no stranger to being into Dota as an organization, and they have a good eye for talent. As you can see, like Ace right now, very, very good right now. Aoi, coach of Falcons, and Snaking playing on Falcons. So they have an eye for it, and the team that currently is playing, which is the old entity, they have been on the rise. Like the old squad, they got no one onto the team, they got DM onto the team.
Yeah.
They still have the same Katomi, Fishman, and Watson as well. They could not find a top 3 finish in any tier 1 or tier 2 tournament for like 2 years, right? They bring in this new squad, and they've won like 2 tier 2
also the new
already.
coach, Astini.
Yeah, and they brought a new coach as well, Ostini. A lot of changes there. So it feels like this is a team that just made all the right changes. And for me, they're my dark horse for this tournament. They're looking really good as a team. No one expects them to win it, but if they get all the pieces together, they have a chance.
You're at least hoping to see them on main stage at minimum.
Oh, for sure,
You think
yeah.
that team is very capable of
They're
making
definitely
it to top
capable.
I think for entertainment value, we need to see them on main stage at the very least, because...
What do you mean by that?
Because I do think that at C9 has the also knack for picking up rosters that have the most like wonky late game back and forth.
So who's the envy of this new C9 team?
I don't know.
That's where he's getting at.
I don't know exactly.
I was trying to bait him into it.
I'm not sure who the envy is, but I know that like Entity or Old Entity, which is now C9, had the longest game of all time at the very least TI
Yes.
playoff stage.
It was 1 hour and 47 minutes at TI 11 in Singapore.
Right, and I
against
just
RNG.
And I just remember Katomi with Tiny and Rapiers and the Aghanim Scepter 1v5ing and then everybody realized like, oh wow, you can play position 4 to scale, and everybody like started copying that. So I don't know if it's him that you want to call the envy, or him where you want to blame for going always to the late game, but they do win. They do, you know, when they were that version of Entity, they did fairly well, better than expected at that TI. So I think I agree with the dark horse sentiment. These guys can absolutely power on when it comes to main stage.
I mean, all I'm saying is no one can compare to that old C9 roster that had AUI, who masterminded the boring Dota of Tundra. And then you had Envy as well on that team. Like,
Pilot
50-50.
Sing Sing? Was this
like,
Sing Sing?
I mean, that was the 2014.
There's a Sing Sing roster.
Yeah, but either way, those guys, no one can play slower than that squad. It's impossible.
I mean, I remember
I was
Pilot
expecting that to
killing
come out of
couriers
his mouth.
with Bounty Hunter.
Yeah.
You know, his team is like farming, everybody's farming, so as a support, he had nothing to do, so he went and killed couriers.
He's like, this is my version of farming right now. I'll just kill them all. Do you have a different, because both of these guys are Jenkins and Fear on the you know, same page of C9 being their dark horse or underdog. Do you have a different one?
Wait, I didn't pick C9 as my dark horse.
But you
I just said I
him.
agree with his sentiment. If I get to pick any team, you go first.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with the sentiment as well. I think they
Okay.
have a very, very good understanding about the draft. They have a good grasp on the meta. I like the way they play and the scaling part as well on the support. I think it is very, very important to have supports that understand you need to scale. It's not like back in the old day where I'm support 20 minutes past the game. I've done my job.
Position
Bye-bye.
6.
Yeah, position 6. Now you have to...
Not the courier.
Yeah, you have to figure out where do I get the farm. You need to find the rubbish farm on the map
Yeah,
to collect it and farm and collect. Your cores don't want those farm. You have to go there, you have to collect it, even if you die, whatever. And you have to make sure that you're going to be doing damage in the team if the game goes long later.
Yeah. Sorry, my brain just immediately went to boxing. I think he's like one of the best supports that does that, right? Like pushing
Rubbish farmer.
Yeah, like
Garbage collector.
He'll take the garbage.
collector,
Yeah,
you
he'll
know,
take the
it's
garbage
just
for
like
sure.
pushing out a lane that no one wants to be in, that it's way too risky. He'll do it, and most of the time he'll survive. Like he
That's why
surrounds
Naga
the
and
map.
Tinker are so popular right now because
True.
they do it incredibly well.
Yeah.
And NP as well.
Okay. All right. So Jenkins, because apparently you.
Well, would you actually pick
Don't pick
would you pick
Cloud9.
C9 as your number one, like dark horse? Or are you just agreeing with him?
Oh, him. I can't tell where you're looking with those glasses.
Everywhere, at everything.
I feel like, yeah,
All at
I think
once.
it's fair to say C9. Like right now, I wasn't really particularly thinking about that, but on top of the list right now, I'm thinking of the teams. I think C9 feels like the team that could upset or could do really well in the tournament, and people don't really expect it.
Yeah. Before you jump into yours, I do want to remind everyone at home that we are just having a slight delay at the moment. The game hopefully will be starting very soon. It's just one of the teams that we were waiting for here, so a little bit more time to fill, and that's where Jenkins is just going to go on this grand old monologue of who he thinks is the dark horse of this tournament.
I
He
haven't
doesn't
picked
agree
yet.
with Winter and
I haven't
Fear.
picked it. I haven't picked yet.
So you're
Trying
looking
to-
at the team list.
I'm trying to think. No, I'm just kind of like touching things.
All right, I'll give you some options, okay?
Okay.
Team 0.
All right, so
I actually think that team is pretty strong.
You are a Ponlo
you have to pick a dark horse.
I'm a Ponlo enjoyer. I think Ponlo is my dark horse player.
Oh, okay. You think he's going to really stand
dark
out?
horse player, is that a
Don't know if
thing?
that
Bro,
works.
I'm telling you, I watched
think
them.
that works.
I watched them
Fine.
qualify for this tournament, not
Congratulations.
expecting him to carry, because I know Ponlo was like the guy from Twitter. I'm just gonna be honest. I was just lay all the cards on the
Twitter
table.
guy.
That I know him as the Twitter guy, and I was like, holy shit, this kid is actually really good at Dota. He's getting ultra kills as a Guardian Greaves Rubik. You know.
Didn't you work NA DBC when he was playing in NA?
Yeah, and he was.
And you know
fine.
him as the guy from Twitter.
He was fine. Like, that's the thing. It's like he was on that team. He was just okay. He was just generic pause 4. On this team, he's carrying a bunch of like 14K, 13K MMR players as a pause 4. He looks incredible. But will the whole team be a dark horse? Probably not. I think they'll do okay. My team, I mean, I would say Talon. It's kind of cheating because we just saw them go 1-1 with Tundra. But I am a huge WS fan. I think that kid is incredible. He's 19 and he's the second highest rated player on the planet. He was just the highest rated player on the planet as an offlaner, doing a lot of innovative stuff. And then you look at the other players on his team and it's like, well, shit, they're really good too. Like Mikoto, for a while there was considered top 3 mids in the world.
Yeah.
So this guy has like a bunch of dark horse players.
No. Talon is my pick because I'm saying that I look at the whole team and I'm like, oh.
You're like, wow, there's this one standout player. And
He's
then
really
on top
good.
of that, they
He's
have
really
Mikoto,
good.
who's
He's
another
really good.
standout player.
Yeah, exactly. It's like they get Mikoto. This is at one point top 3 mid. All the mids talk about him as a guy to look at.
That's not fair. You told me Talon's my team just before we
Yeah,
came.
I told you Talon is your team because I knew it was a good pick.
I mean,
was
wouldn't
trying
you
to give
argue that all these teams have really good players? Like, if I were to defend C9, like you
I mean, they made
not
it
like
to
this though. Not
Watson
like
was like rank 1 for like
you picked the one guy. You picked the one guy.
Oh, I can't have my dark horse
Who's
player.
C9's mid?
No one.
No one versus Mikoto. Come on.
No one's great. Like he has stepped up so
He's
much.
consistent.
This is what I'm getting at. Like no one. If you looked at him at Riyadh, for example, like he wasn't so good like the year before because he was a carry and he went back to mid. He was dumpstering people in the mid.
It was
lane.
fantastic.
I
to
feel
watch
like
him
no
play.
one is just back, and that's why like I think this team is so good. Like,
But is he top 3?
Why
in
not?
what,
I mean, I've been
MMR?
watching his streams like recently. I feel like he's back to when VP were dominating.
Yeah,
I
he
feel like
is.
he's back to that point.
Okay, well that's interesting.
We'll have to see. Right?
I'm excited to see that.
I mean, that's why we get 3 analysts on the panel. You know,
'Cause
you all have different opinions and viewpoints of where could this dark horse come from? Why? What role?
I mean, we
in
could be
what way?
biased from our own
Well, I
Because you
will
shouldn't be
say,
playing the game.
I've not been watching no
I
one
don't
stream.
play
Like
mid.
if you're more up to date with how he's playing, I'm
okay,
more
so
than
I'll,
willing to accept
I'll put
that.
it this way, right?
Okay.
Like, very few players have I seen that go from being the best to, you know, falling off, let's call it as it is, right?
Yeah,
then coming back and being the best again. And I feel like no one has made a feat so far by doing that. And that's very high praise, because like I can't think of another player who's been able to do that. And we'll see if he can continue to do that. Sure, it was only like 1, maybe 2 tournaments he was able to do that, but he's been very impressive on his comeback.
Yeah, and I think that's in two regards, not just like how you're playing like this personal development of playing Dota, but also like still being able to stay in a competitive scene, right? There's always new talent coming up. There's always like new blood coming in. I mean, we looked at our TI rookie attendees. There were 22 people coming to TI for the very first time for themselves. And then you have someone like no one who was able to stay there pretty consistently and then also come back in great form. So look, either way, Cloud9, they are playing at the moment. Not on this stream, though. So if you guys want to see everything that Fear's trying to hype up, I believe that was over on B stream, so you can tune into their game there. But right here, we have BB Team up against Nouns. Issue has been resolved, so the game will be starting very soon, which is great to hear. We've already talked about a little bit of, at least from your point of view, Jenkins, what you think is some pocket picks for BB Team. But I want to know, like, this belief that you think they've dispelled of a team that tilts. Do you not believe that anymore? Have they proven that to you and to viewers that they're not that team anymore?
I just remember in Riyadh, they were directly asked this in an interview. It might have even been me.
I remember this.
I don't remember. But they basically were like, no, we're actually pretty good at like talking
I
about.
think players don't lie.
Maybe
Everybody
Wait, I heard a
lies.
different
maybe
interview.
they're not lying. Maybe it's lying to themselves.
Wait, which player?
I think it was Nightfall.
Because I heard a different Nightfall interview where he said the opposite.
What did he
What?
say?
Well, there's definitely a Nightfall interview where it was Purge who asked Nightfall, do you think your team is good at coming back when you're from behind? He's like, he just basically said, no, we're not so good.
They're two different things. Yours is in-game. He doesn't think they're a good team playing from behind. And
No.
Jenkins is talking about
No, I'm talking
in a
about both.
tournament.
No, he just said, like, are they good at coming back from being in a slump, like a losing streak, right? And he's like, no, we're not so good at that.
Luckily for them, it's day number 1. It's a brand new tournament. They're not in a slump right now, and they have a lot to prove for themselves. There's a lot of great results they've had, but a lot of varying results, Winter. They've fluctuated a lot. They've been able to make top 3. They've been able to get 2nd place, and then all of a sudden, we're looking at like 8th, 6th.
Yeah, I mean, in the beginning of the season when they had Pure, I felt like they had an identity crisis where they had 2 carries on a team. The drafts, they didn't really know who to draft around. Whereas with Miro, I felt like things started to
They
get...
needed Miro, big time.
Yeah, they needed Miro because he kind of provided the backbone for the team. So their draft is mainly around the carry, and it's easy for them to draft and create a strategy. Whereas with Pure, it felt like they had too many players to play around, and it can be very difficult to draft. So the drafts have been inconsistent. And after Miro, I think their results kind of speak for itself.
Yeah,
They got a lot more consistent.
I remember what it was now, by the way. It was in Riyadh, they did extremely mediocre in group stage. I think they tie broke to get through. So they barely made it, and then they went on to get 5 through 6, which obviously in one of the most major tournaments of the year is an incredible feat. So they went from like, oh man, BB team might get eliminated in group stage to this is a top 6 team. So to me, that shows that like they can have a absolutely terrible group stage and then still recover. That they're not this. If they're doing poorly in a tournament, like they're just done. Like their steam is gone. Like they can get it back. But maybe it does take a few days. Maybe it does take a break for them.
Yeah, I think they definitely proved a lot on the last tournament there as well, because normally the old BB team be like, oh, they're tilted, they're done. They're done,
yeah.
right? But they didn't get to like top 2 or anything, but they still exceeded my expectation after having such a bad start on how they were able to manage that and recover it as a team.
All right, well, all of our players in the lobby, that is what I really enjoy seeing. So hopefully we'll be getting that draft. I might have just honestly cast a curse to it. No, good. Okay.
No, we're good.
Draft did come up. It was like trying to connect there. I thought for a minute we might have had another issue, but draft will be coming up very soon. And I want to see if the bans are going to be the same. We've talked about these picks. I think there's a lot of potential picks. We've talked about the viability of so many different heroes as long as you have the right concoction for yourself. But bans is, I think, the more interesting part. Is everyone on the same page as to what is seen as OP, as things that they don't have answers to yet? And right now, that Naga and that Timber are consistent across what we saw previously. Also across the board of all series early today, everyone banned out Naga. So
OP hero.
OP hero is what I've really heard there.
I'm actually curious how you guys feel about Timbersaw, because I would not have been able to predict this.
I think it's the facet, the splinter, the timber chain.
The splinter is great.
It's really, really good in the early mid-game fights, where sometimes you just needed something to set up for your team to come in, to get a spell off, and it just gives you that.
Right, it sets up his own spells, which is really nice.
It applies to slow, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and now the slow is longer duration. And the thing is, I also think Timber, okay, maybe I'm convincing myself here. I'm just trying to understand why it's like this, because I remember even at like 3 weeks ago, Timber was not very good. Like Winter mentioned, they did buff the facet where you get the splinters. But I also think because of the whole Pipe Greaves meta, pure damage is very valuable. It's one of the few heroes that can actually burst a hero through any sort of defensive Solar Crest or Pipe. Speaking of another hero that can burst heroes through anything, essentially. Like, I think that's a lot of the meta, is like you have heroes that can burst through the damage reduction, and then you have heroes who are just going to buy the damage reduction.
BB team with their 4 bans, 3 of them were actually supports. I feel like normally when you have the 4, it's an even mix. Normally it's 2-2, 2 cores, 2 supports, but they felt that a lot of those supports were more of an issue, and that does leave that Sand King.
I feel like they banned the Shadow Demon, and they're like, I guess we have to ban Omni now.
Yeah.
Because they are not first pick, right? So they kind of put themselves.
I mean, Fly has been playing a lot of Shadow Demon and Omni the last week, though. So maybe that also kind of helps them decide they needed to remove it. Those heroes are very annoying to play against.
We haven't seen a Tinker yet. That hero's been like wildly popular in pubs.
Yeah, but he got nerfed a lot. Like the cast range nerf. I think the recent one, the
That's what
cast
I've
range,
heard.
yeah, kind of made it. I still think the hero could be playable, but it's just a lot harder now.
Not the same way it was like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, for sure.
I still personally think it's like A tier.
Yeah, because you collect the garbage farm easily. You get all the team items.
He's the ultimate trash man. He's got the fastest
It is
truck.
so nice having this guy in your team, because it's like, oh, thank God I don't have to buy any auras. He's just going to get all of them.
And in a fairly timely manner for a support as well, because that's the other thing that goes hand in hand with it.
We did see SD in the last series, and SD completely hard counters Tinker. You just purge all of the stuff that he does. So I think that also plays into it. Like, we may actually see him here just because the SD is out.
Yeah, I also think this Dragonite pick covers one hero that is perma-banned on nouns, and that's the Meepo. Like, they felt like they don't have a ban for it. Yuma loves the hero. He's still playing it in pubs to this day. We don't see it a lot, but I think once you get the Dragonite, you guarantee you get that splash damage, a way to deal with it. I don't think it really answers necessarily.
Yeah, but what do you guys think about the trade, the Sand King Dragonite trade? Do you prefer to be on the Sand King side or the DK?
Absolutely the Sand King side, any day. This is the #1 rated mid and offlaner on Dota 2 Pro Tracker. It has the highest win rate in most picks on both roles, not just one. Like, I've literally never even seen that before.
Yeah, I mean, the hero's definitely strong, but the one big difference I will say between pubs and actual like tournament play is you have to pick blind most all the time in these pubs, especially as an offlaner, right? And it's good in most all situations. But there are some matchups for Sand King that are really bad. Like, Morphling comes to mind as a hero that is very good versus the Sand King as well. So, and if you can get on top of the Sand King at level 1, it can potentially really ruin his laning stage. But at very least, Sand King is very good. I do agree with you. But I'm not so convinced that he's just completely broken in competitive play, but I could be wrong.
I do like the Snapfire against the Sand King. Because sometimes in the early game team fights, you just lack that damage, like some nuke, to reach the Sand King. And with the Mortimer's Kiss, I feel like Snapfire is kind of like a really, really good way of killing off the Sand King before he snowballs too hard in the fights.
I will say it's less good now that people are going for the Dust Devil facet, because the Sandstorm will follow you. So you don't have to like stand in the circle and get hit by all the Snapfire abilities. Okay, there's the Tinker. Yeah, I would be surprised to not like to see this hero completely fall off. At the very least, I think it's B tier, and it's great at defending towers against, you know, DK, drop down the march. Sand King will stand in the march as well, like in his form. Like I don't see
very annoying
how you kill a Sand King with a Bloodstone and all of the Tinker spells on him.
Do you guys want to touch on the Tinker changes? Because I'm also thinking about people who haven't seen this hero in a while, because it wasn't even picked up at the last
range
major
nerf,
land.
the cost range
No,
nerf.
she means long term.
Long term.
Tinker is a completely different
yes,
hero.
compared to when it was played in mid to now, where we'll probably see it and why it sits.
The summary is like you can't rearm items anymore. So the flip side to this is that you now get built-in cooldown reduction to items, which is why people are building pipe greaves, these healing type items, because the cooldown reduction on them is pretty nasty. And then there's a facet that makes your March of the Machines, which is now back, heal as well as do damage. So he's a healer.
And you also have the shield, right?
Yeah, he has a shield, which gives status resist, and then
he's just a support now. Like he's kind of like an Omni Knight. You can look at him that way. You sit behind your cores and you keep him alive.
An Omni that can TP to Fountain and fill bottles for free.
And farm.
Yeah, I've seen people do that in my games.
It's good. It is good.
I mean, I was looking at Fly before coming here, and just some of the heroes he'd played, and Naga was played a lot by him, Omni Knight was played a lot, Tinker was played a lot, Shadow Demon. So these are all like heroes that don't surprise me, that even if they get nerfed, once you have that many games, and Beastmaster is a hero I've been wanting to see for a long time, to see if it's going to get back into the meta, but not the Ags build, but going more in for the Helm Dom type of build, and playing with auras, getting the pipe after the Helm Dom. And I think you 100% need a pipe this game. If you're Sand King Tinker, if you don't have a pipe, then it's going to be very difficult to take the early fights.
It's very good against Tinker in a way where I feel like when you're playing against Tinker, you need a hero that has like a low cooldown spell that can solo kill him, so you take care of the waves being shoved at you. And I think Beastmaster is like perfect for that.
Yeah, you can use the Hawk, so you can see the Tinker that's blinking in the trees.
You see him and you hunt him, you solo kill him.
Is he still a Ags Rusher or
Beast?
Yeah.
On Beast?
No, I don't even think you go Ags. It's Helm Dom 2. I think people were looking for ways to make that item work in general because they buffed it so many times. Like the stats on it are pretty ridiculous on Universal Heroes. It's just a really high value item in terms of stats and how much it costs because of all the buffs. But summons were just not good for a long time, and the Beast Ags was just way too strong.
You did say this team, BB team, like the summons offlane?
Yeah, they do. I pretty much think every game they're going to have one of these heroes because all of Muro's hero pool is viable with summons.
Yeah, and they buffed the Wild Hunt facet from the Beastmaster too, which makes it even better, where it gives more attack speed for more units under his control.
Yeah, and remember the birds will crash more the more attack speed you have. So the birds are rooting and dealing damage a lot faster. Like this hero is a spellcaster now.
I mean, playing against CK, does that change your build? Do you want Axe or you still don't care and you just go for your helm?
That's a very good question. Maybe you're fine with it because DK will build into the Red Dragon facet, and so he's gonna do the AoE clear.
I'm starting to believe that that's the only facet for DK right now.
I think so. It does.
I think the other ones are just, they don't exist.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
All right.
Because we've seen it twice now. We're like offlane DK versus Morph, he might get the Frost. And it's like mid DK versus NP, he's gonna get the poison and just take the tower. Nah, both of them want the fire, carry DK fast.
The first one could have been maybe still plausible.
He did lose, yeah.
Because he lost with the red, you know?
I don't know. I think just the other
Wouldn't
ones.
change the outcome.
The poison's been nerfed too many times, and the Frost is just...
It's never good.
Just not good enough,
It's not been buffed enough times.
Yeah, not yet.
BB team actually thinking that this Sand King will be their offlane. It won't be going in the mid. Because actually, no, they 50-50'd it, right? No, they think it's going offlane because they banned Monkey King and Storm Spirit, which are two mid heroes and not two offlane heroes.
I mean, I think it's good in both, but.
Well, do you think that that's an issue that BB team doubled down on that? Just assuming that it's going to go there and you don't try and hedge your bets on bets?
I mean, they have the Aura last pick. I feel like if it's wrong, they still have like a way to deal with it when it comes out.
I feel like they banned two heroes that could be good for them as well. Because I feel like the Monkey King...
That's kind of what I was thinking, yeah.
Monkey King is very good for Sand King mid, if that's the case. And so I think Storm is also fine versus Sand King mid.
I mean, I will say BB team is like...
And they need a mid.
Well, BB is one of the few teams that will play the DK mid. And now I feel like you're more incentivized to do it. The double bracer.
Yeah.
Playing against Queen of Pain. You're not...
But you also want like the carry DK versus the CK as well.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And I do remember the last replay I watched of
Ricky mid?
BB team playing the DK. They played it with the green facet. But it's
How long ago was that?
a couple weeks ago.
Okay.
I think in the Fissure tournament.
This is a pretty cool Ricky mid game if they want to do that. I know it's pretty good versus Quab. Smokescreen versus CK is pretty amazing as well. Maybe, but DK is also good. But like, what are they going to take as a carry then if that's the case? Some gyrocopter. I mean, Sven. I mean, you still want ideally a carry that can deal with CK.
I mean, I kind of feel like DK with the carry is probably better. And
What's better mid though? That's the question.
Yeah, you can. What's remaining?
Tiny is pretty decent against Quap, but playing Tiny into like pipe mech builder like Tinker feels really bad.
I mean, is Lena in the pool if you want to go that route?
Where is Lena then?
Oh wow, Lena's actually in the pool.
Yeah.
I feel like they just need a hero to like play around the beast. They push towers with the Ench beast. You can lane against Quap.
How's Windrunner?
And is it? No?
Yeah,
it's banned.
That's how she is. Those are my only options for now. Maybe there's something else.
I honestly, I don't mind the idea of Gyro. I feel like it plays really well with the Enchant lane, and it's good against Sand King. I would worry for the Sven. Like if I'm Sand King, I love playing into some melee guy that I can just keep stingering every time he walks up to get a last hit.
Sure.
Ursa.
Choose your hero.
Huh.
I didn't expect that one. I'm not entirely sure what.
It's probably just entirely for the lane. I think Ursa against Sand King. Ursa Enchantress against Sand King.
I'm not. I mean, I would.
Did Nightfall change his name?
Yes.
I see. Okay, that's why I was really confused. Like, who is that?
It is still Nightfall, but in the player registration, he has changed his name. So
okay.
for this event, he technically is not Nightfall.
Anyway, Ursa, this is a hero that surprises me a little bit that he picked up. One thing I do want to see, though, is potentially the CK changing up his build. Because, like, going for the second facet, that either silences or disarms or breaks you, is a pretty cool, like, facet, as opposed to having, you know, strong illusions. It gives you like 20% extra HP on them, which is nice. But in games like this where you can break, disarm, or silence an Ursa,
those are all good against Ursa.
They're all good
actually.
against Ursa, right?
Yeah.
Enchantress, you can break an Enchantress. You can break the DK. You can also break the Beastmaster passives too, which can be really good. I don't know if he'll change it up, but we'll see. But I think it's worth considering in this game. Why they picked Ursa? I mean, my only guess is they're hoping to get on top of the Sand King in the laning stage and just like 100 to 0 him, and every time he comes back, he gets just bullied out. But if they don't do that, it's not the best Ursa game of all time. CK, you buy Orchid on this hero most games. Ursa doesn't like buying things that dispel it other than BKB, and so that can be a little bit rough. And you also have different silences as well, so I don't know. Not my favorite last pick here from Nightfall.
I do want to point out the Dragon Knight facet as well is not the red one. There's not a red dragon.
They lost them.
They lost. All right, well, look, either way, let's head on into our game number one and see what's going to play out with our casters, MLP and John.
Thank you so much, Nat. We do get into it. Game one between BBT and, of course, Nouns. Jonathan, you've seen the drafts. What are you thinking, though? Who's got the better draft, in your opinion?
Draft-wise, it's hard to say. I will lean towards Nouns a little bit. I think this can be a little bit of a tricky game for Saika as it goes on. I'm very curious to see how much the Ursa can get out of lane. Feels like that's the most pivotal part here. And we do finally get voice lines. That was, very missing in the last time. I'm not sure if it was nerves for like Talon or if Thunder were all serious mode. First series of the day, they just kind of wake up mode for our esports players. We've got the voice lines all warmed up here, which is good to see. It's very quiet, Mike. Still, outside of the draft, historically, this matchup has been pretty lopsided as well. In the past year, these two teams have faced off against each other twice, and one ended up in a draw in Dasha Dubai, and the other one was a 2-0 in favor of BB team. So that was a very recent one as well, maybe a month back at most. So BBT has had a good figure into what Nouns likes to do. Maybe they can... Because of that, maybe they understand how to ruin Gunner's lane with Saika's Ursa and just run down early on.
Is that how we're pronouncing it, John? Saika? That is Nightfall, by the way, in case anyone wasn't listening to the panel. Saika? Is that how we pronounce it? Is there a joke there? Miero? He's going to cop a fair bit of damage here on this way out. It looks like they'll go for the boar instead. They don't care about the actual hero. It's fine. It'll be a 3-for-1 trade on the bounty runes in favor of BBT, so already a decent start here for the Radiant end of things. And well, of course, we do always like to start with the mid lane, John, but you do have a very boring mid lane here between the DK and the Queen of Pain. How do you feel about this one?
Outstanding mid lane matchup. Something that we haven't seen in a while. Never changes, no matter how many things in the game changes, right? You've got facets now. You know, you've got some interesting interactions. This matchup, as long as it's DK, it's almost always just kind of the same. Copy is going to be able to just farm up, try to clear out with Scream of Pain. GPK is always going to be able to hold back with Breathe Fire. Copy's not going to be able to fully shove out GPK either. I'm really curious what Copy does go for the build. Whether or not he just kind of skips out in Shadow Strike or goes more Shadow Strike and spamming it on GPK to make it comfy, kind of open. I've seen a few pop players go either or in what they prioritize here. Rune control is a bigger part for Copy for sure. GPK is going to be free to just completely ignore it if he wants. Denial from the supports is going to be pretty big, and they do have really strong support rotations to kind of complement that for GPK as well. So you can take a look at those other lanes. Over up top, you've got Miero and Save up against Yuma and Fly. And this one is a little bit interesting because you do have a lot of long-range poke coming out from Save. He did go for full bore. They nerfed the hell out of the little shredder, so you're not going to be seeing anyone going for Ricochet 2 nowadays. But the reach is going to be massive. You've got some good connections with the board down the line, and you know you've got the Hawk that can kind of chain control as well. So there's a lot of burst potential up top from BBT, and for Yuma, it's going to be a bit of a slow ride into that level 3, maybe even level 4 is when you start to be comfy. And before that point, Miero and Save are just going to have a fun time up top for sure.
But of course, bottom lane, Jonathan, you do have Saksa, or excuse me, rather Saika, and Toronto Tokyo. Oh, hold on a minute. Jump is there. Lilith. I mean, they're going to try here for the Tinker. Gunner's going to jump in and intervene as well. Saika, still going. Lilith should be dead here. Finally gets the march off. Somehow is still alive, but will finally die. Toronto Tokyo able to secure first blood, as Saika did not want to risk his own life for that. But they have left him on quite low HP in fairness, but it looks like he'll have a shared tango provided to him by Toronto.
Yeah, it shouldn't be too rough to kind of just recover. You are seeing just some of the nuisances that can come out down bot here for Saika. The mischance from laser is going to be annoying, although it's not so spammable in lane anymore. There's a lot of AoE control, a lot of ways to try to kite around the Ursa. You have to be a little bit cautious when they do try to play aggressive, but that burst damage is always there. Get a couple of right clicks off, Saika can just run you down no matter what, as long as Gunner isn't able to play off the threat of a Stinger turnaround. As long as it's away from the creeps, you should be relatively happy, and that's why that action takes place by the small camp. You're not going to make that same move right next to your creep wave for sure. Gunner does have counterplay once he does have that Stinger up. So until that point, you're not going to be too concerned about sticking around, but it's going to be a little bit rough, right? Like, Tinker is going to be able to shove out, like the panel said, there's a lot of AoE effects that try to just hold her ground, heal up, get some damage going. But in the lane, Saika, as long as he isolates away the Tinker, it's going to be easy food here.
Remember when Tinker got changed and they brought March of the Machines back, and everyone was convinced that I was wrong about this being the most busted hero in the game?
I remember.
You remember, don't you, John? They were calling me stupid. They said I had no idea what I was talking about.
Yeah.
Now look at him, Jonathan. Look at him.
Yeah.
Look at this stupid hero.
And the sad thing was, this was even worse when we were seeing Yoa play it mid. That's the worst part. It had like one moment in the qualifiers, and then it just got completely deleted. I saw like Wikram tweet about Tinker. The next thing I know, the next patch is deletes mid Tinker. So it was crazy. At the last Pro, now we have it on support. Are you happy about that, Mike? No, you don't have to deal with mid Tinker. Now it's support.
I never even said it was going to be mid Tinker. I just said Tinker was bad, and everyone just assumed I was wrong. I wasn't, Jonathan. I was right for once. I feel very proud of that.
Very good, Mike. A broken clock is correct twice a day.
Thank you, John. I'll take it. Fly, taking a bit of damage on his way out here. Save just trading, but a pretty quiet game so far. 1-0, 4 minutes in. Both sides more than happy to farm. It's like the bottom lane going pretty even between Saika and Gunner. Both CS just very, very even between the two. Could make the same argument up at top lane, but Miero is really starting to dominate though on this Beastmaster. I suppose it's very hard though against Beast, even in this meta. Even for the CK. Just not a very easy time.
No, certainly not. I did like the ideas coming out there from Jenkins. I wish we got the other facet with the dive bombing Hawks, the attack speed, the Dominator. It's just going to be the standard Ags. This is what I've been seeing in a few of the third-party turns as well. This is it's still pretty much old Beastmaster. Occasionally you would get Dominator, but they would always still stick on Beast mode anyhow. So I don't think the facet, at least in what I've watched in pro games, it hasn't switched over yet. And you do have a smooth ride here into your Ags from Yarrow so far. Already has the arcs up to keep that Axis spam going. Although, save.
Going in, they want flying. They've just got so much damage between these two. Cookie will land as well, so Miero having the time of his life right now as Fly. Still trying to run, but save right on his tail. And Miero does secure the kill anyway with the axes as now Yuma also being chased down. They do have a scatter blast available. They just want some vision, and they'll find it. Miero is still on the chase, and it looks like it's going to be another kill here for the Beastmaster. Hell, even Gunner going down a bottom lane while all this was happening.
Everything working out for BBT. That was Nouns kind of trying to initiate onto save as well. Not quite panning out, not respecting that reach and turnaround potential from Miero with Wild Axis. Down bot, Gunner's Death was once again away from Creep Wave. He keeps getting dragged away from where he could try to play with Stinger. In fact, he doesn't even have Stinger. He's gone Burrow Strike, Sandstorm, so maybe looking for more initiation.
Oh.
Still?
It's just so much damage coming out from Psycho already. Like, Gunner just got back to the lane, lost 3/4 of his HP, and now he just has to go back to his tier 1 tower. Like, it's just a very rough affair at this stage for the off-lane Sand King. There's mid lane, Lelis being hunted down by Toronto. With the Scatter Blast to slow him up, there's not really much of a way of getting out of this, so Lelis will go down. They can apply a bit of pressure. They've still got the Siege Creep alive here in this mid-tier 1 tower, and with the Enchanted Creep, they'll just tank through this tier 1. Nice and easy. 6.5 minutes in, it's already gone.
That's the power of the Corrosive Dragon. We haven't seen it in a while. We've been seeing a lot more red today, of course. In the last series, it was all Red Dragon. But Corrosive does have that push potential. GPK with the amp damage doesn't take too long to clear that out. Seeing Nouns trying to contest BBT's Wisdom Rune, but not going to go all in there with a scan coming through. And for Nouns, I mean, a 5-0 start is rough. You're 4K behind, 7 minutes in. You lost your mid-tier 1. This ward out from BBT is going to allow them to invade the triangle nice and easy. They can look for rotations up top as well. I'm not sure if Psycho will want to necessarily go through the gate as we've seen in the last series. Certainly some potential there as well. Of course, the Battle Fury timing for Psycho isn't too far now either, already having at least a cornucopia up. And if this keeps snowballing their way, I mean... Oh.
Yeah, bottom lane, Wildring Ripper dragging him back, and Lelis just has no chance of survival's Toronto. Picking up his 3rd kill of the game already, and this is starting to look like a real kind of avalanche kind of game here, John. I mean, it's just the perfect start for BBT.
And it is. It's going to take a while for Nouns to kind of kick into gear here as well. And you've got Copy still working into the power treads. Top network for his team, but that's not really saying much. He's at least 800 behind the next core from BBT on GPK. And this Quap with the burst damage you do have with Masochist is great, but...
Gunner in trouble again. Psych is not backing off either. He wants the kill. Hands up, and there goes Gunner. No chance surviving. The Ursa having the time of his life, and I mean, this is going to be a very fast Battle Fury at this rate for Psycho. Like, he's already halfway there.
Yeah. Not going to take too long, and again, that leads up to the Ursa rushing his farm, maybe looking for some movement across the map if there's an opportunity into Roshan. There's a lot of play coming out from BBT right before the 10-minute mark as well. 7-0. Camp Gunner again.
Oh, Gunner. Burrow striking to the high ground. He's okay. Oh, save. Surely they know. Surely they know he's still there. And they're going to check, and they're going to find him. What a trap by BBT. I don't think the camera caught that. But there was just casually 3 heroes standing by the T1 tower waiting for him to TP back.
Yeah, they knew he was just going to head back down bot, get punished. He is buying some space at the least. I guess that's the one silver lining that we could maybe point out. Yuma's got room to breed up top. You've got Copy jungling. Yeah.
How much space could you possibly provide at 9 minutes in?
Look, I'm trying to find a silver lining, Mike. He doesn't have a TP. You know, and I appreciate Gunner going for this Burrow Strike, Sandstorm-centric build, but up again, I suppose the melee matchup of Ursa is not the comfiest where you can leverage Stinger, and this will allow him to recover in the jungle, but he's gonna need to, they need to find space for him. Yeah, he's trying to rush into the blink, at least he's 1,000 gold in, so it's not too bad. but they already have this forward ward set up right between the tier 2, tier 3 on the ramp of the triangle. Saika saying sun into eyes.
You know, sun's good for you sometimes, Saika. You know, just these players, John, if they see sunlight once and they get all upset every time.
Oh, I've seen this firsthand. Yeah, I think. Hey, well, what was it?
Wait till they hear about grass, John. Mid lane, fly. You'll be alright. Copy is there to try and help out, but Copy's pretty far behind in the net worth department. He'll be forced to blink north. And even with the spells you do have available, it just doesn't really feel like the Quap can get involved and set a tempo for her team. It does feel like now they're just stuck kind of sitting back and trying to secure some comeback farm here, but it is a very kind of secure position, I want to say, for BB team at the moment.
Yeah, the big issue for now is just there's no one for these supports to connect with, really. Yuma's not ready, Gunnar is far from ready, of course, and these supports can't really do much outside of, I guess, Lul is shoving away a wave with March. Doesn't even have 6 just yet for rearm, but is close to that point, so the stall game can come in. Unfortunately, it does look like you're going to lose all your tier 1 towers very early on, and I was having a conversation with, who was it? We were watching Wallahia Season 2 qualifiers with JL from Execration, and he was trying to give his post-mortem about what went wrong with her own Tinker games. If you can't hold these tier 1s, Tinker doesn't really have a very safe spot. You don't want to really be holding tier 2s. You want to try to keep your tier 1s alive, stall the game from that point. With all these tier 1s gone, Lullis is maybe not going to have the comfiest game in trying to just find some free, safe farm for himself that his team will be willing to back him up if he is committed on.
It certainly does feel like a pretty awkward position if you are the support Tinker in this kind of game, that's for sure. I mean, it's just, there's going to be no space to get any kind of farm for yourself, that's for sure. And well, here we go. 3-man smoke up from Downs. They want to try something. If you could find the Ursa, that'd be an amazing kill. Speaking of that Ursa, by the way, in case we didn't have the update, Saika did get his Battle Fury, so he's kind of farmed out of control already. They are going to spot him out though. Keep in mind, he does have Enrage available. It's not the easiest kill. They're going to try. Static Storm drop, but they do not get him in the kinetic still. The Glimpse Back is going to be there, but the Enrage was already popped, and Saika knows he can't die. That's just kind of the thing. He can't die. There goes Lelis on top. And I mean, it's wishful thinking, but even that's a bit too positive, I think, for that kind of play, John. Because where was the damage going to come from?
Yeah, it's, I mean, a rotation from Disruptor Tinker is not amazing. Yuma?
Yeah, Yuma's just, Yuma's dead.
All right.
That was a Dragon Talon to Kisses. Good, we're looking at the Hellbear Smasher, Jonathan. That's something.
Hey, it's important. Those creeps, you know, they put a lot of work in, Mike. You know?
Cameraman trying to save the NA fans. We appreciate that, cameraman.
Yes, yes. We do. No need to look, our friends from America. No need. Cover your eyes, Jenkins. You know, cover your eyes and wait for the comeback.
Glimpse away on GPK. He'll say thank you very much for that.
So 11-0. We haven't had one of these games in quite a while, Mike. It's been so long that I actually don't know how to inhale copium right now. To be fair, Yuma can split. You know, Yuma could farm with Phantasm, right? You hit this.
Copium, John.
I don't know what Copy's going for. I don't know if he knows either, because normally you go Kaya, and I legit don't think it's gonna be enough. It feels like a lot of this game is maybe down to Gunnar. He's got the blink up. He's got level 1 epicenter. He's got the maxed out Sandstorm. There is some damage play here. If he can frontline, we'll probably need 1 durability item up before then. That's going to be the pipe. Still needs more time. And by that time, you're going to be giving out a lot. You know, Saika took Roshan, of course, as we were talking about earlier, going for the blink into BKB. A 12k lead at 13 minutes in, 11-0. If Nowens finds a kill, that's a 100% increase for their kills.
There's a two-man smoke that Miero just casually runs into, as now a Static Storm has been dropped on 2, but there's no follow-up, and Copy is dead. I repeat, Copy is dead.
Save's alive.
Save is alive. Gunnar is gone to boot. GPK, yeah, he's gonna find another. I mean, 14-0. It's a tough game. It's a tough game.
It kind of reminds me of some of those PG level audio qualifiers I was watching, actually. This exact same thing happened to the Tinker Support draft in one of the games. I don't know, there was a lot of Tinker Support, man. One of the games went this bad. I think the big issue was in this game, the big issue is in this game, is that Gunnar really didn't have a lane. Lelis was just, he died twice in lane. Gunnar ends up dying like twice, 3 times in a row with no TP at some point. And it just becomes untenable at that point. You have a mid who needs items, who can't really connect with Disruptor Tinker in a wider fight for pickoffs, because you didn't snowball mid either here. You have a CK that also needs farm, and you have all the farm in the world for BBT. Like, we've been talking a lot about Saika. You know, you got the Ags timing very early on from Yarrow. He's going for his own full pipe into the blink. He's got a lot of damage. And once the pipe's up, that's most of your damage here from now. And so you're not going physical at all. Like, Yuma is not ready to apply some physical output here. So just this pipe timing from Yarrow might just keep this at 0 kills for quite a while here for Nouns.
Just look at the way they're choking out Nouns from the map as well. Like, Gunner's just trying to farm by his tier 2 tower in a dire jungle camp, and it's just like, no, you don't get that chance. You get no farm, sir. Back to the tier 2 tower for you. And speaking of that tier 2 tower, John, it may cease to exist in just a moment, because BBT, they are posturing quite aggressively. In fact, mid tier 2 tower is just casually being taken out by Toronto Tokyo's Dark Troll Summoner. Meanwhile, top, Lelis will be able to TP away just in the nick of time. But you now just don't protect this tier 2 tower. The mid tier 2 tower, I mean, a gentle breeze would blow that over. It's just looking very, very tough here for Nouns. Props to the boys, they are trying to find some net worth here to try and give themselves a decent chance at forcing a fight. It's just not coming quick enough. It's still at a 14k disadvantage here for Nouns.
That it is. Toronto Tokyo's right in line with Gunner's net worth almost. Just stone throws away, 300 gold difference. There's that pipe we were talking about from Yarrow. So all of the magical bursts you're looking for from your Quap and from your Sand Kings kind of nullified down. Along with, say, this mech timing coming out for save to have some sustain on top. I'm really not sure what you do right now in Nouns. I'll be frank. This is 14-0 at 16 minutes. I swear to goodness, Mike, this is, we have not seen this in at least 2-3 years in our own games. Maybe in NADP, you don't stand corrected, maybe so. Never mind.
Well, why are you gonna do that, John? Why do you have to do that?
Like Div 2 NADPC, you know, when Wildcard would go up and down Div 2, right?
What? So now Sammy's copying shots. Well, why did Sammy do, John?
Well, no, Sammy would get the 14-0. In Div 2, when they get promoted into Div 2 sometimes.
Well, now I know you're lying, John. Why are you saying that?
We've seen that from Wildcard.
You're unbelievable. You're unbelievable.
Yeah, it's fine. It's all in the past. No one can verify this.
Shout out to Sam. We love you, Sam.
I miss good old Sammy boy. I miss me some NA Dota, and you know, for the NA Dota fans, this is painful. But again, there's a timing here. The Dagon's already up for copy.
There was that one guy. Yeah. That was a mega Arteezy fan. I think PPD retweeted it, so he's probably very happy right now. Shout out to anyone that knows about that situation. Shout out to that guy as well.
I have no.
You can look it up, John. It's on Twitter. It's on X, John. Whatever it's called.
I can't read. Mike, you know this. I can't read. I can barely decipher what's on the game. I'm working off pure memory. You know, so don't tell me to read something. I have no patience for that. As I say, as I start a new manga. Still, 14-0, 18k.
I'm not gonna ask.
16.
I'm not gonna ask.
There's a really good manga. If I say the title though, I think it's I'm not gonna mention it. The concept is really good.
We're casting TI, John, for the love of God. I mean, even we have our limits to how low we go. Gunner, top player, he's getting some farm here on the Sand King. It's still a 16k deficit though, sadly, here for Nouns. I mean, BBT are just in absolute control. BKB about to come up on Saika. I mean, I know you've told me you're not really sure how Nouns are going to make a comeback here, Jonathan. I tend to agree with you in that sentiment. I
think Yuma.
Bottom lane, looks like they have found out Yuma. Oh,
cancel his TP.
TP cancelled. Yeah, I mean, that you know, he's going to die. He's going to die anyway. Yeah, he could have forced out a Raw, you know? Maybe they didn't even need it. Who knows? Toronto?
You know,
mid lane. Fly, destroy.
Okay. Gunner?
Gunner? You want to start doing play-by-play too, John? Gunner, he's caught out.
I mean...
And he's dead.
I'll be frank with you, Mike. What analysis do you want from me? It's 17-0, 17k. They just need one kill on Nouns. They're not able to find it right now.
I was about to say there's nothing to play-by-play either. There's nothing to cast here, John.
What a lovely game of Dota 2. This is Dota 2. This is a match that you'd go into Overwatch and you'd find it. Then you realize it's a TI replay.
Tournament to be taken at the very least. Oh, Psyka's coming. Psyka is coming. It is not safe, boys. Get the hell out. Oh, Psyka, he does not steal the Tormentor at least. And he does use his BKB charge. So that's his 9-second charge gone. And Fly does get a free shot, so that's a big positive.
And it is. Thunderstrike to scout forward could be big. They're actually going for a smoke. They find an angle without that pipe up.
This could be the fight. This could be the fight. BBT, I mean, they're waiting for it. They're ready for the fight whenever. They'll hold the high ground. GPK on the low ground, but that's not really the target you want. Like, he's a very tanky boy at the moment. GPK pops the Dragon Form, looking to move in. Epicenter out from Gunner. They'll try for the DK, but he's got the Mage Slayer. He's just not dropping quick enough. They'll even drop a Static Storm on top, but Gunner's gone. Yuma, he will die to boot. They'll finally get GPK, but it's cost them 3 heroes. It's definitely not worth it at all. And in fact, GPK, he'll get tipped for being the first one to die. As is tradition.
Could have had a game with no one dying on BBT's side. Gives them a kill. Big kill for Nouns. That one kill gave them 790 gold. Half of what BBT gets for 3 kills. So, somewhat worthwhile. I mean, silver linings. It's their first kill. They've done it. They just need to do that 20 more times without dying.
Yeah. This is still better than Raygun's performance, by the way, at the Olympics, in case you saw that, Jonathan. You heard of Raygun?
I was so curious when you'd actually bring that Olympic performance up.
Oh, I've been very embarrassed the past month, Jonathan. I'm not gonna lie. I didn't want to bring it up, but you know, this is probably the perfect moment.
Oh yeah, this is. I wouldn't disagree. I think it's still better. I think you know, Nouns they had a draft idea. It's just the lanes didn't go as they'd expect. I think this Ursa last pick from BBT for Psyka worked out really damn well. The idea that Gunner had for his lane, just going for Burrow Strike, Sandstorm, not going for the Stinger for a melee matchup, which is again understandable. There's an idea behind it that you don't really want to be within range of Psyka anyhow, within range of an Ursa in a melee range matchup. But it also takes away your early presence there for Gunner. Your other lanes don't really get that running start either. Roshan number 2 to be taken for free by BBT, as Nouns are probably in no position to come in. 20k lead at 22 minutes, 20-1. Another Aegis. In fact, Cycle leaves the Aegis for GPK. I thought they were just going to leave it at this point, you know?
They could have. I mean, he could have just taken it, but he didn't want to drop the 1. That's all right. In fairness, Psyka just doesn't need it. They gave it to GPK because he's the only one that's actually died in this game. Amazing. They're just trolling GPK.
They literally just to prevent another death. You know, you don't want another increase, 100% increase here for now. It's under kill board. So GPK is covered now at the very least. Do we have any major item timings here? No, not quite yet. Yuma going for the Sanjin Yasha. Looks like he has Agrue Saber almost done. Perhaps a smoke out from BBT. And, I mean, it feels like they're 1 or 2 team fights away from just clearing out high ground at this point. You do have more auras out from Nouns. You've got the full Holy Locket plus the mech ready on Lullis. So there is some sustain true along with that fresh pipe on Gunner. So they can maybe sustain through some of the onslaught. Well, we'll have to see if it's enough. BBT, at least for their part, aren't finding anything with the smoke. They are playing on the right side of the map here now and hugging the fully controlled top area on the Radiant side, but high ground does begin in earnest now for BBT.
Here we go. Can they stop the push? It's not looking good. But GPK is looking to back off. So as much as they are leading right now, BBT are certainly still paying their respect towards Nouns. It is still high ground you are attempting. They'll try again in the mid lane. Gunnar gonna remove himself from that scenario. In goes the Roshan banner, and that's gonna make life a lot easier for the side of BBT to just get rid of these this mid barracks. Tier 3 tower almost already gone. I mean, it's Nouns that have to make the jump in. There's no two ways about it. The question is it even going to matter? Like, there's just a couple BKBs up now. Everyone's too tanky. It took them a very long time to even just find GPK on the DK last fight around. Nice deny from Gunnar. That's a win. We got it. Very nice deny.
That will change the course of this game. He gets it again.
Oh, it's a double deny. It's a double deny. That might be TI history. We've never seen that before.
We've also never seen 20-1. You know, I feel like that's a bigger point there, Mike. But no, that is fair.
I could have sworn we have. You and I definitely have. I can guarantee.
In TI.
John, we're the SEA casters, John. We've definitely seen those scorelines. Guaranteed.
Yeah, we get them all.
Mid lane.
Smoke out here.
Oh boy. It's really that easy, John. It really is that easy.
What's the BKB for? What was that, Miro? Okay.
It's to send a message.
He was in smoke. They couldn't even see it pop.
He's sending a message, John. They'll see the replay. Miro jumps in. Who is he roaring? Apparently nobody. Yuma. He's the one who jumped in, and he is the one just getting destroyed. Miro, I mean, he's just tanking through all the damage that the Gunner's providing. Like, the Axe is just healing him up. In they go for more. GPK finds a stun onto Fly. That's Fly dead. Gunner's trying to burrow strike out. He's gonna die to boot. Buyback from Fly, and the GG is called. They've seen it. I appreciate it. I mean, you know, it's... At some point, you've just got to call it. This game was over the 10-minute mark.
It really did feel that way. Again, the lanes here for Nouns just did not work out in any feasible form. Miero and Save just doing a lot of work with all of the reach they had, with cookie combinations, just getting aggressive early on. Then you had Saika in his lane as well, just running down Gunnar and Lelis, and there was just no recovery. It feels like this Tinker, if you lose your tier 1 towers very early on, you're not going to be able to hit this faster timing to stall out the game, to stop the push, start to shove out yourself, and start to get work done. Again, historically, BBT has managed to take out Nouns consistently in this past year. Game 1 certainly showing the results of that research. We'll have to see if they can bounce back in Game 2 here.
We certainly will, John. We'll head back to our panel and see what they have to say about this Game 1.
We're going to try our best. I mean, Jenkins, you as a Noun supporter, quite obviously, any silver linings for them?
I think the one kill that they got was excellent. They did a good job with that. The double deny from Gunnar also was kind of showing that, yeah, you can take you can kind of take the game and win the game, and you can also have 25 kill advantage on us and a 25k gold lead. But hey,
at the end of the day,
you can't take our buildings.
Only we can take our buildings.
They were very defiant. They stood by that one. We were wondering where Tinker might sit in this event for TI. How is he? Because 2 weeks ago, in a couple of other events leading up to this, massive priority in the support role there. Finally, we see it. I mean, it didn't take too long for us to see it, but I would say paired with the Disruptor, it just didn't really do much. This support combo for me was very lackluster, Winter.
I mean, it's not really fair this game, I felt, because they lost the lanes so hard. Disruptor plus Tinker, maybe the idea is Tinker is not a hero that provides you with catch, so they wanted a partner that has catch with glimpse, but Disruptor is not the greatest in the lane.
Yeah,
and I feel like Tinker as a position 4 kind of feels like a 5, because you are buying all the team items, you're not really like doing damage, you're just mitigating a lot of damage.
But I feel like even Disruptor isn't guaranteed either. I think there were better 5s that could have guaranteed better lockdown or better catch that could have maybe paired more. So I think it's just the mix of the two in my mind.
They need a more stable laner, I felt like.
Okay.
Like Disruptor is not a stable laner.
We honestly just didn't see much of anything from Nouns this game,
Yeah.
unfortunately. And I think it really comes down to play more than anything. They didn't pass the BB team test. For me, it's just like, this team is so good at laning stage.
I agree.
And if you lose all 3 lanes to this team, this is just how it's going to look. Heroes could be part of it, but it's mainly going to be play. They just kind of got outplayed this game. They did have the heroes to deal with it in some capacity. I feel like the Tinker against, maybe this is why they picked the Ursa I talked about, like he wants to get on top of the Sand King, burst him before that damage comes out. Tinker doesn't help too much against that as compared to having like a stun. So you lose that lane, you're obviously going to lose versus the DK versus Quap matchup. The Quap isn't going to win there. I thought they'd do a little bit better with the CK Disruptor lane, because that lane is honestly pretty strong. It should be in theory, but unfortunately no luck there either. They just lost all 3 lanes, and against BB team, that's the one thing you don't want to happen, because they're just so good at snowballing games.
Yeah,
I was just going to say, I thought then there still could have been a possibility of coming together as a 5 and trying to get a pick off. It's not like, you know, BB team, sure, they're really good at lanes, but we've also seen them time and time again kind of fall back into still wanting to farm up. They don't always necessarily just push and invade your part. They're not a team that's just like, okay, we win lanes now, let's take over triangle, move along over to their safe lane, and then to the racks. They're a team that does still like to eventually fall back and have some farm. And I think as Nouns, you could try and find something, but maybe that's also hopeful because of how bad the
They had one chance when the Disruptor smoked and he missed the combo into the Ursa.
I don't know. That was already, the game was like so over.
Yeah, but that was like the only chance.
I was thinking along the same lines as you, maybe not necessarily when it comes to like grouping up and 5-manning, but like switching the lanes, switching the supports. Like maybe putting the Disruptor against the Ursa would look a lot better, but then you're playing a Disruptor into Enchantress, who is going to destroy you with creeps and right clicks, and you're this slow harass hero who's playing into a hero that's going to heal through it, especially with this overprotective Wisps facet. So because of the Ench, they couldn't swap the Disruptor to the lane. So because of that, there's a Tinker now in the lane protecting a Sand King with a dispellable shield that Enchantress can dispel. So both supports are countered by Ench, and then Sand King is countered by Ursa. That's why they last picked it. You just run them down a lane, especially with the Dust Devil facet, if there's no invis to, you know,
and they also swapped the
away.
DK mid, and they got a good matchup there, so they basically kind of just
did
all favorable lanes.
This is classic BB team.
It really
I totally agree with Fear. This is just the classic BB team. They win all 3 lanes. They just look like the superior team. The draft almost doesn't matter. Like, Nouns just has to, I mean, they can draft for better lanes, but they also just have to lane better. They have to make some move that is giving them some advantage against BB team.
Maybe Copium here, want to chalk it up to first game, maybe a little nerves. It just felt like timid gameplay all around. You're timid in lane and you lose them. Then you're not even really trying to make anything on the map for yourself, despite how difficult it is. I just want to see them come together with a little bit more aggression, something that I think has found very good success for them in the past.
They did come together in this game once with, we actually have a highlight here, replay.
Really?
We're going to go ahead and pull up. Computer, roll the clip. This is going to be the
17-0 right now, right?
Yeah, it's 17-0. Not looking so good, and this is how much they have to commit to just kill GPK here. He almost doesn't even go down, and Queen of Pain has to suicide in order to get that ult off to take him down through all of that. So that's just the position that they were in.
Yeah.
I mean,
nobody 22-0's America.
No, that's right. We get an American flag on the screen production.
We might need a little bit of time. Maybe if Nouns take game number 2, we can get that one going for you there, Jenkins. And it's a best of 2 for group stage, so they're going to have another chance here to at least be able to tie it up for themselves. We saw the previous series between Talon and Tundra. It was really rough for Talon in that first game, but they made great adjustments in their draft to be able to take some picks for themselves that Tundra had just done well on, and they were able to get that. Could we see similar for Nouns? Do you see any of those heroes having to be placed now in the ban phase, or even you go, okay, maybe we take that one for ourselves. Maybe Enchantress is going to be our support that we need to pick up first.
Maybe. I want to go back to like the talk we had before the game started on the Sand King. I
Yeah.
said Sand King definitely has some flaws as a hero, especially in competitive, whereas like ranked, it's a little bit different. And I feel like BB Team really exploited the Sand King. I think you really need to look at that Sand King again and be like, that really did not work out, and make some changes. Whether you change the Tinker support, maybe you put it mid, whatever it might be. But like, I think they need to start there. That was their first pick of the game. It went horribly. Gunnar had a really bad game. The Ursa just got too far ahead, and I feel like there's more heroes that can do that to the Sand King. So I would start there if you are Nouns. And you do have to start on the laning stage, because that's BB Team. If you lose all 3 lanes to this team looks like the best team in the world. And this is why a lot of teams, a lot of people put them in their top 3 every single tournament, because they see games like this, like, who's going to beat this team? And it just comes down to their superior, like, individual skill.
They put them in the top 3, but not the top 2.
Yeah. That's reserved.
Yeah.
I mean, they are definitely one of the best laning teams, and like Fear mentioned, I think I would try to prioritize supports that are better in the lane. Like if I'm going to open with the Sand King again, I really have to pair it up with something like maybe just get the Snapfire, you know, just make sure the lane's stable.
There's also an argument for comfort. Maybe if not necessarily better in the lane, but you just know the little tricks,
the details, but you're going to be limited by the matchup if you're opening a draft and with a hero. I think you need to make sure like the core has a lane no matter what, because you're already picking it as your opening pick.
Yeah.
So that has to be the top.
Maybe a mix of both, because I don't see Gunnar as a huge, like, oh, Gunnar Sand King. This is like, you know, I'm gushing over this. Like his, you know, off lane, I would say like Tusk, Wyvern, Earth Spirit. These are the mids that when he was a mid player for so long, he would play that were kind of
he also just
primal as
standed.
well.
He also just stand. I feel like you're going really like Gunnar specific offlaners. You can't forget, like, he still does play the standards of like the Centaurs, potentially even the Slaughters, the Marses. Like, these are things that he can also play as well. Like, I do also see them fall in his comfort. So they don't have to go too crazy with the draft and the adjustments.
Yeah, you never want to over adjust.
Yeah.
For sure. Like if you can,
you don't
get
have to all of a sudden be like, oh, Earth Spirit Wyvern, guys, look at it for me.
But I would argue that like Gunnar on Centaur to me is a very similar thing to Gunnar on Sand King. He's like fine at both of these heroes. Whereas if I saw Gunnar on Tusk or Wyvern, it's like he invented this hero. You know, like he was playing this stuff on mid before anybody else was. I would love to see him on that, just because I'm a Gunnar fan. If it wasn't obvious, but I do think like a mix of better laning and comfort would probably be ideal, and it probably comes from the supports, to be honest.
Well, let's talk about lane stabilizers and supports then. What comes to mind when you, and you know, during this meta as well, that you want to be able to see?
I mean, I think in general for Sand King, like his biggest weakness is his level 1 to 2. It's better than it was in the past, but I feel like you need to pair Sand King with the hero like a Hoodwink or something that can really just carry him through that first couple levels, right? And then if you do get free farm or you don't get punished in the first couple levels on Sand King, then you just kind of take over the lane, you farm everything, they can't really go into your Sandstorm, and you become a really strong hero. Tinker doesn't really do that. Like, you have one laser and you can drop the March machines, but Ursa doesn't care about that too much. So he's going to keep chasing you down. Tinker can't do anything. So maybe pick a pos 4 that can either punish you if you overcommit with like some Shadow Demon Poison Stags, or a Hoodwink with a Bushwhack, an Acorn. Like, those things could help.
Yeah. I like that you mentioned the Dark Willow as well. I wouldn't mind seeing her.
That's good too.
The last time we saw her in... Oh, I'm not going to say competitive. I'm just going to say when we saw her last TI, at TI 12, she was actually in the carry position. So we weren't really seeing her picked up as a support. So I'd like to see her have
that was like to counter Muerta, right?
Yes, yes. It was very hit and miss. Some people looked great on it. Other people, unfortunately, got knocked out of the tournament from it. So it's rough. Either way, would like to see her come back as a support. That's one that I would like to see, is Dark Willow. But you obviously have your more standard ones, the Hoodwink that you have.
I think Dark Willow is very similar to Snapfire. Like you're strong in the first few levels, and you're really good in the team fights. I mean, they nerfed the ulti, so you can't use it on your teammate. But overall, I feel like she still provides a lot of value in the team fights if you get a good terrorize off.
Yeah.
I just think it fits the same role as Hoodwink in terms of...
You would rather Hoodwink?
Very, I think...
I mean, Hoodwink's different because Hoodwink is like greedier. You want to try to play...
No, I'm saying in terms of what they would want from it, which is just a hero that will carry through level 1 through 3. Like, Willow and Hoodwink are, to me, like equivalent in terms of very few like 5s and carries can trade with a Hoodwink. Like, you can play into a complete counter, and the Dark will just sit there, keep hitting you. You ever commit, she throws some brambles down. It does more damage at level 1 than like any other spell. If you run through the brambles, and you can play on top of them, so they have to run through them to kill you. It's a similar concept. just not a good hero. Like I think Hoodwink's also.
That was a
not
lot of
that great
words
a
to
hero.
say she's worse than Hoodwink.
But I think that's why.
I think the playstyle's just changed for Pos 4s. Like, these Hoodwink and Willows, they don't really build a lot of items for the team. Like we're seeing more and more of. Where Hoodwink is, I'm just going to play for myself, be a bit more greedy. I feel like that style has fading out a little bit. Not entirely sure. I'm going to keep an eye on the position 4 hero pool. I think they're in a strange spot right now.
It's funny to say that, and then we see people picking up Sniper Pos 4, which I think is very...
Well, he can build auras.
But people are building auras on him.
True.
Yeah.
But
It's like
that's
he
not to say-
transitions from lane winning to.
But that's not to say you can't do that in Hood. It's just traditionally you don't because...
That's the hero then. They didn't pick Sniper with Sank.
I mean, Snapfire.
But then we don't have that lockdown that we...
Snapfire's good. I feel like Snapfire's
I mean, he has the
great.
damage though. Like, you need one of two things. You either
Right.
need,
That's true.
if they go onto the Sand King with your Ursa, the Ursa needs to die before the Sand King. And maybe Sniper can achieve that, right? Because he has the high burst damage.
Or something to make the trade not worth it, which requires some like really strong early game nuke, which I think Snapfire is great for.
That's good too, yeah.
And she actually does.
The BB
build,
team had that hero.
She does build the team items. Yeah, and also the Enchantress we've seen win 3 games in a row on the mainstream.
We have,
Like,
yes.
This hero just seems to be, despite having the enchant just nerfed, where you're gaining less XP every time you take a creep, it still seems.
It doesn't matter, right? Because like she fits all the criteria of what you want from a support right now. Like strong in lane, builds
Buys
auras,
team items.
right? Not too greedy.
Does damage.
Does damage.
Scales,
Yeah. So like, and like that's kind of where like the Hoodwink we just haven't seen right now. I gave Hoodwink because that's just like my automatic
Of course,
response.
yeah, we
how
are
to
doubling
win.
down on Hoodwink specifically, but you're
Yeah.
talking more broadly as well.
Yeah, because I think the meta has shifted and people aren't really looking at these type of Hoodwink heroes and Dark Willow position 4s that, strong in lane, but later on in the game, that's not the type of hero that you want on Pos 4 in this particular meta.
I think a really strong offlane that would be like very this meta, at least today, we'll see how this changes in the next few days, is like SD Centaur. These are 2 very strong heroes. Currently, SD's
classic.
One of the, it's a classic like lane winner. And then SD plays into the
Is this
healing meta
still a lane
incredibly
winner
well.
right now? I feel like SD Centaur is not as strong as before.
Yeah, that's a giga lane winner, dude. I would love to see what sort of safe lane.
I mean, SD, in my opinion, is stronger in the safe lane than as a Pos 4, but still really good. Because like, it's just ridiculous. Like your right clicks
because you're really good at trading.
Yeah, you just like you really win any side like jungle type of trading.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
You can't go over there. You can't block the small camp because you're just gonna die if you do. Whereas a Pos 4, you can stack more. That's like definitely good, but it's not as good for like just trading with the other.
But wouldn't you say that he works better with the offlane heroes right now, since they're all range heroes on the carry?
I mean, I personally am not entirely sure, but what I see in Shadow Demons, they're just trading with the other supports, and eventually he solo kills them.
Yeah,
and that's generally like
that's what I'm
most
seeing
of
as
the.
well.
So he like kind of isolates it into a 1v1 versus 1v1 type of matchups, because like I think in general like he doesn't add a lot to the actual laning stage itself.
Oh, look, we're finally going to be seeing
yeah.
a Naga let through. I mean, this time round with BB Team having first pick, Nouns decide for themselves that even though they just lost on Sand King, they don't really have the answers for it. They think maybe BB Team is going to be able to do more with it. They take it out, Naga let through, picked up, and then in a response, it's going to be
This is definitely not a trade I feel good about. Getting a
You know what's
touch
really
over Naga.
annoying about this Naga support right now? The most annoying part about it is you don't know if it's a support. So you still have to counter it, right? You still have to pick like a lot of AoE, which the support Naga doesn't really care about that much. So you're in a situation where it's a flex. It can be technically a carry, but at the same time, it's a support. So you have to eventually pick like some gyrocopter carry or some Ember. And then if it's a support, all of a sudden this Naga's countering your Ember because he's going to sleep you and net you and root you.
Yeah.
It's just very bizarre. It's very hard to draft against. I
How
feel.
do you play support Naga differently to a core Naga for people who might
It's
not have seen it
mostly
yet?
the early game. Like you're securing your lane for your carry, and on top of that, you're giving your team like huge team fight with the song. You heal. You have a reliable catch with song and snare setup, and later you can shove out all the lanes, with your illusions and deluge. So you're gonna be fat no matter what.
Yeah, I also just got word that across all the streams, all the games that have been played, Naga has been banned in all of them. So this is the very first time that she's been let through. So I guess that 100% contest rate's still there.
Yeah, I mean, I have like a 25% win rate in my pubs, but
he's not. She's not good in pubs.
Overall, but like when I played Naga, I went 10-0. So.
Oh, I see. Okay, all right. I thought you meant just on Naga. I'm like,
no,
you're not building her up at all.
I have not lost a game this hero, and I played 10 games to support with it. It's incredibly broken. Maybe I lost one. Maybe I'm 9-1. Who knows?
Yeah,
but it wasn't my
you just
fault.
like give your team like too much in the early game. Your early game plus the first couple of team fights with a song. Like I always feel like I can never lose the team fight when I have Naga.
Yeah, because you just leave the fight if it's bad. You just press song and everybody TP's out.
Yeah, it's insane now. The song heals you for your mana and max HP. So if everyone's in trouble, you pop it. They're getting healed. The shard makes it twice as good, which is also really cool. And on top of that, like you're gonna have Greaves, so it kind of fits the meta of like healing type of synergy. And then on top of it, just the Deluge. It's a unique mechanic that only one hero in the game has, where it reduces status resistance. And that can apply to a lot of different things. Like the net will be longer, blood grenades in the laning stage will be longer, which is very strong as well. And you can pair it with a lot of different heroes. Alina stun will be longer, whatever it might be. Like no other hero can reduce your status resistance like that.
I mean, the real in also finally has been buffed.
And not to mention
enough times that it's good.
But the 40 mana that it costs at level 1, 45 mana.
Next to nothing. I really like, by the way, this progression for heroes. Is I remember when Marcy first came out and she just felt so busted because she had this repositioning sort of mobility toolkit that no one else really had. And over the time since we've had her added into the game, everyone else, every other hero is slowly getting either like a repositioning or a mobility way in their toolkit, whether that's through Ags or Shard or a Facet or something like that. And I really enjoyed seeing now how you can place priority differently based on what exactly is needed to either counteract or improve your mobility and displacement.
I mean, she has 2 unique mechanics, right? Like, even Deluge caps your max move speed, so if you hit a Weaver or something, he's Sakuchi's just gonna slowly walk away.
That's exactly what I'm talking about, impacting mobility in a very unique and different way. It's good. It's nice to see just how different it is. Snapfire, though, being picked up yet again within this series, but swapping sides here because Nouns thought it was way too difficult to deal with and something they want for themselves.
And that's what we wanted to see as well, right? Like, these 2 heroes are
a support duo, like a more stable support duo, like plus Snapfire.
I mean, I personally don't think that Disruptor CK is a weak lane. I feel like that lane should be strong. I feel like they just got outplayed up there. They'll just have to tighten up some gameplay a little bit for Nouns, because I feel like a lot of it is, yes, of course, BB Team's really good in strong laning stage, but I feel like Nouns didn't play up to their potential as well in that game number 1. So having better heroes is definitely going to help, but they're also going to have to step up their individual gameplay.
Yeah, that lane is definitely not supposed to lose.
Yeah.
Disruptor CK is like some of the highest kill threat you can imagine. Do you think all 3 of these heroes that BB Team has picked can be flexed to many roles?
Every role.
This isn't a very annoying draft to draft against.
It's like we could potentially be seeing 3 cores here, you know?
These could be 3 cores, yeah.
We're not going to. That would be quite insane, but...
So I know Toronto Tokyo does play Naga and Bat a lot.
Yes, he plays both.
I'm not sure if... I don't know. Do you think they have any potential to play Naga 4? I have a feeling that Monkey will just be a core here.
I was thinking it's going to be a Monkey core.
Yeah.
Most likely.
I think if you're putting Bat in support...
Save is really good at Bat
Exactly.
support, yeah.
You want to put it on someone who has shown time and time
there are only
again to
few
play with it.
people that actually play Bat mid. I think Topson is one of them, like with the Arsonist
Okay.
facet. You kill the buildings. I remember seeing him doing that.
It's underrated. That's actually good. It has a higher win rate than the other facet.
Yeah.
As a core, right? Yeah. Not as a support.
Not as a support. Good lord.
Could you imagine a support doing that?
How are you going to...
Just backdoor the buildings.
Scuff to Leshrac.
Yeah, I think it's either going to go mid for Bat, and then if you put it on support, it would be 4, which would put the Naga on 5. And
Yeah, I think Naga is, unless you drop 0 AoE for Nouns, because it could still be a carry. Naga's going to be 5 or 1.
Yeah.
Monkey King is going to be either 4 or mid, I think.
Honestly,
maybe 1.
A monkey plus Naga lane doesn't sound that bad. Like the real in with Monkey getting a bunch of Jingu stacks, that sounds very good.
The large plus the
Jenkins, how have you not caught on with Ench being picked up for Nouns? Where do you think the Tusk is going?
Could still be a mid Snapfire there.
Of course, but don't you want to hype it up at the potential?
It's gonna be an offlane Tusk. I feel like Gunnar is he's making this call. He's like, just pick me the Tusk. I'll carry the team with it.
No. He's gonna say it's a carry monkey. I want to be Snapfire. I don't want to be a melee hero.
I think he doesn't care after that first game. That was a 20-0 scenario.
Yeah, it was really rough.
I mean,
there's what I'm saying is there is more flexibility on nouns than we might have let on when we only first saw the 2 picks. And then with Ench and Reza coming out, we're like, okay, the flexibility is also there for nouns on where they could move things. Snap as a support, as a mid, Tusk as an offlane, or as a support.
They failed the Naga test here. Like, you just put Naga carry now. What do you do?
You don't think there's a last pick that could...
I don't think so.
I also think Naga carry.
I think you can just put Naga carry now. Not a single one of these heroes is good. Maybe Snap later, but that's way later.
And that's if you take the Ricochet
Yeah.
specifically?
I mean, he's going mid, so he's going to take it.
Yeah, everybody knows playing for hyper late games really good right now. So
Yeah.
It'll definitely secure you the win.
Yeah, that'll be it for now.
Batrider can... I mean, honestly, I feel like Monkey should not go mid. It should go pos 4. You should go pos 5 on Bat. Pick something. I mean, Monkey works well with all the Zoo heroes. That looks pretty good here, too.
Just go Beast.
Take your pick. Yeah, I mean, take your pick. Doesn't really matter. I think you do pick Miro's hero right here.
Beast into Ench. I mean, I like Ench in general against the way that BB team likes to draft for Miro. It's good against all the summons.
Time, you know?
Visage or Enigma, maybe?
Visage, Enigma. No, not Enigma versus Ench. That's a little hard. Visage would be good, though. But they'll do Primal. Don't hate it. Not sure where it's going still.
Still don't know where they're putting their heroes.
That could be mid. That could be in the off lane. I'm assuming that's off lane because they don't have a way of stopping his onslaught here. So if you do get linked, you can just disengage that. And then, yeah.
5 seconds.
Well, that
can we do 5 Monkey? Is that a possibility?
5, I don't know, 4.
I mean, Monkey's pretty good versus Razor too. So even if they do Naga plus Monkey lane, I just want to see those 2 lane together, I think. And I want to see the Bat with the Primal, and I want to see GPK pick up the last hero here.
Yeah, Bat with Primal, I think is really good against the Razor. Okay, both of you have a way to get away from the lane.
But what lanes for Snap? That's like kind of a difficult question as well. This hero is incredibly strong in the laning stage. I think they picked it to kind of like deny the Monkey from going mid. Because that's definitely not a good matchup.
I wonder how you're going to do this last phase of bans then, because if we're still having a couple of questions of where everything is going, BB team taking out Dragon Knight, Nouns, Weaver and Puck. I feel like 2 very opposite
They don't know.
They don't know.
Yeah, like that's an insane difference on what you're banning out there.
I mean, they're just highly mobile heroes, which they have no catch for, right? But they also have no answer to Naga illusions as well, so...
I mean, there's still a Zeus.
They have last...
They could pick like something like a Zeus to deal with it, if it's a carry Naga.
Yeah, but the thing is, when I play Naga,
who makes
one counter isn't enough.
If they pick a Zeus, I would just be so worried about like who does anything in the Tusk that's against the carry Naga.
What about a... I was going to say Luna, but I feel like...
Yeah, they banned DK. I think they're setting up for this Naga to be the carry.
Okay, well, BB team are going to have to show everything first, so Nouns have a little bit of
that's actually a really good
That's
ban.
good. That's a good.
It's good against them carry Naga. Okay, maybe
Alright,
not
but
carry.
they go Troll.
Wow, they actually
Troll
banned,
into Razor.
They banned Meepo and then picked Troll, and Troll is considered one of the hardest counters to Meepo because you
And
destroy
Troll's
the Mega
also
Meepo.
considered the worst hero versus Razor.
Yeah, that's quite disrespectful. I'll say they're
They
gonna,
like to put all of your preconceptions about the game out the window.
they're gonna regret that.
Whoa, whoa.
So this is definitely what a monkey mid with a bat plus primal off lane.
Alright, how do we exploit this? Yeah, I think you definitely put Snap mid at this point. Razor's your carry.
You say how do we exploit this as in America?
That's like a panel, like
Oh, I
collective
see.
minds.
Okay, well, yeah. How do we win this, guys?
Viper.
I mean, Razor could go off lane technically.
No?
With the Tusk, that's not a bad lane.
Is there a...
But they could pick a new carry here. Is Lena in the pool?
Lena is in the pool, yeah.
Ursa, when in doubt.
Ursa into Troll.
Ursa it out.
The hero that hard counters.
This is
What's
very
going on?
bizarre.
What is going on with these drafts?
Yeah, Troll, by the way, is the best hero in the game versus
Yeah,
Ursa.
so Troll, just to be clear, rushes Ags. When you,
Aren't you glad you hyped up the Tusk?
Oh, it's Gunner
offlane?
Tusk actually. All right, hell yeah.
Which is
I don't
Good
think
call,
I
Jenkins.
don't think it's gonna work.
which is
I don't think it's gonna work
which
here.
is really bad versus troll.
That's
I don't know anymore. Like so these guys are really good. They've been scrimming a lot, and Dota has been changing so drastically. It's very hard to keep up with. It's really, really hard. And all your ideas about the game, like, just get flipped on its head. Like, just last patch, it's like, you know, DK versus Razor mid. I was like, Razor should win this. DK dumpstered him every single game. So now it's just, I'm just want to wait and watch and see what these teams have in store.
No, I like the adjustments. I feel like they're on the right track.
For
Yeah, for nouns. I mean, they're trying to just pick heroes that can lane better, more stable lanes, and not try to be too fancy with their picks. I like it.
Even the Tusk offlane, you don't think is too fancy?
I think it's okay.
Okay. And very quickly, Jenkins, because you hyped up the offlane Tusk, I know you talked to Gunner about it. Do you want to give insight as to what you think he's going to build, how to play it out?
He told me what he's going to build.
I know he did, and you don't remember it, do you?
No, I do remember.
Okay.
He said I mean, this is, you'll see it in this game. He's going to get a.
Is it the same every time?
It's roughly the same. Yeah, it's like blink dagger, pipe, that sort of thing. You're building kind of regular aura items, and then into eventual scaling with like the Aghanim Scepter late game. So it's pretty normal offlane stuff mixed in with a little bit of the mid-tusk behavior.
Yeah. Well, look, it's only our second series here on the mainstream of day number 1. We've already got a bit of a unique pick coming out, so let's head on into game number 2 with Mike and John.
Well, thank you so much, Nat. We do get into game 2 here between BBT and Nouns. Jonathan, I mean, our panel did seem a little bit confused about the way these drafts did end. You and I were a little bit confused as well. Who do you think came out on top? Like, do Nouns have a good chance in game 2?
They have a better chance than they did in game 1. I think that.
Okay.
That's a good start. Yeah, that's game 1. I think I've already forgotten. I think I'm with the NA fans. I don't. There was a game 1. I don't remember watching.
Never happened.
Nothing like a 24-1 score line. No. And that's exactly what Nouns should be doing as well. Just forget that game. It didn't exist. Try to play your game out here. It's a rather interesting draft. You've got the Razor mid for copy into a Monkey King matchup from GPK. You've got the Razor eventually to deal with the Troll, but then you have the Troll to deal with the Ursa. You have this Gunner offlane Tusk that we haven't seen in forever. We heard Jenkins with a build, something like Blink and Pipe, a mix of auras and a little bit of a touch of that mid Tusk in. I'm going to be really interested to see if Gunner has a much better lane than last time. There should be more play here. I mean, you've gotten a lot more potential to run down with the damage you have from Lelis this time around, so it should lead to a better time. And if Gunner has a game, there is a connection to be made here for Nouns this time.
It certainly is. A bit of damage being spread out here. Not too much to really write home about, as seems like most of that was Toronto Tokyo taking some damage out. Still, we can start as usual with the mid lane, of course, where you are going to have, Copy, against GPK. It's a Razor vs Monkey King matchup, so you'd have to assume Copy should have a pretty decent advantage.
Yeah, it should be pretty happy for the Razor. Obviously, you're not going to get too much static links off, but it's still going to cut off how much GPK can farm up. I'm really interested to see what GPK will do with a Simian Stride. Like, if he's going to look for early rotations, try to leverage this for rune control, call his supports in here while he hangs in tree line for initiation. There's a lot of angles with core monkeys going into Simian Stride now as well. But laning-wise, Copy should just be perfectly fine. He can create spacing with a plasma field. He can always threaten if the jump is there with a static link. And that will make this a little bit more of a passive lane for GPK. More passive than I think a Monkey King would necessarily want. Although, you still have to watch for a little bit of that damage from the Boundless. There is still some play for GPK to just shove and farm up here safely.
Certainly is. Look at that top lane, John. You've got Psyker and Toronto Tokyo against Gunner. And, of course, Lelis. And here we go. They're going to make the chase. Toronto Tokyo, he will land the deluge. And, well, Lelis will survive this time around. The thing is, though, you and I were speaking about this while the draft was ongoing. And it does feel like the Troll Naga lane, it feels pretty busted in the right hands, rather. And I wonder how Gunner will deal with it here with Lelis. It just seems like this should be a pretty scary lane if you are Nouns.
And it is, especially as the levels go up for Toronto Tokyo once he has the Ensnare to set up. You get the Deluge off, you get a couple of lucky roots out from Psyka, it's going to last forever. Of course, there is, again, more play here from Nouns. Gunner with the early tag team with a long-range poke that the Snapfire has this time with a Scatter Blast. It certainly is a lot more playable than the last game with a Sand King Tinker. That lane just felt super passive this time around. Gunnar can look to pressure in, and it is making it slightly uncomfy for Saika. Every single time Toronto Tokyo's been walking up with the Deluge, he has been getting blasted and back with a Scatter Blast and just prevents that connection that they want to play off of here for BBT. So just heads up positioning from Lellis to keep that back, keep that damage kind of tied in. Of course, for Toronto Tokyo, the one big thing with the Naga, with the illusions, is it's going to be really easy to manage this lane, get some pulls, get some stacks going. That economy build-up for Saika is going to ramp up real quick if you don't keep track of it here from Lellis.
Absolutely. And the final lane, of course, you're looking at it right now, Miro and Save against Fly and Yuma. For now, it seems like Yuma's having a bit of a challenging time, as Save is able to just kind of zone them out with all the sticky napalm spam. So Miro's going to be off to another great start. And the thing is, with the Ursa versus Primal Beast matchup, you know, usually the Ursa would be able to bully him out just a little bit. But not so much the case right now with Save on the Bat Rider, just ensuring that Miro can close the gap and secure that farm.
Yeah, gets a little bit awkward to try to play with, say, Enchant and Earthshock Aggression onto Miro. Sure, he doesn't have Onslaught, but he gets a little bit more durable as you commit with the Uproar. There's the Flame Break to worry about from Save. And you don't really want to take that risk right now for Yuma. Oh?
They're going to try with the shards, but Toronto's coming in to help out, and well, they're not really doing enough damage. Gunner's going to be forced to try and run away, though Psych is just getting right to work. It was a nice little attempt, but even with the level 2 tag team of Gunner, the damage is lacking quite a bit.
And it is. They need to poke and prod from a distance a couple more times. They are racing all of Saika's regen. He's already out, as again, he was poked down earlier. And it's a rather interesting one as well. Saika doesn't get value point in Berserker's Rage, just opting to focus on the Axis. The increased stat resist is nice for the added slow, the added mischance. Duration as well is going to be pretty big, so that is something to watch out for. If you do actually fully commit outside of your spells, Saika's not going to be the easiest target as long as Toronto Tokyo gets a mirror image out with the Deluge going.
So far 0-0, 4.5 minutes in. So pretty even kind of game so far between these two teams, at least in terms of kill score. Even the laning stage does seem substantially better than last game around, at least for Nouns. Copy's having a much better time on this mid-Razor comparatively to the mid-Quap he was playing last game. Meanwhile, GPK does take a bounty, or rather, excuse me, a water rune, and is going to make his rotation to the bounty. Meanwhile, Yuma does end up dying. Save able to secure the kill, as Save does eventually go down, but they didn't even need the rotation from GPK. Just Save gets it done himself.
He does. Do manage to get that commitment. Again, Miro does not have anything like the Onslaught, so they're just playing off the Bat Rider. Flame Break, and the spam and slows. They are getting a little bit of damage up top. Gunner's starting to drop fairly low.
It certainly is. Gunner still being chased down. The Axes will slow him down just a little bit more, but Gunner's going to be okay. Toronto unable to continue chasing past the tier 1 tower. All things being said and done, even though the lane did seem a little bit challenging, Gunner still has found some decent farm. While that's happening though, down at bottom lane, looks like GPK is thinking about a rotation. And he's making his move now. They do jump in for the onslaught. Yuma again being targeted, and he is certainly just dead. There is just no saving this Ursa. Save to pick up another kill on the Bat Rider. And Fly, I mean, he's still being chased down, but it doesn't really seem like they care for Fly. It'd be a mission to find that kill. They'd rather just not waste their time.
Yep. A little bit of a chase over to bounty runes as well. Toronto Tokyo getting poked pretty hard from Lellis.
Oh, he might be dead. The image is out. He's all right. Lellis doesn't want to deal with it. So your one saving grace right now is Copy finding a lot of farm. On the Razor, and Gunner's not doing too bad either. They're going to try and make the play on the Psyker. Top lane. They'd love a Troll Warlord kill. He's still level 5, but he's looking for a TP play out, and he's gonna make it.
Oh, no.
So close as well with the Centaur Conqueror, but just not quite close enough. As now bottom lane, they know Yuma's alone. But Save not going to dive in, as it seems like Miro's a little bit preoccupied with a creep wave.
And he is getting some farm going, has the phase boots up, not quite at 6, so no pulverize up just yet. And good news for Nouns, even though they don't find the kill top, they will find the objective. Top tier 1 gone relatively early here, 7 minutes in. So they've got some extra room to finagle their way around, find some safe farm, contest a little bit further out, try to catch Saika off guard if he's not too careful here. I don't think BBT minds too much though. Again, they're getting steady build up for GPK. They've got the levels ramping up here for Miero. They'll be able to trade tier 1 bot now as well. No signs of defense coming out here from Nouns anytime soon. And you still need more items up anyhow from Nouns to really sustain. Like we're at the point where everyone just has power treads. It can be, it's still relatively early to think about deep commitment. They are looking at mid though.
Certainly looking at mid. Toronto, Tokyo. Well, this takes a bit of damage here from Lelis, but ultimately nothing to write home about. He'll be just fine to retreat. And it seems like Nouns are setting up for a nice little early push here in the mid tier 1 tower. You've got GPK hanging around the tree line, but I highly doubt he'll be able to defend this on his own. No siege creep available, so it could just be a bit of chip damage to come out with this enchanted creep from Fly. Though save is rotate on the Bat Rider, and it seems like the defense is actually going to kind of work out. Bit of damage, but nothing to really worry about here for BBT.
Pretty heads up from GPK, just pulled away, cleared out safely away from these heroes. They spot out this rotation as well with some good defensive wards from the side of BBT, so you shouldn't be able to find Saika here either. And Nouns for their clump up aren't really finding anything. They are giving a ton of room out for Yuma to try to hit this farm timing with, say, the Battle Fury into the Blink BKB, but that's still a ways off as well. Our Ursa bottom network core, at the moment, only 500 gold above her Bat Rider support, so much more time before the Ursa becomes a factor in this game whatsoever. And which also means you don't need to worry about Rush anytime soon here for BBT.
Thinking about Yuma again down to that bottom lane, but Yuma's just too close to his tier 2 tower. So instead, we'll just secure their own stacks here. GPK and Save will go ahead and take care of their own. Net worth is still very close between these two sides, though. Just a 1k advantage is the way of BBT. Now, Yuma, I'm looking back at the Ursa's farm, like it's just not comparative to what we saw last game, where there was a Battle Fury at the 11-minute mark. He hasn't even really got one component of that Battle Fury yet, sadly, on the Ursa.
No, it's way far off.
Toronto, I mean, maybe they could secure a nice easy Naga kill, but it's not really proving to be that easy. Scanner, he'll try for the shards out, but Toronto just going to juke him and TP away. So no freebie here for Gunner, sadly. A very happy Toronto Tokyo getting away once again. And both sides seem more than happy to just play the slow game, it seems like, for game number 2. Obviously, for Nouns, I think they're more than happy to play this style of game, but I think I'm a bit more surprised by BBT. I thought after game 1 they'd be a little bit more assertive about this.
Yeah, it almost seemed like it, especially with, again, this full last pick for Saika into the Razor, just almost a full confidence pick. Or just opting to ramp up. I think it's also down to their supports, right? Like, you've got Naga support, you've got Bat Rider support. Neither one can really connect that easily or start these fights for you. You need to blink up on save. You didn't have a runaway lane from Miero. It was a free lane, but not something that where he completely stopped and got early timing, still waiting for his full blade mail as well. So there is some waiting to be done. It's now into the field, it's a little bit itchy to find a kill. They've been playing aggressively on the opposite side. Gunner, though.
Top lane, Gunner. Gonna be an easy target, it seems like, for the side of BBT. Try to snowball away, TP out, and there is no easy target. Gunner is fine. Very, very nice TP play out, as now Nouns, seeing the opening, do try to go for that tier 1 mid tower. With the siege creep available and the enchanted creep, it should be a pretty easy tier 1 to take. BBT, they are desperately trying to get within range to defend this, but the tier 1's basically gone. Maybe you can hope for a bit of a deny here. Not even that, though.
Yeah. Pretty heads up from Nouns. They see all of that commitment up top. They know, they know with full confidence can use that space to clear out mid. They even up the map control a little bit more. They've bought a ton of room out again for Yuma, who is starting to catch up, equalizing with Gunner's farm at the very least, and can start to scale from there. It's building up for now. So you've got the Yasha up in the copy, so you can start to chase around, probably going for, perhaps just looking for a standard Manta BKB sort of build here. And once you have that, you certainly have your play lined up. It's a bit of a smoke out from BBT. Blade mail up from Miero, so he can withstand the onslaught here. Just need to find a target in.
They're going to find Fly. Keep in mind, that isn't Entra trying to deal with. This could take a little bit of time. They'll pick him up and slam him down, and eventually Fly surely goes down, but he's still running, still healing. Meanwhile, Save, he's the one to drop. It's the classic Ench bait. They thought they could burst him down with so many heroes, but it just wasn't enough. Fly survives and Save will drop.
It's pretty big for now. They commit a lot of ultimates coming out there from BBT. Wukong's down for quite some time here on GPK. Monkey King doesn't quite have damage yet, just the Javelin Gloves. Needs a full Maelstrom to really start to get some split, some farm across the map going even faster, and some threat in the Wukongs. Right now, it's just not there. Obviously, you're still not expecting anything from Saika, as he is also going into Battle Fury into the Ags. So not quite the full Ags rush we've been seeing in a few of the qualifiers. I think we saw that a lot in, again, Wallachia Season 2 qualifiers. It was something that was featured quite a fair bit. So just falling back into some steady build-up. I do love Nouns' position. They are pretty far here, though.
They should be able to kill Fly this time. But he is, again, very tanky. It might take a little bit of time. They'll jump in with the battle trance. They'll get it done. Fly is gone.
Oh, tingnan masih gaya. WoW yung Black
It's a lot of space though. Like I really like what Nouns are doing. They're just stalling this game, dragging all of this attention away from BBT. It feels like BBT is like a very angry, I don't know, like a bull, and Fly's just getting the target painted on his back. Bot lane has been entirely safe for Yuma. Copy's been farming, even Gunner's being able to work into this pipe timing to block off a lot of the magical damage you're going to be pumping out here with Save and with Miero. So you have a lot of good answers for like this mid-game build-up that both teams are going for. Yuma can still not in the comfiest spot, but again, he's not that far behind any of these cores now. The margins are slim. And Nouns, if they can get into this Battle Fury timing, if they can get into Copy's Manta, take a fight into Roshan, that's where things start to really shine for Nouns and bouncing back in this game number 2.
Done some ancient stacks here in the Dire jungle, or rather Dire triangle. Problem is Save has spotted this out. So they're very well aware this is happening, and in fact now the rotations do come in to ensure that none of the creeps will be handed the way of Nouns. There's no fight to really break out, so it seems like BBT unable to really close the gap to secure a kill. They'll still secure their own stacks though, so no problem. So, I mean, Saika's still staying ahead of the Ursa as well, so like, it just seems like the Troll Warlord still has that inherent advantage, plus the net worth advantage you're finding. And of course, Saika is just rushing the Ags now after the Battle Fury. It's going to make life very hard for Nouns in terms of trying to deal with this Troll Warlord once he does have the Ags on.
It becomes a little bit daunting as to how you try to actually burst down Saika. You can try to sap away his damage if Copy finds the angle down the line. And that's a lot of pressure on the Razor, of course, to get that perfect stat link target, which might not be the easiest thing to find. At least Yuma has his Battle Fury, and again, considering this game, it's only about 900 gold behind. It's a huge improvement from game 1. I think at least it's that. You're not too far behind. You can catch up for this Battle Fury. Again, with the Battle Fury up, now should start to think about controlling the map a little bit more, take some forward presence, try to set up for an objective or a fight into a kill as Miero.
Getting caught out, Snowball will be there. This could be a pretty big pick-off for Nouns if they can catch him, and Miero, he's gone. They don't want to fight. No rotations to come in from BBT, so Nouns suddenly finding the highest net worth hero for BBT and taking him down quite easily.
Yeah, that's the kind of aggression they want here on Nouns. Again, they kill a high net worth target. They don't really manage to capitalize on the push, but they maintain control of the stop area. Like, this forward board has been quite valuable for them. It's not going to be easily spotted out just yet by Toronto, although the courier should get that information down. They can start to open up the map, or at least prevent that deep movement from being as easy to line up here. Up top.
Gunner. And they've got the lasso, they've got the Wukong's command. They'll control Gunner for now. No Snowball to play with either, because he did commit it onto the creep wave, and he is gone. As soon as they saw that Snowball committed on the creep wave, it was an easy jump in, and sadly for Gunner, there was no way for him to buy time for his team to get there and save him. They are still around, they are still perhaps thinking about a fight, but BBT being quite respectful here and just backing out of there. Or are they? GPK still hanging around. Will pretend to be a tree, but it's rather obvious when you're moving GPK. It seems like now they aren't going to try and force anything. I mean, Yuma has already backed off anyway. So has Copy. Back to the drawing board. But it's still less than 1k net worth lead the way of BBT, so it just the game is so even right now.
It is. I will say it's starting to feel like Nouns can start to think about this rush timing a lot better than BBT. Again, the Troll does have a little bit of that rush threat as well, but it hasn't felt like they really worked the map out. Again, there was this entire bot area that Nouns were very comfy with, and Nouns were also invading the top jungle quite nicely, although they get punished once or twice on fly, but it's an Enchantress there. They are finding save now as well.
He's going to try and juke through the Roshan pit. Maybe a deny, but no, not quite. Copy will take him out. Another nice pickup here for Nouns, and now they can officially think about Roshan. Yuma's right around the corner. He'll just deal with the creep wave first. The question is, do BBT want to try and force a defense here for this Roshan play? I think the answer is probably going to be no. They may have just kind of accepted that against the Ursa they're going to lose this Roshan anyway. And it doesn't really seem like there's any urgency from BBT to try and get here and fight this one out.
Looks like they're kind of happy with just letting this go. Let the momentum carry through from now. And their lineup does come online a lot faster. In comparison to BBT, like even with like a Naga support, Toronto, Tokyo, needs so much more to really have some impact. You need the mech, you kind of want your shard as well if you can find that. It's still going to take a lot of time until these 4 items are up in your Naga to sustain through these engagements. The Ags isn't done yet in Saika. You're still working on the Gleipnir for GPK. You're working on the Ags Blink for Miero. A lot of things still need to come online. At the very least, the BKB's there for the Crown Beast, so he is secure in pulverizing one down, but doesn't quite feel like he has the durability yet to tank through everyone focusing on him.
Yeah, chance. Not going to lock down the Primal. I mean, now they are certainly hunting. BBT definitely looking like the team that does not want any kind of fights. But you do have the Axe almost up on Saika. He's only missing the Ogre Axe, so once that's available, perhaps they will try to make some plays here with their Troll Warlord. And he's still substantially ahead of the Ursa, just by about 1k.
Go.
Yuma himself going to go for a BKB pickup here on the Ursa. Pretty standard.
Already has a blink to gap close as well. Love this little play from Nouns. They shove in mid, they instantly smoke, look for a flank. Might be able to get this collapse up top while they're trying to slowly siege onto that tier 1 here.
Oh, GPK, don't move, sir. It's alright for now. Yuma looking to jump in, but no, it was all a bait. Never mind. Yuma gone. GPK. Here we go again. They'll try for Toronto, but the song is popped. The TP away is there, and well, that'll be about it. I thought originally when GPK moved, I thought Nouns would be the ones to pounce, but they just weren't quite quick enough.
No. Took the long route through the top jungle instead of running through the river. Miss out on that opportunity to collapse a little bit quicker, and BBT get a good read, get some good punish. Find a very important here to keep shut down. Again, Yuma, he's not that far behind, but he's not catching up and increasing or getting a lead for himself anytime soon here either. You still have this Aegis to play with from Copy at the very least. You can still frontline with a Razor, but honestly, it just feels like BBT does not care. They've got the full Ags up on Saika. Going for the Manta style next. They're playing tag a little bit up top, but Nero is fairly durable. Does have the BKB again to back off. And we'll just hold steady. In a prolonged match, it's kind of hard to read which way this goes, as Saika does battle trance clear out the Tormentor solo, as he's not fighting anyhow. But as it scales on, it's a little bit interesting in this match, as you've got the scaling out from Monkey King and the Troll. You do have scaling with Razor as well.
Oh, he got caught. I didn't quite see that, but I believe Yuma just guessed the right tree and cut it down. So very nice pickup. I mean, GPK, that's your mid-core going down here to the pause 1 of Nouns. Another nice bit of gold influx here for Yuma.
Yeah, it's an important one for the Ursa to find by himself. That's going to lead to a very nice BKB timing for Yuma. Not the quickest, but still going to be on time and in a good time. Still about the recipe away, 1.2 kuuy gold away. Again, a very even game, a very low kill game. And the opposite of game 1, Mike. 5-5 at 22 minutes with a 1k lead. Last time I think we were about 22-1 at that point, or 20-1 in game 1. So good news for now. Let's see if BBT can start to ramp up here with a smoke.
They want to go. Copy. Does he sense that something's wrong? It seems like he does. He backs off at the exact right moment. No pick-off to be had. Not yet anyway. They'll try and roam up towards the top lane. Into the Radiant jungle they'll go. Yuma. Oh, he's farming that triangle. This could be very dangerous. GPK's keeping tabs. But this could be too far for BBT as well, don't forget. I mean, they are venturing pretty deep into Noun's territory. They'll go for that tier 1 top tower instead, but there is going to be a counter smoke now up from Nouns, knowing exactly where BBT are hanging about. But they've already found the tier 1 top tower, and with this smoke, it starts to feel a little bit obvious.
It does. Let's see if they can still get that collapse. I mean, Aegis is starting to fade here from Copy.
I mean, it's something. It's not really that big of a kill, but if you're Nouns, you'll take it.
Yeah, you'll take what you can get. If you're stalling out, again, the Naga full aura timing. And the mech is up, but the Guardian Greaves aren't going to come out anytime soon. Aegis does expire, so for BBT, they do manage to hold up against the Aegis timing quite nicely. Dodge out that big power spike from Nouns, still keep that scaling. On Saika has the Yasha up. Manta not too far off, going for the Lincolns as well, just to protect from perhaps some instant control with, say, the Snowball or the Punch, or even just the Static Link. There are some ways to pop, but this can give the troll a little bit more leeway as well from weaving in and out. Have your own auras up and ready on Nouns, full Guardian Greaves now for Lilith. See if they can...
Look how tanky this hero is, man. It's just unbelievable. The Fly is still being chased. He finally goes down. The thing was, like, if his team was behind him, the amount of time he bought to allow a way into a fight is just unbelievable. But at the end of the day, nobody was there in time. As now Gunnar still hanging about, that the Boundless does miss, and he chops down the tree of GPK and pops the spray as well. Why the hell not?
Wow.
And once again, it's just runaway. No fight.
It's been a good game of cat and mouse so far, although BBT are starting to get a little bit hungry here. Pressuring onto the mid, 6-6. Again, we're getting the opposite ends here, Mike, in terms of games. See if they finally find a kill this time.
Here we go. Gunnar gets caught, and Snare will be there. A nice little shards block, though, going to make it very hard. And now GPK getting jumped here by Yuma, though the Enrage forced to be popped here by Yuma as he does need to retreat. They're still trying for the MK, but Yuma cannot keep up as now Copy. It's complete chaos in the mid lane, but Save is gone. They've lost the Batrider. They might even lose Saika if the Battle Trance runs out, and it might very, very soon. But no, the song, Toronto, he buys the time. Saika's out of there. Toronto, he'll be the one being left behind. They still lose 2 supports. It's not a great fight for BBT, but at least they get the big ones out.
I think you bail out all of the cores. It looked like a decent fight that they could have started off of, but Nouns were very ready this time around. They had their saves ready. It's really hard to pin down Gunnar with his pipe. This Tusk is starting to be a little bit of a slippery issue. You've got 2 really tanky heroes that can front that aren't like necessary for you to fully commit on for now. It's like if Fly gets caught, you don't care too much if there's no opportunity because it's an Ench. If Gunnar gets caught out, he has Snowball with Blink to save himself. He has the Pipe to sustain true as well. So he's not really at risk of just getting 100 to 0'd. I think BBT have to find a way to get bigger lassos out from Save. They need to be able to find these big targets. We are seeing at least some ways of kiting Copy around with the BKB Pierce on Pulverize. Not always the easiest thing to find here for Miero. And that is the one thing that BBT has to play off of. It's Save with a Blink Lasso and Miero with whoever he decides to Pulverize down here.
Top lane. Looks like they might run into Save. There is vision around this area though from BBT, so this could be a very nice fight to force, and they are going to try. Onto Fly they'll go. They want the Ench first, but Fly is just tanking through it once again. It's now GPK, copping too much damage. Still trying to man up here in his Wukong's command, but so is Gunner. GPK, he's out of damage now with that static link. He needs to get out. Still Gunner going very deep, but he will be able to blink out. Nobody dies yet. In goes Yuma once again on Toronto, but Toronto's able to walk out of there thanks to the Boundless of GPK. And BBT now, the ones to retreat, as Nouns are still looking to force the fight. But nobody's... Oh, I say nobody's left. Yuma's still having a hunt around. GPK is still there, but they will not fight.
Rather unfortunate for BBT. They don't manage to get the big lasso target they'd want. Isolating Fly really doesn't do much. Like, this Ench has proven time and time again, if you're not connecting with your Primal Beast with a trample, and the Ench is just not going to die fast enough for you to capitalize. And unfortunately for Mero, and very fortunate for Nouns, he did get distracted by Poppy's illusions, ended up pulverizing on the side to try to stun in the Wukong's AoE. I don't think it reached on for the most part. So very good news for Nouns. They get the 2k lead on top. They get another Roshan for free with a banner. You can start to consider more aggressive plays going forward. This should allow BBT to reset their cooldowns. Song will be back up for Toronto Tokyo. He's doing a great job of just ensuring mid pressure's there. So the Naga split push is there to at least stall out in some of these objectives despite having the Aegis. But Nouns certainly do feel like they are getting in control of this game. BBT, the initiation angles have not been clean. At least they have a source of break now with Miero. With the full Ags up, could help out if you are jumping Fly this time.
Towards the bottom lane. T2 tower will be targeted by Saika. And keep in mind, they're fighting against the Aegis now, but Nouns are not looking to try and defend this. So Gunner's picked up his Desolator now, so you've got a lot of right-click potential here with the Tusk. Nouns looking to head through the mid lane. BBT will see if they want to try and defend. So it seems like Nouns are going to pressure this tier 2 mid tower, and well, in fairness, the mid tier 2 is just about to fall anyway. So it is basically already gone. Nouns will go ahead and take care of it. Do you want to try high ground? I mean, you do have a Roshan banner plus an Aegis.
BBT's going high ground.
Oh, BBT's going high ground. Never mind. Yeah, I mean, we do have the creep wave at the top tier 3 at the very least, Jonathan. They'll back it. That'll be enough.
They do a lot of chip damage from that tier 3. If a full commitment does come in and Saika decides not to join in, with Toronto Tokyo just shoving one lane in, he could just make a beeline for bot and just kind of even out the game that way. I like that coverage out from BBT. Seeing the Roche, knowing that the mid tier 2 would still hold, knowing how fast they can push. With a Troll, does give them an access point later on. Nouns looking for a smoke out. No forward vision this time to try to spot out BBT though.
Mid lane. They could go from Miero if he does show on the creep wave, but nobody wanting to venture that far for that farm. Gunner will reveal his position, so a pretty obvious smoke now for BBT to just kind of wait it out. Line's being drawn through the top lane, so they might actually try to pressure this top tier 3 tower. But now it does feel like they really want to pick off before they try to venture to that high ground, but BBT are just not providing the openings. Like, it's still 8-6 with a 1k advantage, and we're 31 minutes in basically. No openings really being provided.
No. Again, it's the complete opposite of last game. 8-6. No one going double digits just yet. Half an hour in.
I may have just jinxed.
Smoke.
Happy.
Here we go. Good job, Mike.
No, I double jump it. Oh, I triple jinxed it. Here we go. We're onto the race. But so is Toronto Tokyo. Onto the end. Fly is also dead. Gunner. Chases on. Glacier is going to look for GPK. Nice shards block from Gunner once again, but the chase will continue. Yuma's right around the corner though. He's thinking about forcing the fight, and he will jump in. He'll try for Miero first on the Primal Beast. Yuma, he'll pop the BKB. Still trying. Gunner somehow still alive. Finally goes down. Yuma still looking for a target. Will chase down Psyker, but he's just too fast on the troll. They just kite out the Ursa. So they'll lose Gunner, they'll lose Fly. They lost Copy and he brought back to make matters worse. Pretty big fight here for BBT.
Yeah, it works out in their favor. Get perfect target to start on. Finding Copy in that smoke. It's a big target you really need to take care of. You can counteract two of your cores. It makes it very uncomfy for Psyker and for GPK to try to play their games if the Razor is just alive. So then just take that out of the picture, force the buyback, stall out this butterfly timing as well for Copy, just a little bit. And he's going to make things a little bit tougher in terms of trying to scale up. And for the side of Nouns, again, they've been the ones posturing, trying to play across the river, find these pickoffs. They might be a little bit concerned about scaling, especially since you're not going for like a refresh Razor, right? Like the butterfly will allow you to man up against a lot of these hits from BBT. And again, physical output of the troll and the monkey aren't necessarily going to always hammer in onto the Razor at that point. But it feels like the late game Razor threats from like refresh, double BKB, double static link, and just running around being a maniac, sapping away your core damage from that point. The butterfly is not that same play. I think this is much more tempo heavy and Copy, trying to utilize this early advantage, mid-game advantage to build up off and try to win a couple of fights into endgame. If it falls flat here, that could give BBT a much better chance in scaling up, knowing that refresh is not going to be up for a long time with his build.
Lu nggak lihat yang game-game terakhir.
Running right towards Copy. This would be a dieback on Copy if he does get caught out.
Invoker si Bang Tantra Joker ya.
It seems like they will avoid him instead, rather looking at Gunner now down to that bottom lane. And they're going to find Fly instead. A little bit unfortunate. Oh no, they found Fly. Save Wolf, spot out Gunner as well. That'll be a double. The 2-for-1 special.
Tetap aja.
BBT, I mean, it's just kind of back to the farm game, I suppose, right? It's just no need to rush.
No,
they know what they're doing.
Yeah, they can keep that build up. Again, it feels like with the double core of Monkey Troll, you're kind of banking on your Razor to nullify these cores. Again, Copy going for the butterfly somewhat counteracts them. At the same time, it only allows you to really focus one down. It gives a lot of leeway for either GPK or for Psyker, depending on who's not static link, to actually just play the game. You do have a full Abyssal Blade up on Yuma, so you can just stun up whoever's left alone and just try to focus one target at a time at that point, or just split the fight up. That kind of utility while the other core is trying to break static link. You have that kind of setup for yourself now in Nouns, but BBT have taken over on net worth, 4K advantage. Not the biggest lead after 5 minutes in. Now it's certainly not behind by too much of a margin here at the very least. But most of this net worth differential is coming from how underfarmed Gunner is. He has been a little bit more of the sacrificial off-lane. Again, going for a hybrid ore build-up on Tusk. He's got the Dessa with no charges up. With the BKB, perhaps that's when he can start to get more charges in. Maybe even start to consider something like the Ags being picked up to try to reposition these heroes as well. Be one way for Nouns to simplify these fights going forward here.
Oh anjing, ada itunya dong.
BBT, they're posturing once again around this top lane. Maybe just getting set up for the next Roshan attempt. You do have Nouns grouped up as well. They are indeed just checking the Roshan pit here, BBT, just in case. The Roshan's still not going to even tell us when it respawns for another 40 seconds. There's your butterfly up on Copy, so we'll see if that does make any form of difference here in this next fight. They are going to smoke up. The Naga illusions to come in. Copy will make it pretty obvious they are smoking. Does BBT want this fight is the question. Fly will move forward. Nero, gonna break the smoke on Yuma. I don't believe Yuma actually saw him. They'll try to get some D wards off here. Mieru, though, still frontlining for his side. Neither side wants to pull the trigger.
Aku doang yang arkon.
We're just having a bit of a standoff here at this top lane, it seems. More wards placed here by BBT. Lasso, it's on an illusion. Unfortunate. It's alright, I mean, there's just so many illusions, you've got to try one of them. In goes Fly. Yuma, he's going to make the jump in. I'll try for Miero on the Primal Beast, but the BKB is already out, and now the Pulverize has been committed. Still Yuma having a decent old time, as now the song has been committed from Toronto, Tokyo, looking to try and move in onto Copy, who's getting annihilated by Saika. There goes Gunner to boot. Both of them just destroyed. As everybody else from now is just trying to dissipate, but save. Continuing to chase Yuma, who does end up killing him off, but Yuma is certainly just set to fall. There is no help around. And an unfortunate fight for Nouns now as BBT finding a very good fight. And Roshan, it's up in 30 seconds.
It's a big timing for BBT, and that's probably the best way for that fight to go out for BBT. Right? They use Lasso and an illusion, and I feel like that's Nouns' opportunity. Instead, it falls flat. Yeah, you get this big song to bail out. You get the isolation with Pulverize out onto Ursa while he's BKB'd and committing. You static link the Primal Beast instead of any of the two cores. So Saika and GPK just don't care. And again, because Saika shoved in bot, it's going to be a really easy process to take care of these tier 3s. One port already used up. Doesn't take too long for the troll to just clear these objectives by himself.
Saika doing it himself to jump in with the kick, or rather the punch. The battle trance was already there from Saika is now, well, it's looking pretty rough for Nouns. They've already looking to lose Gunner, and they do. Saika barely survives all of them. The battle trance just in the nick of time here from Saika as Lelis is being hunted in his felt, forced to back off. Bottom Rex is gone, and that's going to be enough for BBT.
Yep, can go back, just take Roshan. They should know the spawn time is relatively soon. Saika's going to go back up top, check it out after clearing out some camps.
Oh, Yuma does clean up save. It's a nice little kind of pick off onto a straggler on his way out. It's just not changing the game though, is it? Like, you're 11k behind now as Nouns. You've lost Arax. You're losing Roshan as we speak. And even though BBT just played a very, very slow game, it really has felt like they've been in control.
It has. See if Nouns can find an angle in. They did smoke up here, but the smoke breaks under the Watcher.
Copy. Gonna get pulverized here by Miero, and it looks like his team was not really prepared for the fight, though he did at least get his BKB off. Still running. Saika, he's popped the battle trance, chasing very, very deep, but he's got the Aegis up. Not anymore though, it is down. Has Saika gone too far? Miero will try to jump in, but Yuma, he's right on the troll. Saika blocks the BKB and tries to run. Even the song being committed, he'll survive, and now they're all locked down. The onslaught in, the Ursa in huge trouble. Gunner indeed also in trouble, they both drop.
I don't know.
A double kill for Miero. Copy to drop to boot. Miero getting tipped throughout all of this as they've even found themselves an edge.
Spider leg.
And I believe I just saw Yuma buy back.
Yes.
A little bit unfortunate.
Very unfortunate. BBT, I mean, it almost looked like they were just losing their minds for a moment. Saika running forward, popping battle trance early, losing the Aegis just like that. You know, looking like he was getting impatient with this game, but it works out. Toronto Tokyo saves the day. Great song. You gotta love that. Naga Siren Shards, that, you know, when it was fresh, I was like, oh, it's a very fun shard. And, well, we've been seeing a lot of it over the years now as well. And that's just going to be straightforward high ground again. Saika's got the damage to dig through all of the objectives for the MKB. Last fourth fight kick in here. At their least, mega creeps aren't going to be coming in, and respawns are relatively short. You should still be able to hold up with one lane to yourself here on Nouns. But BBT blow this game wide open, 11-19, 2TK lead up for themselves. It's really rough for Copy, right? Like, he's running in, he's always static linking Miero, and he's not really able to focus down and try to find Saika, try to find GPK to take out one of these cores from the equation.
pagi.
And
Jadi
that's
misalkan
where all these issues come
kalau
in.
yang carry yang
Once they
ngambil
see that
carry pagi
commitment
kelima.
onto Miero, GPK and Cypher
Jadi
just
dia
like, all right, we'll go
kayak
in. We've got damage. We don't need to
atau
care
5
about Razor. He's
ngambil
not even
pagi dia berdua.
dealing with us.
Dia yang kecil.
Well, what worries do they have if they're not static link targets?
Intinya yang kecil yang dapat.
That's a fair point, John. It has been pretty rough for Copy. Not the ideal Razor game, that's for sure. Now a Swift Blink available on Psyker, so things got even worse here for now as Copy's just being watched at the moment. They'll leave him be.
Tier 5.
I say Swift Blink,
Hero,
Sage just picked up
hero
the
rank,
Scepter.
pakai sniper. Musuh
Double
auto
lasso available.
nggak maju, Cok.
Itu yang ini kan balista yang apa?
Up towards the top lane they'll go. Smoke on smoke scenario, but this could be Nouns' last team fight. If they can't make this one work, the game is basically as good as done. Lasso is out. Who have they caught? It's gonna be Lilith.
Elixir juga bagus. Itu lagi.
Miero, easy. Copy. He'll be alright for now. Compromise was cancelled. Copy though, where's he going? The Razor. He'll head up north, but it's not the way to go. He is dead. Meanwhile, Gunner's just trapped in the tree line by the looks of it, as Yuma's going to try and force another fight, but really gets nothing out of it.
Oh ya, itu
BKB's
Prince
being
Snap bagus
forced
juga
out,
tuh ya
but it's
dulu.
not doing
Dulu
anything.
setiap ngehit jadi hex.
Meanwhile, Gunner has been spotted in the tree line. Chase on. He'll blink away back towards the south, but Toronto's right behind him. Here comes Sage the Boom, and Gunner is gone. There's 2 down without buyback here for now.
Yeah. And that should just be the last of the racks to go here for BBT to take. Again, Yuma could not afford to die. He bought back a while ago. He's going to have to try to just hold out here as 3. I don't see the angle. I think without that
So again, it's a double lasso. A double lasso from Save, and that'll about do it. GG is called. Nouns have seen enough. Positive is game 2 was a lot closer, but at the end of the day, BBT certainly proving to be the much better team here today, at least in their series up against Nouns Esports. I'm sure they'll be leaving their room very, very happy after that one.
That they will be. Game 1, a little bit more, of course, of a complete stop, a complete shutout from BBT. Game 2 being a lot more even now to correct and draft. They had supports that could play the lanes a little bit better. Their lanes weren't completely washed out up against BBT. They weren't getting run down early on. You had the Snapfire on your end. You had this Enchantress buying space on fly, getting that space out for Yuma to farm up. It's just they were looking for the aggression. They couldn't find the openings, and again, it was a tough game for Copy. He had 2 cores to worry about. Couldn't find either one. Just forced to kind of try to link up on Miera and hope for the best.
Absolutely. Props to BBT, of course, and we do have a lovely panel we can head over to see what they have to say about this game too.
A nice clean 2-0 there in our best of 2 for the group stage. BB team coming in, and for Nouns, it was looking like that could have been a win on the cards for them. I thought, hey, maybe this is another series that we're going to see get tied up. I really liked what that offlane Tusk for Gunner was doing compared to the Sand King. And you talked about this comfort over meta. If, you're able to just squeeze out 1 or 2 more percentages out of a hero that you're playing, Jenkins, like maybe that's something you go for. And you could definitely feel the difference when it came to laning phase between the 2.
I like the comfort, but Fear was mentioning as we were watching the draft, just like, what the hell is going on? Like, this is
true.
One of the worst Tusk games you can imagine. Playing into a potential monkey carry and then eventually a troll carry, which arguably is even worse. Maybe a Naga carry, which is also miserable. Batrider can do well against a Tusk in lane as well with some sort of rotation. So it's
in fact, those are probably his 3 worst matchups.
Yeah, he did his best, and I do like seeing the comfort. I do like how he played in this game. But it just was a bad hero. Like, there's a reason this hero is not picked in the offlane. I wanted to be proven wrong about that, but that's also kind of why I wasn't hyping it up too much in the draft.
Like they had a moment in the game where they were hitting a really strong timing. At 18 minutes, 17 minutes, they got Roshan, and Tusk kind of almost had his, he already had his pipe at that point. And I I just felt like they needed to use that momentum to kind of take the fight. Because instead, what happens is they got Roshan, and Razor had Manta at that point. But he chose to continue farming his BKB instead of like just playing around. So they didn't really use the first A-Gaze to do anything at all.
I fully agree. And then what happened was Copy was taking safe farm as well. Okay, this Razor was in his own try, and then you had the Tusk and the Enchantress and sometimes the Ursa in this more dangerous space. And BBT were able to get the pick off. They had the numbers advantage, and then you felt them just have to retreat. The Razor not joining to help try and defend and at least take some part of a fight. And so it was always a numbers advantage for BBT. team, and they slowly built up a lead to, okay, now the Monkey King is ahead of the Razor in net worth, and we're not really sure what else.
I mean, from the Razor's point of view, he thinks that he needs Manta plus BKB to join the fights, but at the same time, when you're playing the game, you're not the only one in the game. And you need to look at, is someone else hitting their timing? I think with the pipe on the Tusk and the Aegis on the Ursa, they're hitting a really, really strong timing, and he's kind of wasting it by trying to get to his own later timing. When they could have just taken control of the game at that point. If their lineup, the longer the game goes, it's going to get harder and harder for them to deal with the troll and the monkey.
Right, that's what, when it eventually started going the other way, that's what we saw in the fights. Even when Yuma had Aegis on Ursa, he was just getting kited by the troll, constantly dispelling his stuff. He was getting also broken by the primal beast, so he's not doing any damage in the fights. There was just a lot that was able to kite him. Whereas on the flip side, in the early game, Copy on Razor was countering the troll. Like, he was not doing any damage. He was getting fully linked for the entire battle trance. Like, the troll looked, it's like funny when you see a troll versus Razor, because you're just sitting there slamming and nothing is happening. Razor is just stealing all of his damage. But then that flips the other way when you get to the late game and the troll has burst, and when you have troll versus Ursa. So I completely agree. I think Nouns needs to go back to their fundamentals and work on those a bit. There's really nice glimpses of hope for them. Like, the game was very close against BB Team, a very strong team, consistently like top 4 team. So there's glimpses of great hope, but they definitely need to, like, how do we close out a game, you know? How do we sync these timings up? They need to go to the fundamentals.
I wanted to highlight this real quick as well, the Troll versus Razor matchup. This is a matchup that's pretty good for the Razor, right? But this is 31 minutes in the game, and you have 2 items on this Razor, right? While the Troll is completely free farming, and you need more on the Razor to be able to counter him. So I feel like the Troll overcame his bad matchup just by having more items, right? And he's good versus Ursa already. Whereas Yuma, unfortunately, he's playing versus 2, in my opinion, hard counters. I feel like Primal Beast is incredibly good versus Ursa because his pulverize goes through status resist. So even if you're enraged BKB, he's still going to control you that entire time. And then later on, he's going to get the axe, which is going to break you, which makes you useless as well. So it was just a very difficult game for Yuma there. And you only had one bad matchup for Nightfall in this particular game. And they did a good job making sure this Razor didn't get too much farm. They got all the farm they needed on the Troll. And once Troll no longer cared about the Razor, it was a free game where Yuma, he had still so many obstacles to overcome. And there's only so much an offlane Tusk can.
I want to do one special shout out to Toronto Tokyo. There was a really great play that I think helped the Troll. Was Toronto Tokyo essentially sacrificing his life for the Troll. He songed and he made sure that the Troll got his TP off first, and then he TP'd himself. Unfortunately, the song ended, and so we ended up dying. But that was really clutch because not only did it heal up the Troll back up, so he wasn't dying to the Razor ult, but I think that was enough for him to be able to reset, heal up a little bit, and just go straight out to farming again.
Yeah, not only that, in the team fights, I think he was really doing a really good job sending the illusions out, and he was kind of initiating with Deluge. He slows the target, and his team gets to the target, and that is why the hero is actually so difficult to deal with in the mid game.
Yeah, and I think that's also why we're seeing Naga getting banned out in every game so far that we've been able to see. Like, her contest rate right now is through the roof, and she gets let through, and we realize how much you're able to do in this impact from a position 5 there. So massive props to Toronto Tokyo, but also just BB Team. I think getting off to a nice start for themselves, getting a 2-0. Now it's going to be a little bit more difficult for themselves, but we've got to keep the day moving. There's a lot going on, 3 streams at once, 5 best of 2s for our day 1 of group stage. So we're going to be looking at our next matchup. It's Aurora up against Team Liquid, and we actually got to sit down with one of their players. I believe it was 23 Savage.
Possibly the strongest SEA team, Aurora, is battling it out, trying to make a name for themselves. They've had some good results throughout the season, but have struggled to break into the top spots. But can they change that at the International? I'm going to find out with 23. 23, how's it going? How's your International?
It's been great. Denmark is really chill, and the weather is nice compared to my home, Bangkok, obviously.
Yeah, a bit cooler over here, I guess. So, from your vlogs, it seems like Jabs and Sunby are kind of the leaders of Aurora. You know, they're very serious and analytical. Meanwhile, you have a bit more fun. You know, you're sort of the morale booster. Is that like a role you see for yourself, or is that just who you are?
I think it's just who am I. I just want to have fun in life because, you know, when I was young, I keep playing too much Dota, and then I just stay in a room. And when I grew up, I found out that life is more interesting.
What do you think about the quieter members of your team, and like do you enjoy kind of like engaging with them and getting them out of their shell?
Actually, everyone in my team is all quiet. It's only me who like to talk to people. So I mean, it just depends on a person. They just want to be like that, so let them be.
Yeah, absolutely. So, what about Lorinov specifically? I mean, he's come over this year. How has your relationship developed throughout the season?
To be honest, I didn't really speak anything about him, if not in the game. So I didn't know much about him. I only know he's introvert. One time I invited him to go out when he declined, so I didn't try more.
That time was made. You qualified for both EWC and TI. What do you think you learned at EWC which you're going to bring to the international?
In the EWC, we lost 2 XG because I think we didn't play well. We didn't use the gate as much as we should, and our hero is not our style. So I think if we stick to our style and the way we play, I think we can be more successful.
You've got the experience of, Jabs and Sambi have been to so many TIs between them. I mean, how has their experience been for you guys coming into this one?
It really has nothing to do much with them. I think as for me, it's like, the first TI you're kind of exciting because, if you're a Dota player, it's always your dream. But after that, after 2-3 TIs, you're gonna feel like not really feeling anything. Just want to play your best and don't regret anything.
Sure, but what would it mean if you were, the first SCA team to win it all, to take the Aegis? Like what would that mean for you?
Oh, it would mean a lot, I think. Especially for C scene. Everyone in C is gonna play mobile right now. Mobile games. But if we win, maybe people buy PC and play, I guess.
What's your favorite duo to run the lane? What's your favorite carry support duo you like to throw out?
I just like when he play ET, and then whenever I play, maybe I play like Morph. But his ET, I think, is one of the best.
Well, what about the Ringmaster hero? We're seeing this guy all over pubs, but what do you think about Ringmaster?
I think it's really OP. It's like fucked up because every spell the lane is strong and ulti is like broken. And I think when it came out to pick, everyone picked it. If it's not nerfed.
Yeah, I feel like it probably will be by then. But what about you? What's your favorite hero to play at the moment?
I really like Lina.
Lina. Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of those heroes are kind of enabled by Gleipnir. Do you like the item, and do you think it kind of adds a new depth to carry?
Yeah, I think the carry now, I think it changed a lot from 3 years ago or like 4 years ago. Now the carry need to be able to see the game in the bigger picture and gank a lot, I think.
Yeah, you can't just AFK.
Kind of like a playmaker right now. So it's kind of like a mid, but in a carry lane. Yeah, that's what I carry now.
Yeah, so would you say it's more balanced between, because mid's also kind of got a bit more carry-ish over the years, right?
Yeah. Mid is a bit carry too. So now carry playstyle changed. Yeah.
And how does it feel when you take a step back and you can just kind of just be the active playmaker, and your mid's just going and farming and hitting creeps when Lorenov's just farming? Well, how does that feel?
Okay, to be honest, at first it's kind of weird because I want to hit all the triangles and all the ancients. But you just need to do what is easiest to win. So at first I'm not really liking it.
Yeah, but you've got into it now. And of course, you've got a lot of relationships around the scene. You've been in a few different teams. I know that you're quite close with Whitemon. Have you got a chance to catch up with him in Copenhagen yet?
Yeah, yesterday I was talking with Whitemon and Mikoto and my Talon ex-teammates.
Very nice.
So we were talking like 4 or 5 hours because we didn't see each other for like a year, I think. Last time we saw each other was in Seattle.
Yeah.
So it's just really good catching up.
That's awesome. It's good to still have that relationship. And I mean, what would it be like? I mean, Talon, if you had to face them in the playoffs, what would that be like for you?
I would try my best to beat Mikoto. They won us in the TI quals.
Yeah.
And it was really butt-hurting for me.
So you would win.
I would win.
Good to hear. All right. What would it mean like with these players, especially to make a deep run? And what's your expectations for the international?
I don't really have expectation. For me, I just want to do my best, and if I need to look back, I don't have to think that I need to play better or something. I just need to feel like whatever happened, I did my best. So
absolutely. Great mentality to have.
Yeah.
All right. 23, thanks so much for coming to talk to me, and best of luck at the international.
Thank you very much.
belum apa-apa udah setengah kena dia skill 1, kenapa skill 2 sama
Hello
skill
again,
1.
I am here with Insania from Team
Belum
Liquid.
tambah pilak teri
First of
lagi.
all, how are you doing?
Sama
I'm good.
shotnya.
How are you, Todd?
I'm doing well, thank you for
Bisa
asking.
mati
I
support,
will keep track of any other players if they ask how I'm doing. You asked, that's very, very kind of you. How old are you?
30.
You're 30, and how many
Yeah.
TIs have you been to now?
Not
Kalau
that
Omni udah
many
jadi,
considering my
dia
age. I think
Big Baker.
K9 was my first one.
Yeah.
And I picked the gyro, and
Dah,
then
ini support yang muncul
I
ya.
wasn't going to bring that up.
no, I mean I do, so nobody else does.
Okay.
Yeah, so then I
Ayo,
skipped TI10 out of
jalan,
shame.
bantuin,
No, you did.
jalan
No,
kaki.
we didn't qualify for that
qualify.
one. Yeah, and then so 11, 12, and now 13. So 4.
Okay. Grimstroke.
Om
You
di
are
belakang.
supposedly the best professional Grimstroke player.
Okay.
This is a statistic I got off the internet.
Mampus anjing.
But I feel like some of these supports, like maybe Grimstroke and stuff like that, and maybe even Disruptor, are they still super popular? Because now it's all this Sven and Tinker and stuff like that. You're a support player. Have you now had to suddenly start playing heroes that maybe traditionally wouldn't have been considered supports?
Absolutely. Like I've been playing Naga Siren, I've been playing Tinker, and then like sometimes I just look at our entire draft and I'm like, how is this like what Dota developed to? Like when I started playing the game, it was much more clear like what a support was.
This is a support
and what a
hero.
core was. Yeah.
Rangkatnya nggak bisa 4.
No, times have really changed, and I know pretty recently, I think I said in another interview that I
Ini udah beres.
miss playing like the traditional supports.
Yes.
I wouldn't mind playing, you know, like Lich every once in a while, and just you know.
Or Oracle, for example.
Being a Lich, yeah. I
Oh,
don't need
dia belum
to
coba
stack
anjing.
3 camps with illusions while like
Santai aja.
I'm like at the same time deluging someone and then netting them for 7 seconds and like
Right.
you have to do all these mental gymnastics. I'm okay with like the boomer supports being good for a bit.
God, yeah. Do you think that because of the nature of like the whole facets and innates and that kind of slight power creep that we've seen in Dota, that essentially the idea of A5 as being like this squishy but useful hero, that's gone? Or do you think it's just the nature of this particular patch?
I think it's very different. I think that really cool and interesting with facets is that Valve has opened up a way to diversify the game very quickly. Like instead of changing 4 spells, you can just change his facet, and now it's a completely different playstyle for the hero. And I think there's a lot of room for Valve to make that feature like one of the most hyped things about Dota ever. So I like it. I think right now we're in a place where it's still very fresh, and that's why you have some things that are maybe like a bit overtuned, or it doesn't really make sense to do it in the long run, and
it's a little chaotic, right?
Exactly. And I think these things we should appreciate when we have them, because I know like when I look back like 5 years ago, I'm like, oh wow, I really missed that thing with Coddle where you had the giant lamp around you and like it was daytime and you just heal everyone. I really missed that.
Right.
But it was also super broken.
Yeah,
so I get why they removed it.
Oh man. So ahead of the groups, I want to ask you what you think of the other 3 teams in your group. Aurora.
So last year, Aurora was one of our toughest opponents, I would say. If not for Gaming Gladiators, I think they were like the team that we had the most competitive series with last year. So very well familiar with them. A lot of respect for that team. I think coming out of SCA and not having like the practice that we do in Europe, I think is quite a tough hill to overcome. And I think last year they did, and they did it tremendously. And I think this year they've kind of been struggling to find that form. But in my eyes, they're always quite a tough opponent, and yeah, I'm looking forward to playing against them. It'll be a good series.
What about Team Spirit?
So Spirit's one of the teams I think I respect the most, just flat out. I think whenever we are out of an event, I'd be the happiest if they won.
What is it about them that you like?
I think it's something to do with the way they play that is so different from how we play, and I just have to appreciate like the way they make it work, and it feels like something beyond maybe what I could create if like I was in charge of a team. I don't know if I could make a team play like Spirit.
What about Beast Coast?
So Beast Coast is a rather new team. I think they did something cool this year where they like restarted the entire roster after having a very stable roster and with a lot of like kind of unknown players. But they decided to mostly stick with the same group of people and build the team. And this is something that I obviously am a big fan of. That's kind of how we made our team.
Of course.
And I have a lot of respect for that again. I really like that about them.
And you're confident going into TI?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the patch doesn't change much. And I think we were in really good shape for the past 2 events. And I feel like we've been working really hard, grinding a lot coming into this. So I have high expectations and high hopes.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, dude. That's it. Great answers to all my questions. I appreciate it. Take it easy. All the
Bre,
best.
mana? Online nggak ini? Bang Bre? Online mana? Kukang belum berteman sama aku, Bang.
And there might be a reason why Insania gives so much respect to Aurora, and it's because they've basically lost every single series they played in 2024 against them, or tied. Let's be real, or tied. 2 losses, 2 ties is not that bad. But we're going to see it here again. You are watching, of course, the group stages in the road to the international, and we have changed things up on the panel. I am Shiva, I'll be your host for the rest of the day, and I am joined by 3 fantastic human beings, and they're also very smart, so that helps a lot. Lacoste, how are you doing?
Smart and me in the same sentence. I don't know about that, but yeah,
Oh,
really happy to be here. We talked about us being on the panel. It's been the last year's panel, like the grand final. So good to be here.
Good to be here, Effie. All smiles.
All smiles. I mean, it's TI. It's exciting. We just want to watch the best Dota. It feels like Christmas for a lot of us, and just happy to be here.
Give me the upsets. We've had none of it so far. I'm seeing Gaming win. I'm seeing Extreme win. I don't care right now. I want like the spice. Maybe our series becomes spicy because like the morning, like we got some Bristle 5. It was chill from Team Zero. That's good. They lost though, but like
they won one of their games against Falcons.
yeah, but they didn't win with the Bristle 5.
An upset?
They didn't ruin all our pubs, Shiva. That's the thing. You can't win. No, you need to win with the strat to make it ruin everybody's day, and that's what TI is about: ruining people's days because good strats come into play that you weren't ready for.
Okay, well, when he's talking about ruining people's days, he means in-game and players.
Correct.
Because we're here to make your day so much better. And we're doing it by showing you a lot of Dota 2. Group stages are going on. There's 3 streams at the same time to be able to cover all the matches. And this is it so far. So we're kind of halfway through the day. We're 3 series still to go. And there are 5 series in total. So we're almost halfway point. So far, I think, Tigov, there's not that much that we can learn from the game so far.
No, not really. I think the contest rate, we've had, I believe, Sniper in pretty much every game, picked or banned. We've had Naga Siren there as well, Enchantress there as well. So we are seeing some heroes kind of rise up in regards to kind of tournament meta. But I am hoping now that we have another 3 series. There's so much to be presented because if Sniper's coming out of places, Naga from again the pubs coming in. There's got to be some hidden gems that hopefully the teams this afternoon will show us.
Yeah, and what's coming this afternoon are the games on your screen right now. We got Aurora and Team Spirit at the very end of the day, Gaming Gladiators and Extreme Gaming before that, and our panel is kicking it off, Effie, with Aurora versus Team Liquid. A good one.
This is a really good one, Shiver. I mean, Aurora is one of those teams that you have to be excited to watch because I always say there are 2 versions of Aurora, and you don't know which one you're going to get that day. There's a version that comes in and just owns every lane. They have a really clean idea of what they want to play. But in particular, when Jabs has a good game, he pops off completely. But then there are other days, Lacoste, where it feels like there's no identity. They're running around like headless chickens. Jabs is on some insane hero, but either version you get is really entertaining.
Yeah, I really like the Jabs. Like when they are having a lot of success, this is when Jabs is now playing these offlaners that are super greedy. These pretty much carries from the offlane. The meta since those days has changed. I'm a little worried about Q, I'm gonna say, because he's been known mostly. He's one of their best players. I also play 4, so I might be biased here a little bit. But the hero pool that he likes to play, all of these melee position 4s are not as viable anymore. It's mostly range position 4 with the position 3 melee, and most of the time you'll have some healer 5 paired up with the range carry. So I think they need to work on that, expand the hero pool a little bit. We don't know what they cooked so far, but this is the team that also can cause a lot of problems early on for some of the teams.
Yeah, for these 2 teams, I know were already 2 series early today, but Aurora and Team Liquid have not played today yet. So this will be the very first game, the very first series. We'll see what kind of Aurora will show up. But we, of course, know what kind of Aurora has shown up over the last season. Since TI, Aurora is a new organization coming on the block here at the end of 2023. They formed a roster. It's maybe slightly different than what it is right now. But TI, I don't think would you consider them having a bad year? Because it's pretty stable for a new team.
Yeah, I think especially because after the first couple of tournaments, that's when they picked up Lorinov, and then they kind of had their honeymoon period where everyone's like, "Oh my God, this could be the C team." And then, as you see from the results, it has kind of hit a little bit of a stagnant point. Like they still make it to top 8, but then they don't have that extra little bit. And I would argue that maybe they're a predictable team. Like, we know that Lorinov is a star mid laner. We know that if he has a good game, the rest of his team rally in that aggression.
Yeah.
If he doesn't have a good game, they can fall apart, and everything you said kind of exists, right? So maybe in their build up to TI, they've become less predictable and have more emphasis on other players.
Yeah, I'll agree with that. They're very dependent on Lorinov's performance, where he is kind of snowballing off of this mid lane, where he'll farm up a lot that first 10 minutes, right? He'll do a bunch of ancient stacks, and then he will move around the map explosively with his support. So if that can be shut down, that is probably Aurora's best strategy. But I do want to say that I don't consider them a newer team. I mean, this is the Talon of last year that had a very dominant run, with the exception of switching out Mikoto for Lorinov this year. But for the most part, they are experienced, and most people would have expected slightly better results. Like T said, they were at a lot of tournaments, consistently getting top 8, but not what they did last year.
They're basically entity of Southeast Asia, considering the results and how stable they are. They're always there, always causing some upsets, but unable to reach that top 6.
That's why I need them to make a good run. I don't want to see these usual suspects in the grand finals. You know, I want some SEA magic in a TI.
I think it would be really good if we have one SEA team that is like consistently top 6. No, they don't need to win even from it. Consistently top 6 will be, I think, very good for the region as well, because it basically means that normally maybe there will be one extra Southeast Asian team making it to events. But we haven't really talked about their opponents just yet. Team Liquid, of course, now on your screens. They've also had a fantastic year. You saw they've got a lot of top finishes. And yes, they did win a LAN, but as we know, by their own website, it's not qualified as a tier 1 LAN. So I don't know.
It's their own website. They could change this to tier 1 tournament. Just go with it.
But they didn't. So they did not win a tier 1 LAN yet. And that seems to be a bit of an issue. Now, of course, there's a Team Liquid of last year did very well as well in top 6. But they did change it up a little bit, Lacoste, since then.
They did, yeah, with the addition of 33. This guy, when he joined, I think there were a lot of voices in the team, him being the captain as well, so they needed to get used to the new stuff. And he also, like, I think in current meta, he has his heroes that he's really good at, so I think he's going to shine once again. These Visages, Beastmasters, they're going to come out. And of course, Doom, he is the Doom specialist. If we go back to Riyadh Masters, this year, he was the one who kind of invented this facet from Doom, where he was selling the items constantly, getting the money back. I was talking to Fogg earlier today, and he mentioned that Doom, one of the games that he was covering, he sold Hand of Midas 11 times.
Min-maxing everything.
It's the same thing with like Refresher. Like, you can just go to buy Refresher, pop it, sell it again, and off you go. You continue playing. It's really annoying to deal with, and Doom, again, it's nice because you just get to buy any aura you want if you need it. You saw Amar do it in the previous game.
Yeah, and I think actually the one that you mentioned, Lacoste, since like when we saw them click really in Riyadh, I think that was the first time where we really saw them click since they have this particular roster. And I wonder if it has carried over to this TI group stages. We have not seen them play yet. We do not know. But the current meta, I think, Effie, is seemingly should fit them well.
Yeah, it definitely does for Liquid, because the thing about 3-3 is that I do feel like out of all of the offlaners, he is the one that hits his timings the fastest when he gets to play his signature heroes. And this meta has really just been, you get a couple of items on your offlaner, or you're waiting for like a blink from your offlane Sand King, an aura from your offlane Underlord, or what have you, an axe from your Beastmaster, and then you just take over the entire map, and that is what Liquid love to do.
I love these picks. So this is something that we've been trying to theory craft, how to utilize the Wind Ranger's damage with the Whirlwind. That was the facet that people didn't take until it got buffed. It got slightly nerfed in the last version of the patch, but it's still very good, giving you that extra attack range. And then with the Tusk, either you go with the Drinking Buddies, so you're getting a flat damage, or if you're going with the tag team where you're applying AoE slow to pretty much everything you hit, and you have a little bit of an extra save coming out with the Drinking Buddies as well if you decide to go with that one.
Yeah, and it's also just outside of consistent damage, it's just a strong lane overall, right?
Yes.
You just get the ranged carry plus melee support, and you always have that means to catch somebody with the ice shards. They fix each other's weaknesses.
Nice response though from Liquid, right? Because like Doom is quite an independent offlaner. Like once you get him to his levels, he can be self-sufficient, allows the 4 to move. So you go for a Willow, and then like the whole point of Windrunner Tusk is chasing down the lane. Like utilize the fact that your enemy will be up by your safe lane tower, chase them down. Now you have brambles to deal with. It's going to be obnoxious. Living armor potentially from the treant from the other side of the map. Now you have these 2 supports fully remove a lot of the early game timings of Windrunner. Because I think in the we've seen so much Windrunner today actually, but when you have the whirlwind facet, you need to run in and out of the fight, utilize Windrun. If you get hit by one root, overgrowth, anything, you can't utilize that nicely. So it prevents Windrunner from feeling good. And you don't want, like you can buy Manta, but it's like you want to buy Gleipnir. Now you need a Manta and a BKB. It's like it's a lot of investment on your carry.
And the Lincolns, right? Because you're playing against Doom, which is conceptually why a lot
4 items to feel good in the game, yeah.
For Team Liquid, I like the response. Dark Willow and Treant Protector, as you said, root mechanic. This is something that Wind Ranger does. You get hit by some like random bramble, you're most likely going to die, going to be followed up with the Doom. And also Treant Protector. Tusk especially, he doesn't like the root mechanic. Let's say he blinks in, he can't use the snowball because of the root mechanic, so it's quite difficult for him. But also this is the tank Cardell. We talked about it during one of the Dream Leagues, and this hero actually becomes super tanky early on with his item build. You know, if most likely it's going to be position 4, but it's still a flex pick, so they can keep it maybe played from the mid lane where you're building the Solar Crest and a super strong laner with his facet.
I love the fact that, so day 1, right, Sniper's our hero, right? It's been banned 7 times, picked 5 times, 100% contest rate, 40% win rate. I want this hero to keep losing so that we can talk about, remember back on day 1 of the road to the International, how everyone thought Sniper was the hero? Like, of course, it's very strong with the shrapnel, the instant damage you get. Like, it secures lanes, you buy Solar Crest, and you have Aghanims. Like, you provide a lot because you get to just win lane, and that's kind of what Dota's about, win your lane and take 20 kills in the first half an hour of the game. But yeah, so far TI has not been doing too well.
But if you look at Liquid's supports on both side lanes, Sniper is a hero that excels against both. The Shrapnel versus Dark Willow is really good because she suffers against ground damage, and her Brambles got nerfed overall, so she can be exploitable on lane. And if you were to put him against the Treant Protector, he also just out-trades him. He's one of the ranged heroes that just keeps clicking Treant Protector. It doesn't make it easy for him to run up on. So they picked this Sniper for lane security, and they hope that they can give Wind Ranger the space to farm the BKB to be able to fight, to run through these Willows, to run through the Brambles, to run through the roots.
That's why the Storm feels nice as well for Liquid, because if you have Kunkka as like your front line, and then you have like good lanes, if Sniper can pair up with one other hero, 1 smoke or 2 onto a Windrunner, now you've killed her off, even though you have like this kind of concept that Effie's mentioning, if you just kill off the Windrunner a couple of times, then it's going to feel good. And you just need to ignore Kunkka. Like this hero, he's going to have like 2500 HP, he's going to be Rum buffed, Admiral Rum as well, like he's going to be tanky as hell. So just ignore him, find other people, and of course, any Spirit hero will be able to do that very nicely.
My experience with Kunkka is this hero can be very annoying with the recent changes to how the hero works. He can be super tanky, as Dee said, but also a hero that if you kill like once or twice, his item build is going to be delayed, and it feels like he's not going to reach that point where he feels like he's still a strong, team fighter with the pipe, with his own. Yeah, most likely. Then most likely pair it up with snipers, so you have the combo, keep them inside the shrapnel, with maybe some like earlier X on level 3, maybe even level 2. It depends how things are gonna go. So you can get the kills. Those shrapnels from sniper, they do hurt a lot, and I feel like Kunkka, at the end of the tournament, I might be wrong here, but I'm going to call it, is going to be abysmal win rate.
So the way you all are talking about the draft so far, I feel like there's quite a bit of favoring Team Liquid's first 4 over Aurora's first 4?
Yes, I think Aurora needs to get out of the laning stage strong. This is something that they needed to work on for a really long time, why the results were not there. Very late game oriented team. They love to drag out the games, of course, coming out from Southeast Asia, while Team Liquid also being early-oriented team. These are the teams that do love to stack a lot, and I see Sniper, I see Kunkka, Wind Ranger. These are the heroes that can invade Team Liquid's triangle and steal some of the stacks, because Team Liquid is a team that stacks the most.
I want Aurora just to have, like, if last pick's their hero, I want Lorinov to have that kind of a little bit more explosive nature to them, because they don't pressure towers really. Their lanes, sure, with the Sniper can be good, the Tusk Windrunner can be good, but if the lanes don't go well, they never take towers, they never sweep across the map. It's just a lot of independent farming. Like, Kunkka can gank, but you could also just farm 2 jungle camps in a lane, right? And that's where Doom should farm, Storm will farm, this pick for Mike will also farm. It's a lot of just, Liquid should get to 20-25 minutes and feel good in the game. That's kind of where the favour is lying.
Yeah, so I love this Razor pick from Liquid because it gives them that early game explosive damage from the safe lane that they needed. Because what I wanted to say was that I do think Aurora, at this point before the Razor had come out, did have stronger lanes. They had lanes that they could have taken advantage of the side lane heroes on Liquid, and then off of a last pick Lauren off hero, they might have been able to snowball before Liquid get to the point where their Doom is comfortably farmed, ready to play on that Doom, before Storm has enough items to go in and out DPS through the roam. But this Razor just creates so much issues right now for Aurora because it's going to out 1v1 whichever hero they last pick here.
Man, if you put Kunkka into that lane, it's pretty. So you can put Kunkka mid, but then Kunkka vs Storm. Storm will just farm. Kunkka doesn't re-pressure him. Kunkka to off lane. Now you're playing into Razor. That's something Liquid has done well throughout, the couple years that they've been as a roster. Is they always make sure they have multiple pressure points to deflect their against. And here Kunkka is the flex for Aurora, and it is uncomfortable talking about the lane he has to go to, either or.
What about the sniper? Put him. I mean, sounded good for a second. Now it doesn't sound good anymore.
My farming sniper mid. My farming runner carry.
It's a bit too much. I think they have a big problem here. What they're gonna pick for the last pick. Usually there is a clear pick. Sometimes you'll see teams discussing a little bit, but I don't see this clear hero that's gonna be picked up. Mirana, she's fine. She's also a hero that builds into Gleipnir, so double Gleipnir now coming out from Aurora. They will have, also you have X into arrow combo, and you have something to break the Linkens.
It is
a big sniper. Okay. I didn't think they were going to go for it.
So I actually think flexing sniper to mid was probably the best thing they could have done because there was no gotcha pick for this Storm on mid that they could have gone for here. And going for this Mirana, it gives them a little bit of that extra, like you said, Lacoste means to kill in the early game. You have the arrow into X combo, and then hopefully you roam off of that, you ball it off of that Mirana. But is it good enough? I'm not feeling it very heavily, but it is interesting the direction that they chose to go with this drop.
Yeah,
that's a very
diplomatic
thing to say. Oh, it's very interesting the road you chose. Yes. In other way, you don't like it.
I don't love it. No, I'll say that I don't.
But maybe now extra pressure on Q. You said you look towards position 4. You got